You know, Fu Hang snorted, retracting his gaze from the strange, abstract yet figurative oil painting. He squinted at Zhuge Yun, an artistic expression of scrutiny he'd picked up from brother Hao Nan, finding its aura quite intimidating and cool. However, before Fu Hang's killer intent could fully materialize, his eyes nearly popped out again. "What are you doing?" Fu Hang's tongue trembled, instinctively wanting to say something, but his unruly tongue wouldn't cooperate with his vocal cords. He only heard a weak tremor from his throat, a hissing sound. At the end of his vision, the timid little girl was slowly taking off her coat. "Okay, it's normal to take off a coat in the office this season. But what are you wearing underneath? Will the platform even approve of you dressed like that?" After removing her long black trench coat, Zhuge Yun was wearing a tight-fitting Chinese-style dress, a style somewhat similar to the simple, elegant dress she wore for her first poster. But this one now was obviously heavily modified. The neckline was a conventional Chinese-style mandarin collar with knotted buttons, but the long sleeves had been removed, leaving her fair arms swaying under the black dress, dazzling Fu Hang. But this was actually normal. There were plenty of girls wearing tank tops on the street. However, the lower half of the dress was very strange. The skirt seemed to have been violently torn, and torn very brutally, into strips with no rule or logic. A pair of shapely legs were faintly visible between the tattered strips of fabric, making the distinctive flip-flops even more prominent. Please punish me, boss." Zhuge Yin kept her head down, but her ears were getting redder, making her voice sound very strange. Fu Hang opened his mouth slightly, his tongue still not listening. The wheezing sound in his throat was even louder, like a leaky blower. "What are you going to do? Didn't you say you knew you were wrong? Listen to the venomous things you're saying. Or, is this another one of your schemes?" Fu Hang stared at the skirt, which could be used as evidence for a research project if placed in a police evidence room, and subconsciously glanced at the tightly closed door. Would someone burst in later, holding an RF 24 to 70mm f/2. 8L is USM lens? Fu Hang warily took a deep breath, involuntarily stepping back 2 steps, standing on the inner side of the office. This Zhuge Yun is really more dangerous than Ying Yanin. There's a pattern to Tiger Girl's madness, but Zhuge's actions make no sense at all. Sure enough, before Fu Hang could confirm the reason for Zhuge Yun's sinister behavior, he saw Zhuge Yun finally glance at him. Seeing that Fu Hang was still cold-faced, she shrank her neck, as if she had made up her mind, bit her lip, turned to the side, and slowly squatted down little by little, then lay down on the ground. "Oh, my God!" Fu Hang's tongue had just regained feeling, but his eyelids twitched uncontrollably again. "Get up!" Fu Hang finally couldn't help but explode in anger. "You know I'm here to scold you today, and you want to retreat in order to advance? I haven't even started scolding yet." "Oh!" Zhuge Yun was startled by Fu Hang's sudden rage and hurriedly got up from the ground, but because she was too hasty, she stepped on the tattered skirt and staggered back down. This fall wasn't too bad, but one of her flip-flops flew off. Fu Hang felt a tickle in his throat, as if someone had tickled it with a foot. His chin was numb, as if someone had slapped it with a slipper. Is this the real entertainment industry? Every frown and smile is an act? You even managed to make a poignant and pitiful spectacle of yourself with that fall? Giving you the role of a heavenly queen singer is really a waste of your talents. If I were ruthless enough to send you to Japan, you could dominate the charts too, right? Go to the sofa quickly." Fu Hang struggled to move his gaze away from the swaying slipper and sat down angrily in the boss's chair. At this time, he wouldn't investigate what this boss's chair had been through. Zhuge Yun was still obedient, quickly getting up and running to the sofa without even picking up the dropped slipper. Fu Hang finally breathed a sigh of relief, but he couldn't catch his breath, because when Zhuge Yun came to the sofa, she didn't sit down, but faced the sofa and knelt on it again. 11BA? Oh my FCK. Zhuge Yun, you're sure I'm going to give in, aren't you? Fu Hang's fist clenched suddenly, a hint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Should I just silence her? Knock, knock, knock. A knock on the door that shouldn't have been possible rang at this moment. Fu Hang's eyes narrowed, but his tense heart instantly relaxed. Sure enough, the half-kneeling Zhuge Yun was also stunned and hurriedly turned around and sat on the sofa. She looked at the door with a hint of panic. Sister Dai said that no one would come over, right? Fu Hang saw Zhuge Yun's expression. The corner of his mouth curved into a faint arc. Is that all you got? Want to manipulate me? You don't know what the last person who set me up is doing now, do you? Fu Hang didn't say anything, just looked at Zhuge Yun calmly. Finally, you have a hint of being a client, and a high-end client. It's been a long time since I played a high-end game. Fu Hang, are you in there? The knock on the door came again. Fu Hang's calm smile suddenly twitched, and his eyes, which should have been cold, looked like they had seen a ghost. Qin Yuchu? Qin Yuchu arrived at Weiyang Entertainment 3 minutes ago. She had agreed to practice singing with Xiaoqi today. Because this was Li Weiyang's territory after all, she wanted to come and go quietly. But she saw Baldy Long in the corridor. Longa is now pretty much Fu Hang's companion beast. Where Longa is, Fu Hang will basically be there. Li Weiyang is back. This was the first sentence Qin Yuchu said when she saw Baldy Long. Baldy Long shook his head slightly. His cold face showed no expression. Fu Hang came to find Xia Xiaofeng. This was the second sentence Qin Yuchu said. Baldy Long nodded cautiously, his firm eyes without a trace of hesitation. Xiao Xiaofeng's office is over there. This was the third sentence Qin Yuchu said. Baldy Long nodded again, his hideous features revealing a rare hint of righteousness. Qin Yuchu said 3 sentences and strode towards Xia Xiaofeng's president's office. Baldy Long respectfully watched Qin Yuchu leave, and secretly took out his mobile phone from his pocket with his right hand. Click! A crisp sound, a folding metal baton unfolded in front of him, pointing directly at his face. Baldy Long looked up in astonishment, but met Lu Bo's righteous gaze. Are you f***ing stupid? You're pointing a stick at me? Baldy Long almost used the great compassion palm, but the 2-meter-tall man next to Lu Bo stepped forward and looked down at his calf. Baldy Long felt his calf cramping. Was it a bit self-defeating to arrange these 2 simpletons next to the wife? I originally planned to cultivate you as confidants. How did you become a hidden danger? Baldy Long's cell phone quietly returned to his pocket, as if it had never appeared. Hearing the noise outside, Fu Hang shot up from his executive chair, but his grandmaster-level control over his body manifested perfectly in this moment of crisis. He jumped high, yet landed lightly, like a feather. However, after landing, Fu Hang was frantic, his eyes darting around the office in search of a hiding place. There was no way to explain this situation. Zhuge Jun, who was sitting on the sofa, also felt a strange panic when she heard Qin Yuchu's voice. She was being caught red-handed. It was a familiar scenario, one that played out often on short video platforms. She had done a lot of mental preparation before coming, and had envisioned many possible situations. She repeatedly recalled the instructional videos she had studied, constantly cheering herself on. Close your eyes, and it'll be over with a shudder. However, she had anticipated many situations, but never one where she'd be caught by the original partner. Wasn't this supposed to be an explicit adult film? How did it turn into a primetime drama? I didn't study this script. The 2 inside were frantically spinning in circles, and another knock sounded on the door. I'm opening the door. Zhuge Jun's body trembled again. She trusted Fong Tiandai too much. She genuinely believed that no one would disturb them. She didn't even lock the door when she closed it earlier. The restroom. In desperation, Fu Hang hastily pointed to the washroom inside. He previously thought Xia Xiaofeng's CEO office was quite impressive and spacious, but now it felt so cramped. Forget a secret room. There wasn't even an escape route. What, there was a fire? Fu Hang considered the cabinets, but this damned office was full of open bookshelves. Fu Hang also thought about under the desk, but the probability of being discovered there was too high, and if he was found, it would be skipping the trial and going straight to the death penalty, executed immediately. Zhuge Jun was completely a loss. She did whatever Fu Hang said. Almost without thinking, she grabbed the hem of her skirt and squeezed into the washroom. In that instant, her mind flashed with images of herself being held down and slapped repeatedly by Qin Yuchu. Seeing the washroom door close, Fu Hang was about to go to the door, but then he saw the black long coat lying on the floor by the door. Damn it! Fu Hang swiftly dodged, his body lunging through the air. He grabbed the coat, rolled on the ground, and stuffed the coat under the desk. In that split second in midair, he saw the doorknob turning. What are you doing? Qin Yuchu's head poked in from outside. My shoelaces were untied. Fu Hang crouched on the ground, looking back in confusion, still diligently tying his shoelaces. Oh, I'm here to practice singing, just borrowing the restroom. Qin Yuchu's gaze swept around the office, and she walked towards the washroom with a smile. Sawadee-ka. Fu Hang covered his mouth with one hand, weakly grasping at the void with the other. But Qin Yuchu's back was like a phantom in the river of time, and no matter how he gesticulated, he couldn't reach the hem of her clothes. A scholar once expressed this view. What a person's eyes see is never the real thing. Because the reason why people can see objects is because of the refraction of light, and the refraction of light takes time. So, what you see now has already happened in the past. You are powerless to stop it. The washroom door was opened. The CEO's office has an independent private washroom, but it can't be locked? Xia Xiaofeng has really changed. He's not careful anymore. Qin Yuchu stared blankly at the tragic figure huddled in the corner of the washroom, suspiciously turning her head to look at Fu Hang, who was still squatting on the ground. You like this? Qin Yuchu's tone carried a hint of surprise. It's not what you think. Fu Hang weakly explained. It's illegal. Qin Yuchu turned her head back, carefully examining Zhuge Jun's terrified appearance, especially that unique skirt. It's really not what you think. Fu Hang was almost crying. Wasn't I supposed to be playing the domineering CEO today? Why is it this kind of drama again? Zhuge Jun, where are the RF24 to 70mm and RF70 to 200mm lenses you arranged? Call them out quickly. Isn't it? Qin Yuchu tilted her head, squinting at Zhuge Jun. Zhuge Jun shook her head violently, but then nodded vigorously. What to do? Yochu's eyes are filled with murderous intent. Get out. I need to use the restroom. Qin Yochu's tone suddenly became low and somber, making it impossible to discern any emotion. But that's how human emotions are. When you can't discern any emotion, that's actually the best expression of emotion. The CEO's office washroom not only can't be locked, but the soundproofing is also terrible. Fu Hang and Zhuge Jun obediently waited outside, and they could even hear the sound of water flowing. Fu Hang glared fiercely at Zhuge Jun, but Zhuge Jun's focus was clearly off again. She was listening very intently, and the flickering in her eyes made Fu Hang feel very sinister and dirty. All right? When Qin Yuchu came out, the two people in the office were standing like javelins. Zhuge Jun had put on the coat that Fu Hang stuffed under the desk, but well. The coat was also very intriguing now. Damn it, the coat was stuck under the desk, and Fu Hang tore it when he pulled it a few times. The tear was also very strategically placed, with half the collar hanging down, which forced Zhuge Jun to cover it with her hand, but she couldn't cover it completely. Tell me yourself, what exactly is going on? Seeing Qin Yuchu come out, the anger in Fu Hang's heart grew stronger. Zhuge Jun trembled again, glancing at Qin Yuchu in terror, before looking at Fu Hang hesitantly. Oh, really? Tell. Fu Hang was dumbfounded. Are you serious with that look? You don't need to explain to me. Just don't break the law. Qin Yuchu smiled slightly, looking again at Zhuge Jun's tattered coat. Because half of the collar was torn, the coat couldn't be closed completely, and the ragged skirt was still exposed. And for some reason, Zhuge Jun couldn't find the other shoe. It seemed that Fu Hang had kicked it under the sofa just now. It's really not what you think. Fu Hang explained weakly. Then what is it? Qin Yuchu raised her eyebrows, looking at Fu Hang gently. It's... Fu Hang opened his mouth. How would I know? I really don't know what's going on. Okay. You tell me. Tell the truth. Tell it completely. Don't hide anything. Fu Hang turned his head, glaring fiercely at Zhuge Jun again. Sister Tiandai said the boss wanted to see me, so she had me cancel my work today, took me to take a bath, gave me a full-body cleansing and maintenance treatment, and then had me change into this specially made outfit. She said that no one would disturb us for 3 hours. Zhuge Jun lowered her head, answering honestly in one breath, without pausing. Qin Yuchu raised her eyebrows, and Fu Hang's jaw dropped to the ground, rolling twice on the soft carpet before crawling under the waterproof sofa and lying quietly next to that delicate crystal flip-flop. Fong Tiandai, I haven't treated you badly. Is this the danger of artificial intelligence turning on its master? Are you guys going to continue? I'm going to practice my singing. Qin Yuchu glanced meaningfully at Fu Hang, took a tissue from the table, and elegantly wiped her hands. Yuchu, let me explain. Fu Hang looked like a bitter gourd, feeling he could still salvage the situation. Okay. Surprisingly, Qin Yuchu, holding the tissue, replied with a smile. Fu Hang was taken aback by this sudden change. The smile was still sweet, and those clear eyes were still as bright as stars. But when Fu Hang looked directly into those eyes, he deciphered a message. I'm just quietly watching you perform. Actually, today He looked subconsciously at Zhuge Jun, but her increasingly unique outfit completely distracted him. You go out first. Oh. Zhuge Jun lowered her head, looking wronged, and left the office. Yuchu, why are you afraid? Qin Yuchu interrupted Fu Hang with a smile, not waiting for him to speak. Fu Hang was stunned. Why are you afraid of being caught by me? Qin Yuchu stepped forward, put her hands behind her back, and looked up at Fu Hang. Afraid of you being sad. Fu Hang gazed into those pure eyes and blurted out. That's enough. That's the best explanation, boss. Qin Yuchu tilted her head, her smile becoming even sweeter. But this smile made Fu Hang feel strange, though he couldn't quite put his finger on why. Okay, I'm going to practice my singing. It wouldn't be good to keep Xiao Qi waiting too long. Qin Yuchu carefully reached out and straightened Fu Hang's clothes, then turned and left the office. Fu Hang remained stunned, feeling the touch on his collar just now, his brow slightly furrowed. Boss. It seems Yuchu has always called him that. This time, Fu Hang seemed to understand this title. Walking along the empty corridor of Weiyang Entertainment, Qin Yuchu's slender eyebrows gently furrowed. Why do I feel like I'm surrounded on all sides and everyone is my enemy? Should I change my strategy? Turning the corner, Qin Yuchu saw the scene where Crouching Dragon and Hidden Phoenix were confronting Baldy Long in the direction she had come from. Baldy Long looked constipated, his ferocious features squeezed together, looking like he was angry at their lack of ambition and saddened by their misfortune. From now on, you guys should follow the big sister. The big sister won't treat you badly. Baldy Long looked at the dot reader pen that gleamed with cold light, speaking earnestly and hinting at something. But after hearing his words, Nian Bing and Lu Bo both gave him a look as if he was an idiot. Did he need to say that? They were now under the Eastern Depot, the Empress's guards, and didn't need a member of the embroidered uniform guard to remind them. Long Ji, you're familiar with Lu Ru's side. Get them each a set of houses in Chunfeng Jiuan. Choose the big ones. Rent them for 70 years first. Qin Yuchu's voice came from afar. The corner of Baldy Long's mouth twitched, revealing a forced smile. Nian Bing and Lu Bo both narrowed their eyes, the killing intent in their eyes becoming even stronger, especially Nian Bing, feeling that if he didn't show his loyalty at this time, he would be letting down the big sister's great favor. Rent for 70 years? Is that even possible? The Empress is generous. All right, I might need to borrow the facilities here for the next few days, causing trouble for Xiao Xia. You can also get Xiao Xia a set as my thank you gift. Qin Yuchu took a few steps, paused, as if she had thought of something. Yes, big sister. Baldy Long didn't say much, answering seriously. You follow Fu Hang every day, running back and forth must be tiring. So just pick a set for yourself, too. Don't worry, this money will be on my personal account. Qin Yuchu glanced meaningfully at Baldy Long, wearing a gentle smile as she walked towards the singing room. The next day, Ganlu Milk Tea issued an administrative penalty notice targeting the company's vice president, Fong Tiandai. Due to Fong Tiandai's serious dereliction of duty at work, this year's year-end bonus was deducted and a major demerit was recorded. If she repeats the offense, the company will terminate her labor contract. This notice was personally issued by the company's president, Xia Xiaofeng. Fong Tiandai herself did not offer any explanation and happily accepted the penalty. However, various speculations spread like wildfire within the company, because the commotion that day was too big. First, the president's office was cleaned urgently. The thoroughness of the cleaning was comparable to redecorating. Even the sofa was replaced. Then, several adjacent departments were temporarily put on vacation, almost forcibly driven out of the company. Furthermore, the front desk of the company reportedly saw a woman with a very powerful aura bringing a group of 010s to the company. 010s. Almost the embroidered uniform guards designated by Fu Hang. The identity of someone who could have 010s following them was self-evident. The key was the 010s who came actually drew their swords against Long Ji. Can you believe it? Long Ji is the founder of 010. He is still the big boss's personal assistant. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him the commander of the embroidered uniform guards. Later, someone from Ganlu Milk Tea upstairs confirmed that the woman who came to the company was actually the president of Yuanbo Trading, the eldest miss of the Qin family in Beijing. Of course, the most explosive gossip was yet to come. Someone saw the company's top sister and little diva, Zhu Gejun, running out of the president's office disheveled and embarrassed, her coat and skirt torn. And it was shortly after Miss Qin came to the company. Oh ho ho ho. Even Korean dramas wouldn't dare to film it like this. So, Tiandai's serious dereliction of duty was because she didn't stop Miss Qin? Entertainment companies, eating entertainment gossip, they are professionals. In a quiet laboratory, Lana stared intently at the blood analysis within the instrument, a strange shock and confusion flashing in her eyes. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Staring at the data gradually appearing on the instrument, Lana's voice trembled slightly. Confused, she glanced down at the syringes and test tubes in front of her, as if she was wondering if she had made a mistake in the process of extracting the sample just now. During this period of time, she had experienced serious physical discomfort, nausea, vomiting, sleepiness, and occasional mild weakness. She suspected that there was a problem with her gene sequence. As a genetically modified person, it was common for various abnormal symptoms to appear after the body finished growing. It was said that number 1 died suddenly due to gene rejection. She secretly returned to her secret laboratory and performed a comprehensive examination on herself. However, a result even more bizarre than gene rejection appeared before her. She was pregnant. A genetically modified person was actually pregnant? Isn't there reproductive isolation? Could it be that her genes mutated? Lana fell into contemplation. After a long time, her eyes suddenly widened. Could it be that he was too? She opened a folder on the computer again, and Lana carefully looked at the information on it. However, after extremely carefully reviewing the data above again, confusion appeared in those lake blue eyes once more. This folder contained Fu Hang's genetic information. As early as the first time she was beaten up by Fu Hang, Lana had similar suspicions at the time. This man was abnormal, possibly also a genetically modified person. Cautiously, she secretly kept Fu Hang's hair and body fluids and did a comprehensive analysis. However, the analysis results were very surprising. He was just a very healthy, ordinary human male, exceptionally talented and experienced. Because she couldn't find many of the moves he used online, Lana was sure of her condition. Her body was impervious even to the HIV virus, let alone any tadpoles. So in the process of deep sparring with Fu Hang, she never considered any protective measures. However, she now discovered that she was pregnant. Fu Hang. She silently placed her hand on her lower abdomen, that feeling of unfamiliarity enveloping her again. In the VIP lounge of Beijing Capital International Airport, Li Weiyang was carefully arranging the clothes she had just picked out in front of a mirror, while Zheng Xueli, the beautiful flight attendant Fu Hang had met once, stood aside, looking terrified. Li Weiyang looked left and right in the mirror, seemingly dissatisfied with a new small suit she had just changed into, and unintentionally glanced at the clothes Zheng Xueli was holding, which she had just taken off. Ms. Li, I am truly sorry. Zheng Xueli noticed her gaze, her tone exceptionally nervous. Already said it's fine. It was an accident. Li Weiyang spoke casually, sighing helplessly. The dress in Zheng Xueli's hands was one she had carefully selected for a long time, deciding to wear it to meet Fu Hang on the day she returned to China. For this, she had also bought a set of jewelry to match and deliberately had her hair styled. This return to China was a new beginning for her. She hoped to appear before Fu Hang in her most perfect state. However, just now on a plane, when this flight attendant was pouring her coffee, she had spilled it. But Li Weiyang was never the arrogant, bossy type. Even if she was annoyed, she didn't make things difficult for the flight attendant. Only after the plane landed, she retrieved her checked luggage and asked the other person to find her a place to change. But Zheng Xueli was genuinely terrified. International routes, for a flight attendant, weren't just about a few extra dollars in subsidies. The hidden benefits were too numerous. To get this position, she had even endured 2 nauseating meals with the married HR director. Zheng Xueli naturally knew what the bald director wanted. She had experienced too many similar things since childhood. As long as a man stared at her body for 5 seconds, she could tell if he was her fish. And these married men were actually very easy to handle because they had scruples. They didn't dare to be blatant. They could only hint, then bait, waiting for the fish to take the hook itself. But she, Zheng Xueli, wasn't some clueless airhead. She was good at playing along without getting played. Hinting, who couldn't do that? After 2 meals of pulling and ambiguity, that ball director not only helped her transfer from domestic to international routes, but also directly assigned her to first class. She just didn't expect that on her first international flight, she would make such a serious work error, spilling coffee on a first-class passenger. Losing money and bonuses was secondary. The ball director wouldn't transfer her back just for this. But with this leverage, the ball director's side would be much harder to deal with and fool. Ms. Li, how about I compensate you with a new one? Zheng Xueli's tone was pitiful, her voice becoming even softer. Although she knew this trick might not work on women. Seeing Li Weiyang bend down to rummage through her suitcase again, she could only try again helplessly. This was already the 3rd set. Aren't they all your own clothes? If it's really no big deal, why not just wear any set back? Why change set after set here? Why change set after set here? Looking at the open suitcase, Zheng Xueli's heart was complicated. People have different fates. Her looks were no worse than this woman's, and she was younger. But now the other person was picking out designer clothes she had only seen in magazines, while she, the attendant, could only stand aside with a forced smile and apologize. A flight attendant, even one serving in first class on international flights, couldn't escape the fact that she was essentially just a server. I've said it many times, it's really fine. Li Weiyang rummaged in the suitcase for a while, then sighed again dejectedly. Clearly, every piece was once something she liked very much, but now, nothing looked right. She glanced at her watch. A lot of time had been wasted. He must be getting impatient waiting outside. Then, can you give me an address? I'll have it cleaned and mail it to you. No need, just throw that dress away from me. I'm just meeting a very important person today. Li Weiyang frowned, said casually, and began to pack her messy suitcase. Zheng Xueli stood aside, carefully holding the dress Li Weiyang had asked her to throw away. It was a milky white long dress, but now there was a brown stain in the middle of the skirt. Seeing Li Weiyang packing her suitcase, she instinctively wanted to help, but work regulations clearly stated that flight attendants could not touch passengers' open luggage. All right, you can go attend to your duties. Li Weiyang closed the suitcase, her face still tinged with a bit of melancholy. No one could be truly magnanimous after their meticulous preparations and expectations were ruined. She had been looking forward to this meeting for far too long. Please give me a chance to apologize. I'm actually flying an international route for the first time. Zheng Xueli didn't let go, her gaze inconspicuously sweeping towards the door. Li Weiyang suddenly understood. She was afraid of the airline's punishment. Li Weiyang no longer insisted, letting the other person pull her suitcase and walk out first. She had actually brought 2 assistants, but she had sent them both away. Although Hacheng also had an international airport, it didn't have all international routes. So her itinerary today was to first arrive in Beijing, then transfer from Beijing to Hangzhou. But when she told Fu Hang her itinerary, Fu Hang insisted on coming to Beijing to pick her up. Li Weiyang was touched and immediately had her assistant cancel her own ticket and take her other luggage back to Hangzhou first. Why did Fu Hang insist on picking her up in Beijing? He wanted to play a big move, commonly known as a close-range ultimate attack. The top supporter's sister had been stuck at 67% for a long time. Fu Hang needed a critical hit, needed to create a romantic reunion, needed to use the ways a love-brain person likes to break through her bottleneck. But Fu Hang was very troubled. While making this reunion plan, he suddenly realized a very awkward problem. He was a best actor, a public figure. Although the movie's release was still some time away, the Film Festival award ceremony was broadcast live online. He could no longer play flashy moves in public as recklessly as before. Now everyone had a smartphone. Any random snapshot posted online, once linked to the best actor, could become a hot topic. It wasn't that he was afraid of negative impact, but he had to consider the feelings of other clients. Upon realizing this, Fu Hang made another flashy move. He notified Fong Tiandai to withdraw Crow 3 from release. Anyway, he had already received the reward. Whether it was released or not didn't matter to him. The movie's investment was all counted on Li Weiyang. Even if it was a total loss, it wouldn't affect his cashback, and on the contrary, the box office earnings wouldn't be counted in the cashback. If the movie wasn't released, his influence as best actor would be infinitely diminished. The entertainment industry was full of newcomers and constant traffic. He believed that in a few days, netizens would gradually forget about this best actor who had only shown his face once, but had no works. Outside Beijing Capital International Airport, Fu Hang stood on the steps outside the exit, carrying a guitar on his back. His preparations were thorough. Worried about being recognized, he didn't hesitate to use the crew's makeup artist to give him a complete makeover. He changed his hairstyle. His originally neat and sharp haircut now looked somewhat scruffy. He also had stubble, and with the makeup artist touch-ups, he truly had a bit of a street artist's weathered look. A worn-out old leather jacket hung loosely on his shoulders, the open collar revealing a unique metal necklace underneath. His jeans were full of holes. Who knows where Longa found them? He stared at the side entrance of the airport, his eyes melancholic and affectionate. Thanks to Andy Lau, thanks to director Liu, thanks to CCTV, thanks to TVB. Several months in the film crew had greatly improved his professionalism. Now, he was becoming more adept at controlling and rendering emotions. His role today was a down-and-out singer waiting for his beloved. Soon, the lover he had longed for would come out of that side door, and he would publicly offer the song he composed out of longing with his guitar on his back. He would sing affectionately in the crowd, and his lover would walk towards him through the crowd. Just as Li Weiyang was about to cross the road, vehicles arranged by Baldy Long would pass in front, blocking Li Weiyang's view. And just as the vehicles passed and Fu Hang reappeared in Li Weiyang's sight, a splendid curtain would rise behind him. This was a 3D projection, the projected image being the coffee shop that held special meaning for both of them. In Li Weiyang's view, Fu Hang would be standing by the booth where they once sat. The booth would be empty, with a caramel latte and a cappuccino on the table. The bubble machine, temporarily installed overhead last night, would then spray colorful bubbles all over the sky, and the second car would stop behind Li Weiyang at this moment. The stagehands borrowed from the crew would quickly pull an arch made of fresh flowers from behind Li Weiyang, enveloping her. Low-key yet luxurious, pure yet romantic. The love-brain Li Weiyang loved this kind of thing the most. The corner of Fu Heng's stubbled mouth lifted slightly, and his gaze towards the airport's side entrance softened. Because he saw today's leading lady, Li Weiyang was still full of charm. Her pinned-up long hair and scattered bangs gave her a strong wife feel, a unique charm of a mature woman. Capri pants, a small suit, pure black matte high heels, highlighted her urban style as a career woman. Fu Heng felt a slight regret. This outfit was slightly lacking, a bit out of sync with the scene setting for a while. It would have been better if Li Weiyang wore a white dress today. But it didn't matter. Today, although you were the leading lady, the show is all on me. Fu Heng slowly stood up, his fingers resting on the guitar strings. He was starting to cast. Prepare to welcome the storm of love. Beside him, Baldy Long looked grave, his right hand subconsciously pressing his earpiece. His task today was also heavy. He was the on-site director, responsible for perfectly coordinating the cooperation between various units. He had failed in his duty at Weiyang Entertainment that day. Although Fu Heng didn't punish him, the apartment his sister-in-law gave him stung his cheeks. He had to ensure that all units proceeded orderly today, especially the timing of each node. Wait, Fu Heng's voice suddenly became grave, and his body involuntarily hid behind Baldy Long's massive frame. Because when he saw Li Weiyang, he also saw the beautiful flight attendant following her. That iconic flight attendant uniform, that peerless face that one would never easily forget after seeing it once. The key was this was a flight attendant the system had flagged with a pop-up window. Damn system, do you have to play like this? Fu Heng's eyes twitched, and he gritted his teeth in hatred. Li Weiyang was empty-handed, while the suitcase in the flight attendant's hand was clearly not a standard airline suitcase. Flight attendants on duty would absolutely not use such an expensive suitcase. What was going on? How did they end up together? Fu Heng was very anxious, given the system's usual antics. Who knew how big a trap was hidden here? A woman flagged by the system. If he were to go all out in her face later, even if she wasn't the target, he wouldn't be surprised if the aftershock blew up something. Fu Heng insisted on coming to Beijing to pick her up precisely to avoid any other accidents on site. There were too many clients in Hansheng. He felt that the script of his life was getting more and more skewed recently. Plan canceled. Fu Heng focused his mind for a long time, quickly unstrapped the guitar, and stuffed it into Baldy Long's arms. He dared not take the risk, because Li Weiyang had already seen Baldy Long's very distinctive figure in the crowd. Having Baldy Long stand by his side was intended to let Li Weiyang see him at a glance. Otherwise, with his changed appearance, Li Weiyang might not really be able to find him in the crowd. Cancel. Baldy Long was slightly stunned. Cancel all subsequent plans. You go quickly, Fu Heng said anxiously, but with a faint smile on his face, he slowly approached. Because he was sure that the flight attendant was following Li Weiyang. As Li Weiyang came over, the flight attendant also followed curiously, pulling the suitcase, silently trailing behind. On the street outside the airport, the crowd surged like a tide, coming and going in endless flow. The sounds of clamor, footsteps, and car horns intertwined, like the city's never-stopping pulse. Fu Heng stood quietly in this sea of people, the surrounding bustle seeming to have nothing to do with him. His gaze was firm and affectionate, piercing through the bustling crowd. Even though he was alert and vigilant in his heart, the emotional rendering at this moment was still very full. Li Weiyang moved slowly through the crowd like a light pedal. Unsure of what subtle sense it was, her footsteps suddenly slowed. Looking up, her eyes met Fu Heng's in midair. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. The surrounding noise gradually faded, leaving only the sound of each other's heartbeats, one after another, like affectionate drumbeats. They looked at each other quietly, without needing words. Fu Heng's eyes were full of deep longing, an affection condensed from countless days and nights of concern. Li Weiyang's eyes also sparkled with infatuation. Past moments surfaced in her eyes one by one. A gentle breeze blew, rustling their hair, as if gently narrating their unspoken attachments. At this moment, the world seemed to be left with only the two of them. Ahem. 3 people. The beautiful flight attendant Zheng Shuili followed Li Weiyang apprehensively, her mind preoccupied with how to ask Li Weiyang not to make things difficult for her during the company's follow-up visit. When she came out, She didn't see any pickup vehicles. Still suspicious, she saw Li Weiyang's footsteps suddenly slow down. She observed carefully and followed Li Weiyang's gaze to the weathered man standing in the crowd. This was the very important person she mentioned. Zhang Xueli's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of doubt flashing in her eyes. This man. Zhang Xueli's gaze quickly swept over his face, first focusing on his wrist, where a cheap metal bracelet was tied, clearly a street stall item, with a corner of its metallic paint chipped. Then her gaze moved down to the leather shoes on his feet. Half-new, half-old riding boots, the style wasn't bad. But she recognized the brand. It wouldn't exceed 1,000 yuan. Then her gaze moved up. The cuffs of the torn jeans had severe trampling marks, so the holes weren't by design, but from long wear and tear. The style of the leather jacket was quite fashionable, but the mottling on it similarly told the world of its weathered past. Such a unique taste. Zhang Xueli was speechless, her gaze once again fixed on the stubbled face. It did have a bit of a weathered uncle vibe, but a weathered uncle referred to temperament, not actual destitution. Actually, when she saw Li Weiyang on the plane, Zhang Xueli had made some guesses. Such a young and beautiful woman, dressed in designer brands, flying first class. 9 times out of 10, she was a kept woman. So when she followed her out, she had also thought about meeting this woman's gold panner. Didn't she insist on transferring to an international flight because the men she could come into contact with on this route were of higher quality? Li Weiyang's carefulness when changing clothes in the VIP lounge, her hurried steps after leaving the VIP lounge, all indirectly confirmed her guess. She hadn't thought about interfering, just held a sense of camaraderie, wanting to see others' achievements and strengthen her own convictions. But she hadn't expected that the person Li Weiyang mentioned would be such a man. A kept man? A pretty boy? A question arose in Zhang Xueli's mind. Taking the gold panner's money and then keeping a pretty boy in turn was very common in their circle. Love what I love loves me. Even foot bath technicians can go for a massage when they're physically tired. Zhang Xueli bit her lip, a trace of disdain flashing in her eyes. She instantly lost interest in the man before her, not even bothering to look at his face properly. She thought she was a high-level senior, but now it seemed she was just a woman luckier than herself. Li Weiyang's steps were steady and slow, Fu Hang's 60-second voice message from his phone echoing in her mind. Longing is a very mysterious thing. Gradually, Li Weiyang wanted to laugh, her eyes welling up. She had imagined what Fu Hang would look like when she saw him again, but she really hadn't expected that Fu Hang would appear before her like this. Scruffy, unkempt. But Li Weiyang didn't feel unvalued because of Fu Hang's current appearance. She saw his longing for her in his sparse stubble. Had he also been sleepless for days, thinking about her? That's why he didn't bother to tidy himself up and came from Hanqiang early to wait at the airport entrance. The distance between the two gradually shortened until they were less than a meter apart. Neither of them spoke, just quietly looking at each other. At this moment, silence was more eloquent than words. But Fu Hang was panicking, because that flight attendant was just following them. Although she only glanced at him casually, just standing there, within firing range, made it difficult for him to draw his gun. It would accidentally injure this innocent. Zhang Xueli was also very embarrassed at this moment. She sensibly stood at a safe social distance, but the atmosphere in front of her made her toes curl. Don't you have any shame? Are you filming an idol drama? But she didn't dare to make a sound because of today's work mistake. The company would definitely follow up with first-class customers. At that time, if this woman expressed even a slight dissatisfaction, it would become pressure that the bald director would exert on her. She now needed this woman's friendliness and understanding. Sorry, there's a bit of an accident. I made you wait a long time. Li Weiyang finally spoke. She really wanted to reach out and touch the stubble on Fu Hang's face, but this was a public place, and there was someone standing behind her. Her reserve made her a little shy. Accident? Are you okay? Fu Hang's expression changed, and he anxiously looked Li Weiyang up and down. This abrupt change in emotion made Li Weiyang's heart leap with joy. But Zhang Xueli, standing behind, felt nauseated. Isn't that too exaggerated? Is this his level? This Ms. Li is really desperate. Zhang Xueli immediately mourned for this woman's gold panner for 3 seconds. Your money was truly wasted. Involuntarily, Zhang Xueli secretly raised her eyes and began to carefully examine this scruffy man. Then, her expression flickered like she'd been caught off guard. He looks a bit familiar. It's nothing, just got my clothes dirty by accident. Oh, give me the suitcase, my ride is here. Li Weiyang turned and took the suitcase from the flight attendant's hand. I apologize for today's incident. Zhang Xueli bowed again in apology, but as she bent down, her brow furrowed tightly. It's him? She finally remembered who this man in front of her was. The man who was also in first class on the plane, but was the only one whose eyes showed disgust toward her. This man had made a very deep impression on her. In her life, he was truly the only man who had looked at her with such disdain. That one look had once made her doubt her own appearance. And because of this doubt, she had agreed to the bald director's invitation that day and had that tasteless Western meal. Fortunately, she regained her confidence from the bald director and thus obtained a spot to transfer to the international route. But this man wasn't with this Ms. Lee at that time, was he? That girl was also very beautiful, even more so than herself, and young. Looked like she was still in school. So, an expert? Straightening up, Zhang Xueli looked at Fu Hang with different eyes. This is an expert, a true expert. Because that day in first class, she had noticed Fu Hang first and deliberately approached him. She couldn't recognize Fu Hang's clothes because there were no logos, but she recognized the production year of the watch on his hand at a glance. But his image that day and today were completely different, okay? Li Weiyang didn't notice the change in Zhang Xueli's expression. She silently pulled the suitcase, pushed it into Fu Hang's hand, took Fu Hang's arm, and prepared to leave. She had actually been paying attention to Fu Hang, and Fu Hang's performance was perfect. His eyes were only on her, completely ignoring the flight attendant next to him, whose beauty was no less than her own, not even sparing her a glance. Ms. Li, Zhang Xueli suddenly spoke again. Could you give me your contact information? Zhang Xueli's eyes flickered, her tone hesitant. Didn't I say it's okay? Just throw this dress away from me. Li Weiyang finally showed a trace of impatience, her mood of reuniting with Fu Hang once again affected. Sorry, it's like this. The company might have a follow-up visit later. Zhang Xueli stammered, uneasily glancing at Fu Hang, and silently lowered her head. The moment she lowered her head, her eyes downcast, she exuded a hint of unspoken shyness. Fu Hang smelled a faint tea fragrance and became even more alert. Enough is enough. I've tried every way to avoid firing at you. And you're still coming? Li Weiyang didn't think much of it. After a moment of contemplation, she took out a business card from her handbag. This is my assistant. You can contact her. Zhang Xueli took the business card, her eyes trembling again. Assistant? But before she could say anything more, Li Weiyang had already taken Fu Hang's arm and left. Lowering her head and seeing the title on it clearly, Zhang Xueli's mouth twitched. Assistant to the president of Weiyang Entertainment. She's the president of Weiyang Entertainment? This man really has something. Zhang Xueli returned to the airport, feeling anxious and uncertain, only to run into the purser from the same flight at the entrance. The purser had actually been following along. If this mistake of Zhang Xueli's was pursued, she would also be implicated to some extent. How did it go? Did Ms. Lee have any other requests? This dress isn't cheap. Do we need to compensate? The purser asked Zhang Xueli with concern. I hope she really doesn't mind. Zhang Xueli shook her head, troubled, and handed the business card to the purser. But the purser merely glanced at it, showing no surprise. He looks more handsome in person than on TV. The purser muttered, staring at the departing figures in the distance. You like this type? Zhang Xueli followed her gaze and forced a reply. But in the next instant, she whipped her head around to look at the purser. On TV? You know him. You don't. The purser was also surprised. Zhang Xueli became even more suspicious, looking at the figure again. You haven't been watching the news lately? I just got transferred to international flights. I'm memorizing regulations and practicing foreign languages every day. Where'd I find time to watch the news? Who is he? Is he very famous? Best actor. The purser opened her phone and found the video of the awards ceremony. Watching the video, Zhang Xueli confirmed it was Fu Hang, because in the video, he looked very similar to how he did when they last met. So, Zhang Xueli lowered her head, staring at the business card in her hand. Best actor. A best actor kept by the company president. Fu Hang, walking hand in hand, tilted his head slightly. Baldy Long understood and quickened his pace to take the suitcase from Fu Hang's hand. When Fu Hang handed him the suitcase, he gave him an inconspicuous look. Baldy Long understood immediately and returned a knowing glance. Fu Hang was very satisfied. Baldy Long still had a good understanding with him. This glance was Fu Hang reminding him to execute Plan B. Originally, when designing today's pickup ceremony, he had considered two plans. One of them was because he was worried that someone at the airport would post a video online and he'd be recognized, so he'd set those flashy ceremonies at a certain restaurant. Where's the car? Li Weiyang tilted her head, glancing at Baldy Long, who had fallen a few steps behind and was pressing his earpiece. It's just ahead, but I want to walk with you for a bit. Fu Heng tilted his head, looking at Li Weiyang affectionately. Plan B needed time to prepare. Li Weiyang's heart sweetened, stirred by his gaze, and she couldn't help but tighten her grip on Fu Heng's arm. Fu Heng's appearance today was vastly different from usual, but that sense of unfamiliarity and novelty made her heart flutter even more. There was a reason why game companies sold skins so well. She suddenly realized that Fu Heng's seemingly scruffy appearance now was actually the result of careful grooming. Because she was closer, she noticed that Fu Heng's stubble and eyebrows had been trimmed, and the faint shadow on his cheekbones wasn't dark circles, but a makeup effect. Fu Heng actually put on makeup to see her. Inside the airport, the purser made a few polite remarks and left happily. She actually looked down on this Zheng Xiuli immensely. As purser, she knew very well why Zheng Xiuli came to the international route. Another seductive vixen had come to snatch her position. After the purser left, Zheng Xiuli was still immersed in her surprise, her thoughts somewhat muddled. Ms. Li, is the gold panner keeping the best actor? So who was the girl with him that day? Another gold panner? Because that girl had also left a deep impression on her. Pure eyes, a sweet smile, but a very sharp aura, the temperament of a high-ranking person clearly cultivated since childhood. So, the best actor's other gold panner? Or is it just the entertainment industry playing games? Can I have your contact information? A low voice sounded beside her ear, interrupting Zheng Xiuli's thoughts. Zheng Xiuli looked up in surprise, only to see a formidable man in black. She subconsciously looked him up and down, and the joy in her heart faded. Another one lusting after a swan. A professional smile appeared on her face, and just as she was about to organize her words, the man in black before her spoke again. I'm asking for my boss. Your boss. Zheng Xiuli was stunned. The man in black didn't speak, merely glanced towards the side entrance outside the airport. With that one glance, Zheng Xiuli understood instantly. A sense of self-satisfaction spread in her heart. She finally understood why he had glared at her on the plane that day and ignored her at the airport today. He really was a best actor. Zheng Xiuli smiled shyly and softly recited her phone number. She suddenly felt a little expectant. What kind of attitude would this best actor have when he contacted her? The man in black got the number and left silently. And Baldy Long, walking slowly behind Fu Heng, pressed his earpiece again. After hearing the report from inside, he smiled meaningfully. Those two idiots, Nian Bing and Lu Bo, how could they understand what a confidant is or what a man is? Just now, the boss's glance, only a true iron-blooded man like himself could clearly and accurately grasp its spirit, right? But the boss is indeed the boss. The moment he saw that flight attendant, he decisively abandoned the ceremony he had prepared for so long. Is this the man who walked out of the Azura field? Could it be that this flight attendant will also be arranged to go to Chunfeng, Jiyuan later? He still needed to work harder. Otherwise, he really wouldn't be able to keep up with this man's unrestrained pace. The boss's plan wasn't used today. So could he secretly use it on Xiaoru? Xiaoru has been very busy with work lately. When he looked for her a few days ago to arrange for a house, she didn't even have time to see him. Come to think of it, he really hadn't been to Xiaoru's place for a long time. This is the helplessness of men. It's hard to balance work and life. How about letting Xiaoru also live in Chunfeng Jiyuan? The boss's wife just gave him an apartment. This way, after the boss goes home, he would also have more time to spend with Xiaoru. Baldy Long's thoughts wandered, his gaze on the figure in front of him once again full of emotion. But Fu Heng, walking, turned his head and found this guy was still there. Weren't you supposed to be arranging Plan B? Plan B was ultimately not implemented. Fu Heng and Li Weiyang strolled on the street for a long time, until Li Weiyang's high heels could no longer bear it, and Baldy Long expressed confusion at Fu Heng's hints. Fu Heng waved his hand helplessly, letting Baldy Long have someone bring the car over. Let's find a place to eat, then stay in Beijing for a day, and go back tomorrow. After getting in the car, Fu Heng spoke softly. Between a man and a woman whose relationship hadn't clearly reached that step, the implication of staying for a day was very clear. Fu Heng had figured it out on the way here. He wanted to get his first win in Beijing, attack one stronghold, take down the server's first kill in one fell swoop, and get the first settlement reward. The top supporter sister's 67% was just a final push away. If the romantic pickup wasn't enough, he wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice his looks and dedicate himself to his career. Facing the married Li Weiyang, his guilt would be somewhat lessened. Let's go back now, I'm not hungry. Li Weiyang, however, lowered her eyes, avoiding Fu Heng's affectionate gaze. Fu Heng was slightly surprised. What does that mean? After eating, shopping, buying gifts, and watching a movie, You tell me you want to go home? Are you playing games too? I don't want to. Outside. Li Weiyang's almost inaudible voice came again. Fu Heng's eyebrow twitched. He understood this sentence. At this time, a man shouldn't be too eager or insistent. Fu Heng wasn't looking for a taste. He wanted to push the affection level to its peak. Fu Heng replied in a deep voice, instructing Baldy Long to drive directly back to Hansheng. It seemed the plan wouldn't be needed. He didn't know if this wave could still be a critical hit without the romantic prelude. Everything seemed to fall into place, naturally. With a 67% affection level, Li Weiyang seemed even more eager than Fu Heng. During a break at a service area, Fu Heng suggested getting something to eat, but Li Weiyang only bought a few meat pies at the service area. Fu Heng had no other opinions. After buying 2 energy drinks for Baldy Long, he drove straight on. This couldn't help but remind Fu Heng of the 2 times he had sped on the highway to get a room in another city. This actually made Fu Heng feel a little conflicted again. But then, Fu Heng thought of Lana's words, wanting it both ways. This is work, Fu Heng reminded himself. The back row of the commercial vehicle had 2 independent seats. During the journey, Fu Heng and Li Weiyang didn't appear particularly intimate. They talked a lot, but it was all trivial matters. For example, Weiyang Entertainment or Ganlu Milk Tea, but the content of their conversation seemed very restrained, both deliberately avoiding some sensitive topics. For example, the shareholders of Ganlu Milk Tea or the 2 artists of Weiyang Entertainment. And similarly, as the destination approached, their topics gradually decreased until a long silence. Only occasional eye contact, then a smile at each other. Fu Heng smiled affectionately. Li Weiyang smiled shyly. The sun set in the west. The crescent moon rose, and the early spring night, accompanied by the cheerful chirping of insects, exuded the breath of all things reviving. It was the breeding season for animals again. The vehicle drove directly into Yinshu Binjiang. Baldy Long sat quietly in the car, not even getting out to help with the luggage. And after the 2 got out of the car, Baldy Long drove away in a flash. Because at the service area, he suddenly realized that Fu Heng's glance at him earlier might have had other meanings. No way. His knowledge accumulation was still too weak. Since he had time today, he should hurry back to school and borrow a few more books. This was Li Weiyang's first time at Yinshu No. 1. She showed no surprise that Fu Heng owned such a luxurious mansion. After all, this was a man who had spent billions on her. But after entering the house, Li Weiyang subtly sized things up. The slippers at the door, the arrangement and placement of items in the house. Soon, Li Weiyang got the information she wanted. There were signs of inhabitation here. Fu Heng usually lived here, but there was no woman here. I'm going to take a shower. I've been on the road all day. Just after putting on her slippers, Li Weiyang hadn't even sat down in the living room when she weakly spoke, holding onto her suitcase. The bedroom is upstairs. I'll help you with the suitcase. Fu Heng subconsciously spoke, taking the suitcase and leading the way. Upstairs, Fu Heng put down the suitcase, and Li Weiyang stood aside awkwardly. I'll go downstairs and make some tea, flower tea, or black tea. Fu Heng suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Either is fine. Li Weiyang nodded shyly, her gaze evasive. Fu Heng turned and went downstairs, but just as he reached the bottom, the uncomfortable feeling in Fu Heng's heart grew stronger. Didn't they say it would happen naturally? Why does it feel like a routine? I remind myself this is work, but why do you also seem to be completing some kind of task? Fu Heng lit a cigarette for himself, vigorously scratching his scalp, only then realizing that the hair wax on his head was sticky. He hadn't removed his makeup yet. Fu Heng, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, took off the old leather jacket. After a moment's thought, he also took off the jeans that had been through who knows how many hands. Walking into the bathroom of the maid's room on the first floor, Fu Heng randomly washed his hair with hand soap. While washing his hair, Fu Heng felt the stubble on his face. It seemed the razor was upstairs. Fu Heng rubbed his chin hard, his gaze falling on the shower room inside. Did I just wash my hair with hand soap? Fu Heng looked bewildered and simply went in to take a shower. When he came out, Fu Heng was troubled again. No clean clothes. Opening the closet, Fu Heng rummaged inside like a first-time guest. He actually found a bathrobe. Come to think of it, Fu Heng carefully recalled, he had only come in to look at this house on the day it was handed over. Fortunately, being a system product, it was very well prepared. Fu Heng, wrapped in a bathrobe, commando style, returned to the bedroom. He looked up at the stairs. There was no movement. Fu Heng licked his lips, feeling that something was wrong. Too smooth? He walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the night view of Hansheng. Outside, the lights were bright, and the city's hustle and bustle and worldly fireworks remained. Fu Hang slapped his head, finally understanding where the problem lay. Damn it. I'm here to goose the numbers. Jumping in so casually, is this going to tank our ratings? But now that the gloves were off and we were about to throw down, was it too late to get ready for a rumble? Should I ask Baldy Long to gear up? Fu Hang swiveled in his chair, catching the breeze, and felt a sudden wave of the blues. With the pear blossom storm spear in hand, and the world-ending Wei Yong saber unsheathed, calling Baldy Long up at this time? Are you kidding? Shen Qingluan hadn't been doing well these past few days. She felt a very familiar taste. It was the taste of Fu Hang fawning over her punctually every day for the past 6 years. Logically, it seemed everything had returned to the beginning, and she should be happy about it. But having experienced so much, she knew that returning to the beginning meant Fu Hang was drifting away from her. Fu Hang was no longer that fawning game booster. This made her very anxious, very irritable. But these days, Lana was probably busy with the acquisition of Huana Entertainment and had no time for her, leaving early and returning late, and she couldn't see her at the company. Occasionally, when she invited her to eat, she would also decline with the excuse of dieting. Dieting. This woman dared to eat 6 high-calorie, high-sugar, high-milk ice creams in one go. Just like that little monster upstairs. Thinking of the one upstairs, Shen Qingluan deflatedly glanced at her own chest and slumped onto the sofa in distress. You don't only like big ones, you even... Then, Shen Qingluan became even more dejected. Zhuge Yun's challenge had failed. It was said she was punished severely and hadn't been seen home these past few days. It seemed that plan wouldn't work. What was wrong with this man? To say he had physical problems. That little vixen upstairs was radiant every day, and the foreigner next door also gave a deep review. Her skills were terrifyingly profound. Did he really not fancy her? Shen Qingluan pouted, habitually taking out her phone again. It was time for her daily peeking and checking. Shen Qingluan's gaze fixed again, her body slowly sitting up. Because on her screen, she saw a figure in a bathrobe. He's staying there tonight. Then, Shen Qingluan's eyes suddenly narrowed. Because above that window, she saw a figure move. A woman? Shen Qingluan tilted her head slightly. That's not right. When she came back just now, she glanced, and the lights on the 9th floor were on. Lana? Shen Qingluan quickly ran to the balcony. The lights opposite were also on, weren't they? Shen Qingluan's expression became strange. She strained her head out, but due to the limited angle, she couldn't see the situation downstairs at all. Holding her phone, she was very anxious and rushed into the elevator wearing slippers. Running out of the apartment building, Shen Qingluan looked up and carefully counted, room by room. The 2 on the 2nd floor were there, Lana on the 6th floor was also there, and there was someone on the 9th floor. So who did I see just now? She stared at her phone, her eyes wide, but due to equipment limitations, she couldn't see clearly at all, and a shadow in the window above flashed by and didn't appear by the window again. But vaguely, she felt that figure had a very large, but Li Weiyang? Or some other woman? A strong surge of jealousy erupted in her heart, and she almost unthinkingly rushed towards her sports car. The sports car roared and sped out of the residential complex. What's going on? As the sports car left, a middle-aged woman rushed out of the mahjong room in the complex. Don't know. She rushed out in her pajamas. At the entrance of the convenience store, a young man cracking sunflower seeds shrugged. Shen Qingluan. The middle-aged woman snatched a handful of sunflower seeds from his hand. Yeah, seems like she was wearing slippers too. Does that count as dangerous driving? She wears high heels every day. She definitely has shoes in the car. Why was she in such a hurry? The middle-aged woman had a gossipy look on her face. The young man looked up, giving the middle-aged woman a look as if she were an idiot. The look was very clear. Why would you think I know? The middle-aged woman's mouth twitched, suddenly feeling that the sunflower seeds in her mouth weren't fragrant anymore. She looked down left and right, took out her phone, and in a group labeled Entertainment Frontline, sent a message. Where is Fu Hang now? Yinshu no. 1. A nickname called Most Handsome Security Guard in History, replied a few seconds later. Did he take a woman back? Which one? The middle-aged woman's eyes widened abruptly. She spat out the sunflower seed shells in her mouth and popped another handful in. But the next moment, a notification popped up in the group. This group has been disbanded. The middle-aged woman was completely stunned. Then her phone rang. Looking at the number, the middle-aged woman's face immediately fell. Report to Kingshuan Reservoir tomorrow morning. The call was answered, and a low voice came through. Then, can you tell me who Fu Hang brought over today? A busy tone sounded. The call was directly hung up. Fu Hang racked his brains, rummaged through boxes and cabinets, and finally, before Li Weiyang came downstairs, found a pack of candles. These were left over from his birthday last year when he celebrated alone. And birthday candles. These aren't useful either, are they? How long can they burn? Don't let the candles go out before the sweet nothings are finished. That would truly be blowing out the lamp and pulling out the wax. This little thing, it's barely enough to set a mood. Could it be used for dripping? For a first friendly exchange, bringing this out? Wouldn't he be seen as a pervert? Don't let performance fall short and get docked for it. Holding the candles, Fu Hang's face was full of melancholy. Still not taking work seriously enough. There's plan A, plan B. Why not prepare plan C, plan D? Facing the top client, he only prepared 2 plans. What kind of system is this? Where's the conscientiousness of a worker? Footsteps sounded from behind. Fu Hang, slightly tensed, silently putting down the candles in his hand. The kettle in the kitchen was still steaming. The smart kettle's notification sound still beeping. Fu Hang lowered his head, carefully cleaning the tea set, pretending not to hear the footsteps behind him. A pair of jade-like hands passed under his armpits, gently hugging him from behind. Fu Hang's body trembled slightly, shocked for a moment. Finished washing? Tea will be ready soon. Fu Hang's voice was gentle. He subconsciously wanted to turn around, but found that the person behind him was holding him very tightly, so tight that if he wanted to turn around, he would have to break free from this embrace. Even a man with the lowest EQ would understand at this point that the woman behind him didn't want him to turn around now. Fu Hang stopped what he was doing, carefully feeling the softness behind him. Since there were no auxiliary props or scenes, then it was time to show his true skills. SIMP, brother is a professional. Neither of them spoke. Fu Hang slowly raised his palm and gently pressed it on the jade hands clasped around his chest. This slight touch, however, made Li Weiyang's body behind him tremble slightly, but the next moment, she hugged him even tighter. Fu Hang's hand covered the back of her crossed hands, gently stroking, then slowly extending towards her arm. Her slender forearm trembled slightly as his palm brushed past. She was actually nervous? As Fu Hang's palm moved up her arm, the body behind him trembled more and more violently. Fu Hang could even feel goosebumps on her arm. So sensitive? This didn't seem like a divorced woman. There's something I want to tell you. A faint whisper came from behind. What is it? Fu Hang's hand movements didn't stop. He replied gently. To suddenly bring it up at this time, it was clearly something very important, or something Li Weiyang considered very important to say. And at this moment, Fu Hang should be looking directly into her eyes, as this would help enhance the emotional impact. But Li Weiyang's hands still held him very tightly. Fu Hang was helpless and immediately changed tactics. He raised his left hand and, in the same manner, slowly reached for Li Weiyang's other arm. And he slowly raised his head, gently rubbing the top of her head, which was pressed against his back, with the back of his own head. The body control ability of a grandmaster was no joke. His whole body was a weapon. I'm actually still a virgin. The voice from behind became even more delicate, like a newborn kitten. Fu Hang's raised neck stiffened, his mind suddenly unable to keep up. No, you're telling me this now? No. What did you say? No. Weren't you married? When you got married, I even got the settlement reward. And you're a returning player now, aren't you? Your salary is double that of others. Okay? You're telling me this now? Wang Haitao. He even drugged Shen Qingluan. You're telling me he couldn't perform? Fu Hang completely failed to understand what Li Weiyang was trying to express. Staring at the ceiling, he pulled at the corner of his mouth, his face full of suspicion. Big sister, I don't have this kind of fetish. It's work. Why so many particulars? I have a congenital defect, so he never touched me. I went abroad this time, precisely to get treatment. Fu Hang was utterly bewildered. His limited knowledge truly couldn't effectively connect the plot. Because of a defect, so for half a year of marriage, your husband never touched you? Then can I understand it as, I also prepared for nothing today. You dragged me back from Beijing in such a hurry. Didn't even let me have a hot meal, just to tell me this? A woman follows a man home, doesn't even drink a sip of water after entering, and goes straight to take a shower. Looking through all records, domestic and foreign, and browsing through countless books, this action is very clear, isn't it? And then you tell me this? I don't mean anything else, I just want to tell you. I'm clean, I'm whole. Li Weiyang's hands holding Fu Hang tightened, but due to the prolonged effort, her body trembled even more violently. A shot put is also very whole. What's the damn use? I can't cut it open either. I've never cared about these things. Feelings don't need to be measured by the body. Two souls touching, intertwining, and merging is the most beautiful thing in the world. Fu Hang spoke in a low voice, his tone full of longing. I like you, that's all. Fu Hang's voice was very clear and firm. Of course, if he weren't commando under his bathrobe at this moment, it might have been more convincing. Although he didn't understand what Li Weiyang was trying to express, the mood had been built up to this point, and Fu Hang's ability to play along was recognized by Andy Lau. Affection level. A little push in emotions and feelings. Maybe it could go up. Love is pure and sacred, bright and great. How can it be measured or tainted by those sleazy, grubby, and trashy moves? But I once left you. Li Weiyang's voice was choked with sobs and filled with deep self-blame. I believe you must have had other reasons at that time. Fu Hang's tone didn't change, but the pity and understanding in his emotions were not concealed in the slightest. No, at that time I just felt. Weiyang. Fu Hang forcefully interrupted her. Time to show off his skills. Ghost Blade activated. Turn around and strike. The hand resting on her smooth forearm exerted a little force, slowly prying Li Weiyang's hands apart. Fu Hang turned around, pressing close to Li Weiyang. His gaze was as calm as flowing water, his eyes like the phoenix trees in late autumn. But the next moment, the flowing water almost turned into a waterfall. A phoenix soared from the phoenix tree, carrying flames that blazed and consumed the sky. Fu Hang's emotions became incoherent again. Didn't you say your body was flawed? Didn't you say you were very whole and couldn't do that? Then what's the meaning of you dressing like this now? Because Li Weiyang's hands were pried apart, perhaps due to the prolonged, tight embrace, her body instantly relaxed after releasing her hands. And as Fu Hang turned around, a fleeting glimpse, a momentary beauty, almost made Fu Hang's soul unsheath. It was a bright red silk dudu, Chinese halter top, with a pair of lifelike mandarin ducks embroidered on the chest. Intricate knotted cords were wrapped around her fair neck, and two thin silk ribbons playfully passed over her smooth back. Of course, that wasn't the key. The key was the dudu. It was just a dudu, and only a dudu. The aesthetic of our ancestors has been tempered and selected over thousands of years. The weight of the phrase ancestor approved was once again elevated at this moment. Damn the molten great demon. It was simply incomparable to this fallen fairy. Fu Hang swallowed, forgetting what he originally wanted to say. It's very shameful for a best actor to forget his lines. Fortunately, the co-star was also very shy at this moment. Li Weiyang's face was flushed, her head bowed very low, but it was this shy lowering of her head that was fatal. From Fu Hang's angle, her black hair cascaded over her shoulders, red silk wrapped around her back, and that exaggerated waist-to-hip ratio. Immeasurable blessings from the heavens. My Buddha is merciful. You didn't say. Fu Hang felt his tongue stiffen again. Cured. Li Weiyang raised her hand again, passed it under Fu Hang's armpit, and wrapped it around Fu Hang's waist, but this time, she held him very lightly. It's okay now? Fu Hang's head was full of black lines. I was just discussing the purity of souls with you, and, in the blink of an eye, you're telling me we can proceed with the dirty transaction? Li Weiyang tilted her head slightly, her burning cheek pressed against Fu Hang's chest. Fu Hang suddenly swept Li Weiyang off her feet and into his arms. To hell with soul merging. Buddy is just a simp. Work emphasizes practicality, being down-to-earth, and real talent, not just empty talk and promises. Don't go upstairs. Just as he took 2 steps, Li Weiyang in his arms spoke weakly. Fu Hang was stunned for a moment, but then understood. Another woman had slept upstairs. Perhaps Li Weiyang discovered something when she was showering just now. As you wish. Fu Hang's tone was full of tenderness, and he carried Li Weiyang towards the maid's room downstairs. But the arm wrapped around his neck tightened again. Fu Hang's footsteps paused, and he looked down at Li Weiyang. He saw Li Weiyang's gaze, through her bangs, looking towards the living room. There, you haven't. Have you? No. Fu Hang's mouth twitched. Li Weiyang lowered her head and said nothing. There. Fu Hang tried to confirm. You're acting a bit like a divorced woman now. Light the candles. Li Weiyang still kept her head down, burying it deep in Fu Hang's chest. The corners of Fu Hang's mouth curved up. He turned and looked at the birthday candles he had casually put down earlier. Doo-doo, red silk, bridal chamber candles. The sense of ceremony is here now. Ding-dong. The harsh doorbell rang like the roar of a nine hells evil ghost, piercing through layers of barriers from the abyss. Fu Hang's smile froze on his face, while Li Weiyang in his arms was clearly startled, curling up into a ball. Fu Hang looked towards the main door in surprise, while Li Weiyang timidly looked up at Fu Hang, her eyes filled with suspicion. Ding dong. The doorbell rang again, relentlessly, like the morning bell of a Zen temple, causing mountains and rivers to tremble and the mortal world to awaken. It couldn't be a delivery, could it? The number of people who knew he lived here could be counted on one hand. Fu Heng's expression gradually turned ugly. He used to be very puzzled. How much hatred did those villains who wanted to destroy the world harbor for this world? The world is so beautiful, why destroy it? But at this moment, he seemed to understand. Being tormented like this every day, anyone would go crazy, right? When Shen Qingluan arrived at the Yinshu Binjiang house, she rushed towards the floor-to-ceiling window without even changing her shoes. She raised her long-focused binoculars and looked for a long time, but saw no sign of anyone. The window of that room was lit, the light dim and soft. The screen of the floor-to-ceiling window had been drawn, but no figure moved in front of the window. But the fleeting glimpse of the figure in her phone just now gradually became clearer in her mind. Slender waist, perky buttocks. That was Li Weiyang. The more she thought about it, the more she felt it was Li Weiyang. Shen Qingluan's face darkened. Even if it were Zhuge Yun in the room opposite, she would feel better. But why would it be Li Weiyang? The Li Weiyang who had slapped her? The Li Weiyang whose ex-husband had drugged her and almost defiled her? A divorced woman? On what grounds? She really wanted to rush over and question Fu Heng right now. Where exactly was she inferior to her? But she quickly calmed down. Rushing over now would achieve nothing except annoy Fu Heng. Shen Qingluan put down the binoculars, staring at the window, emitting a soft glow in the distance, lost in thought. The digital clock on the wall had no second hand, but at this moment, her heavy heartbeat replaced the ticking sound that recorded time, one beat, then another, and another. After a long while, her eyes gradually lowered, a hint of determination flashing in them. She took a deep breath and took out her phone. Little sister Yuchu. Shen Qingluan's voice carried her usual gentleness, just like the warm and enthusiastic greeting in the corridor on the first day she met Qin Yuchu. Sister Qingluan? Qin Yuchu's voice, answering the call, held a hint of confusion. Fu Heng won Best Actor. I want to celebrate for Fu Heng. Do you want to come along? Shen Qingluan didn't beat around the bush, affectionately extending an inquiry and invitation. Now, Qin Yuchu's tone paused, the two words sounding exceptionally calm. Yes, I want to give Fu Heng a surprise. Shen Qingluan let out a mischievous giggle. Hasn't he gone to Beijing? Has he? I just saw him at Yinshu Binjiang. You saw Fu Heng at Yinshu Binjiang. Qin Yuchu's voice became even more placid. Oh, I also have a house at Yinshu Binjiang. I happen to be staying here today, and I saw the lights on at Yinshu No. 1. Shen Qingluan looked up, gazing at the distant window, her voice still gentle, but a cold light flickered in her eyes. The call fell silent. Qin Yuchu didn't answer, and Shen Qingluan didn't press. In front of the window of 909, Building 12, Chunfengjian, Qin Yuchu stood quietly. Holding her phone, her gaze was fixed on the cozy green landscaping of the complex below. Then, her gaze slowly moved, stopping on the GT900 that had just returned from repair. She understood Shen Qingluan's words. Shen Qingluan didn't want to give Fu Heng a surprise, but a fright. Yinshu No. 1. There was someone else. Okay. After a long while, Qin Yuchu smiled faintly, her clear eyes sparkling. Qin Yuchu still hadn't changed her clothes, just put on a jacket over her cotton pajamas. But the elevator didn't go to the first floor. Instead, it stopped on the second floor. Qin Yuchu knocked on the doors of 209 and 210 respectively. Soon, both doors opened. Shen Qingluan wants to celebrate Fu Heng winning Best Actor. Do you want to join? Fu Heng, holding Li Weiyang, walked to the door, his expression completely contorted. Because on the wall next to the entrance door on the screen of the video intercom, Fu Heng saw the person standing outside. Shen Qingluan? Why was she here? No, why did she know he lived here? Those not of our kind are sure to have different allegiances. A head of blonde hair surfaced in his mind, and a fierce glint flashed in Fu Heng's eyes. But this fierceness was quickly disturbed by the wriggling body in his arms. Li Weiyang also saw the person outside from the screen. Her expression was somewhat complicated. She turned her head away, pursed her lips, and a sense of desolation slowly gathered in her eyes. Ding dong! The doorbell rang again, like a soul-summoning banner's spirit-calming bell. Fu Heng awkwardly looked down and met Li Weiyang's desolate and complex gaze. This gaze was very blurry. Her eyes, which were full of spring just seconds ago, now carried the desolation of endless winter. Fu Heng understood this gaze. It was asking, should he open the door? Fu Hang opened his mouth, his face full of hesitation. Li Weiyang struggled again, and Fu Hang, helpless, loosened his arms around her. Her delicate body slipped from his embrace. Li Weiyang covered her chest with both hands and ran upstairs without looking back. Fu Hang subconsciously glanced at her alluring back, but not a trace of wicked thought arose in his heart. The hesitation just now would probably result in a performance deduction. But what if he didn't open the door? He had never told Shen Qingluan he lived here, so it must have been Lana who told her. But if it was Lana, that woman could open the door herself. Although Fu Hang had changed the password after that day, this kind of thing, if it could be cracked once, it could be cracked a second time. These unscrupulous geniuses. Fu Hang dare not gamble. If he really ignored it, and Shen Qingluan broken while he and Li Weiyang were having fun on the sofa, that would truly be his celebration. The Grandmaster would really go mad. Fu Hang sighed helplessly, staring at the screen on the wall in distress. Shen Qingluan, outside the door, showed no trace of impatience, pouting and looking left and right, her beautiful peach blossom eyes smiling. She was certain he was inside. Surprise! The door opened, and Shen Qingluan's exaggerated smile spread across her face. Fu Hang's mouth twitched. He didn't know what to say for a moment. What's wrong? Not happy. Shen Qingluan blinked, a trace of panic suddenly appearing in her expression. Why are you here? Fu Hang forced a smile. He really couldn't handle this Azura field. Li Weiyang had already seen Shen Qingluan, and at such a tense moment. Was he supposed to pretend no one was home and let Li Weiyang hide upstairs? The top supporter's sister might just quit the group. Can't I come? Shen Qingluan frowned, a hint of hesitation in her voice. Fu Hang licked his lips, his expression growing more complex. He didn't ask why Shen Qingluan knew he lived here. Asking would lead to another topic. Why did you never tell me where you live? Not inviting me in? Shen Qingluan's long eyelashes fluttered. Fu Hang silently made way. As he moved, Fu Hang realized he was still wearing a bathrobe. Fortunately, the scene just now had made him sheathe his sword, preventing the situation from becoming more awkward. However, after Shen Qingluan entered, her body suddenly froze, and she looked down at the matte black high heels on the floor. Did I come a bad time? Shen Qingluan didn't change her shoes, but looked at Fu Hang with a complicated expression. Huh, Qingluan is here. Fu Hang didn't speak, but Li Weiyang's voice came from behind. Fu Hang stiffly turned around and found that Li Weiyang had put on a shirt, but she was wearing a pair of sports shorts underneath. His shirt and shorts. Weiyang is here? Then I. Embarrassment appeared on Shen Qingluan's face. Her evasive gaze shifted to Fu Hang, but the questioning in that gaze was layered and intense. Come in. Fu Hang's fist clenched slightly. Is there a reliable scumbag training class? Help me with a link. Paid ones are fine too. Waiting online, it's urgent. I originally wanted to celebrate your Best Actor award. I didn't know Weiyang was here. Shen Qingluan didn't move, slowly raising her hands. Only then did Fu Hang see that Shen Qingluan was holding a bottle of red wine tied with a red ribbon. I also came to celebrate for Fu Hang. Li Weiyang had a faint smile on her face, but remained standing at a distance. How about I leave first? A look of disappointment flashed across Shen Qingluan's face, and her eyes, staring at Fu Hang, began to turn slightly red. Fu Hang's gaze was fixed on the central air conditioning switch on the wall. He really didn't know what to say. The situation was obvious. He was wearing a bathrobe, and Li Weiyang was wearing his shirt. No more words were needed. And this was Li Weiyang's first time here. But Shen Qingluan had come over familiarly. It was also difficult to explain. So choose one of two. No matter who he chose, the affection level would inevitably rise, but correspondingly, the other one would plummet. Affection level is very real. It won't be mixed with other performances. Logically, with Li Weiyang's 67% data, he should choose her. But standing at the door was Shen Qingluan, the #1 VIP who had cast aside everything to marry him. The Shen Qingluan who had gone offline and then come back online. Little sister Yu Chu, she will also come over later. Seeing Fu Hang's expression, Shen Qingluan subconsciously took a step back, seemingly wanting to leave. Just as she was about to step out the door, she looked directly into Fu Hang's eyes and suddenly spoke softly. Fu Hang's eyes widened abruptly, and Li Weiyang's body behind him also trembled imperceptibly. Qin Yuchu is coming? In the hearts of both Shen Qingluan and Li Weiyang, Qin Yuchu's status as the legitimate girlfriend was rock solid. This had been certified by Fu Hang's mother, Fu Wanqing. Shen Qingluan had her own plans and arrangements, but Li Weiyang had never thought about any official status. Of course, if Fu Hang was willing to marry her, she would agree without hesitation. But she knew she was divorced, even if she believed her own body was clean. Her father had talked to her a lot about this issue. The reason for her actions today was entirely due to her deep affection and devotion. She wanted to give herself to him, that's all. But now, hearing that Qin Yuchu was coming, she panicked. Being cornered by Shen Qingluan, she only felt anger and shame. But facing Qin Yuchu, she suddenly felt the embarrassment of a mistress caught in the act. Fu Hang's face grew uglier. Destroy it all. Does anyone have the contact information of a major villain? The kind who can destroy the world with a snap of their fingers. I can pay extra, get him to speed up the progress. When the GT900 entered Yinshu Binjiang, the security guard at the entrance looked very calm. After the vehicle entered, the new security guard opposite him seemed hesitant to speak, but was silenced by his sharp glare. The new security guard scratched his head, feeling his palms sweat. You want to go guard the reservoir too? The flat-headed security guard asked coldly. The new security guard shrank his neck, but his gaze towards the inside was still eager. A reminder, if you get transferred back, there's no Qingshuan for you to guard. The closest reservoir to the station is called Haishuadin. The new security guard's eyes instantly cleared. When Qin Yuchu rang the doorbell, it was still Fu Hang who opened the door. However, Fu Hang had already changed out of the bathrobe, and Li Weiyang had also changed back in her own clothes. But when the door opened, Fu Hang, as well as Shen Qingluan and Li Weiyang, who were sitting upright on the sofa, were all stunned. Qin Yuchu didn't come alone. Behind her were two other people, Ing Yanan and Zhuge Yun. I knew it. As soon as a fight starts in the top lane, it's bound to be a small team fight. Fu Hang tried to keep his expression normal, but he didn't dare to look Qin Yuchu directly in the eye. Sorry, I'm late. Qin Yuchu smiled sweetly and handed a large bag of barbecue to Fu Hang. Casually kicking off her shoes, she looked down at the shoe rack, but strangely didn't take any slippers from it, instead walking in barefoot. Li Weiyang, who had been carefully observing Qin Yuchu, curled her big toes. The pink slippers under her feet suddenly felt a bit hot. Ing Yanan, holding a case of beer, quietly looked at Fu Hang for 2 seconds, then silently placed the beer on the shoe cabinet, took a pair of blue slippers, and looked around as she entered the house. Zhuge Yun had already picked up a pair of slippers, but seeing Qin Yuchu walk in barefoot, she hesitated for a moment and quietly put them back. Fu Hang stared outside for a long time, not seeing that head of blonde hair, and felt a hint of surprise. The jungler isn't joining the team fight? Bad review. Lana doesn't seem well, said she's not coming. Qin Yuchu plopped down on the sofa and gave Li Weiyang a sweet, innocent look. This glance, with serene eyes and a sweet smile, made Li Weiyang feel uncomfortable all over. Fu Hang put the barbecue on the coffee table, then turned to move the case of beer. But as he carried the beer in, the 5 women neatly arranged on the sofa made him feel as if he had been hit by a frost shock, slowed, entangled, and frozen, with all sorts of debuffs stacked. I admit, I once had some unrealistic fantasies. Holding the pear blossom storm spear, riding the white dragon stepping on void horse, with peerless invincibility activated, charging in and out of the chaotic army 7 times. 1 rider against 1,000, 1 man holding the pass. But the style of the battlefield is definitely not like this now. Fu Hang dragged over a small stool and sat down across from the coffee table, looking like the cat that ate the canary. The sofa opposite was a standard 1+2+4 combination. Li Weiyang sat on the single sofa on the left. After Ing Yanan came in, she sat opposite her. Zhuge Yun hesitated for a long time, and after sensing the strange atmosphere on the 4-seater sofa in the middle, silently sat down next to Ing Yanan. On the 4-seater sofa in the middle, Shen Qingluan sat slightly to the left, while Qin Yuchu sat next to the right armrest. However, after Qin Yuchu sat down, she curled up her legs and comfortably sat cross-legged on the sofa. Shen Qingluan smiled, and after the barbecue was put down, she familiarly started unwrapping various packages. The bizarre gathering thus silently began. Fu Hang opened a bottle of beer for himself, tilted his head back and drank it all in one go, then let out a very relaxed and unrefined burp. He gave up. Let it be. If there were only 2, he felt he could still barely manage with his micromaneuvers. After all, he really had an economic advantage. 1v5, he wouldn't resist. These 5 women opposite him had output, control, and tankiness. The kicker was, there was also a queen bee holding an ace in the hole, ready to nuke the whole room. However, As he set down the empty beer bottle and his gaze drifted across the women's faces, he was floored to find that the atmosphere wasn't as tense as he'd expected, but more like harmonious? Congratulations. Qin Yuchu raised the can in her hand, smiling like a high school student who had just finished her final exams. Shen Qingluan immediately raised her glass as well, her head slightly tilted, 1,000 waves flowing in her peach blossom eyes. Ying Yanen's eyes were clear. She nudged Zhuge Yun with her wrist and raised her beer bottle. Zhuge Yun, belatedly, raised her cup with both hands. Li Weiyang, sitting alone, looked at Qin Yuchu with a complicated expression, silently picked up a cup, only to find it empty, and hurriedly reached for the beer bottle on the table. Fu Hang forgot how he drank his second bottle of beer, just as he didn't remember the third, fourth, fifth, and sixth bottles that followed. Looking at the mess on the coffee table before him, he only knew that the beer on the table was gone. The 5 women left one after another, and they had been gone for a long time, but Fu Hang's mind still echoed with that soul-stirring song. Pinching out the burnt-down cigarette, but Fu Hang's gaze once again rested on the mess on the coffee table. Used bamboo skewers were scattered haphazardly, some still with a bit of uneaten meat clinging to them, as if narrating the joy of the recent feast. Grease stains dotted the marble tabletop, forming irregular patterns, much like a chaotic and disordered memory. Upon closer inspection, it somewhat resembled Zhuge Yun's skirt from that day. Half-eaten grilled corn from Qin Yuchu lay forlornly on a plate, the kernels gnawed unevenly, looking like a heart gnawed to pieces by life. Empty beer bottles stood crookedly, like a few drunkards, teetering precariously, scattered about. They witnessed all the toasts and celebrations of this gathering, and also saw the complex emotions quietly breeding behind the laughter. This inexplicable gathering started dramatically, progressed bizarrely, and ended abruptly. Fu Hang still hadn't figured out what exactly happened today. The atmosphere of the party, starting from his second bottle of beer, inexplicably became harmonious. Several women who shouldn't have had anything in common actually chatted happily. They seemed like female neighbors who had come to freeload food and drinks under the pretext of celebrating for Fu Hang, their appearance reminding Fu Hang of his next-door roommates from college. Especially Qin Yuchu. She laughed with extraordinary abandon today, perhaps because she had given up after a long period of trying to conceive without success. She was drunk. She played finger-guessing games with Ying Yanen, talked about cosmetics with Shen Qingluan, discussed yoga and fitness with Li Weiyang, and gossiped about entertainment with Zhuge Yun. Fu Hang had never seen such a Qin Yuchu. She mingled among the women, adept and versatile, sometimes as innocent as a child, sometimes as unrestrained as a fool. Her unbridled laughter strangely built up the atmosphere, and the undercurrents hidden beneath the surface quietly sank to the riverbed amidst her hearty laughter. Shen Qingluan started to egg on Zhuge Yun, the currently popular little diva, to sing a song on the spot. Zhuge Yun was rubbing her fists, ready to pick a song on her phone, but Qin Yuchu forcefully slammed her beer bottle down, stunning everyone. "I got this." Qin Yuchu, mid-burp, slurred and pulled out her phone like a boss. Li Weiyang tilted her head slightly. Shen Qingluan showed surprise. Li Weiyang's eyes were full of anticipation, and Zhuge Yun quietly put down her phone. A strange melody played from the phone, and Fu Hang's eyebrows twitched. "This melody, I have nothing, just a bit noisy. If you feel lonely, I'll bring you excitement. I'll go around for you. It's no big deal, but can make you smile." With Yochu's singing, the eager atmosphere cooled slightly. Zhuge Yun's small mouth opened unconsciously, shocked by Qin Yochu's vocal conditions and singing skills. Li Weiyang's brow furrowed deeper, her guilty conscience detecting a completely different emotion in this singing voice than before. Shen Qingluan silently put down her lamb skewer, inconspicuously glancing at Fu Hang. Only Ying Yanen looked at Qin Yuchu with envy, clapping along to the rhythm. She had always wanted to sing. "Actually, I'm very troubled. You just can't see it. If I'm also unhappy, I'm afraid you'll turn around and run away. Falling in love with someone, you must make him believe how beautiful this world is." Qin Yochu's eyes were always fixed on Fu Hang. The slight intoxication made her eyes seem to have lost their usual purity, but it was precisely this turbidity that made Fu Hang's fake smile even more forced. "To everyone, I say I'm fine. My heart, my feelings, you don't need to understand. As long as I'm good to you. Do you want this kind of gentleness?" The smile on Li Weiyang's face disappeared, and she bit her lips slightly. Shen Qingluan's smile bloomed with gentleness, but her hand resting on her thigh unconsciously clenched into a fist. Zhuge Yun looked away in alarm, quickly scanning the faces of the other women. Ing Yanen's clapping hand paused slightly. She suddenly seemed unable to find a beat. Actually, who do you love me as? I can play any role. Whether I'm happy or not doesn't matter. To make you happy, I forgot whether I was tired or not. Actually, who do you love me as? I can give any expression. I learned from you how to cry. A crystal-clear teardrop seeped from Qin Yochu's turbid eyes. Fu Hang had never seen such a pure water droplet. The smile on his face completely disappeared, and he just quietly watched the girl singing affectionately opposite him. Inexplicably, he suddenly thought of the first time Qin Yuchu showed off her tea art in front of him, fooling Lei Lu into a daze. At that time, Fu Hang had given a professional critique. Too many tears, and given too early. However, at this moment, Fu Hang no longer had such thoughts. This tear was given just right. Not overly exaggerated, not lacking in subtlety. The tear condensed in her eye socket, slid down her fair cheek, but at the moment it left her cheek, it transformed into a waterfall cascading from the nine heavens, rushing towards Fu Hang like a giant wave. Fu Hang shivered, his vision gradually clearing. The figures on the sofa opposite dissipated like smoke, but his ears still faintly echoed. If I'm unhappy, I'm afraid you'll turn around and run away. I can play any role. I can give any expression. Looking at the empty sofa, Fu Hang silently lit another cigarette. He suddenly began to feel a bit repulsed by his current body. Neither alcohol nor nicotine and tar could achieve their intended effects, unable to fill the emptiness in his heart or even numb his body. The current Fu Hang knew how to sing. If he released a song now, it would probably be another chart-topping myth. The song, Who Do You Love Me, as that Qin Yuchu sang today, was naturally one he had transported. He could naturally sing it too, and probably better than Qin Yuchu. When Fu Hang sang, his emotions were also very rich. Andy Lau once commented that Fu Hang sang with his soul. However, Fu Hang himself knew that those emotions were system-provided. To say they were emotions, they were actually a form of interpretation, a technique of expression. This wasn't emotion, it was a skill given by the system. But Qin Yochu's singing just now was entirely built up by emotion. To evaluate it in industry terms, no skill, all emotion. Fu Hang took a forceful drag on a cigarette, slowly walked to where Qin Yuchu had just been singing, sat down, and then slowly exhaled the smoke. After Qin Yuchu finished singing, she lost her carefree vibe and suddenly went quiet. Li Weiyang got up at this moment. She silently walked towards the staircase, landing, and took out her suitcase from the corner. I'm tired from flying and driving on the highway all day. I'm going back first. Li Weiyang's tone was very calm. Without waiting for everyone to react, she took a deep look at Fu Hang, turned, and walked towards the door. Fu Hang hesitated for a moment, but he didn't try to keep her, nor did he even get up. This song had thrown him in a complete disarray. Li Weiyang, with her love-struck brain, was probably also deeply hurt. Love-struck brains are most susceptible to empathy at such times. Shen Qingluan bid farewell after Li Weiyang left. When she was leaving, Qin Yuchu asked, "How are you getting back?" "I'm staying there tonight." Shen Qingluan, with a gentle smile, pointed to a house outside the floor-to-ceiling window. Fu Hang tilted his head and glanced, saying nothing. "Is Yuchu going back today?" Ing Yanen asked, her tone exceptionally calm. "Of course, I'll call Lu Bo to drive over. Do you want to go together?" Qin Yuchu picked up her phone and smiled. "Okay, then we'll take your car back." Ing Yanen grabbed Zhuge Yun's hand and silently stood up. Zhuge Yun kept her head down, secretly glancing at Qin Yuchu again, her eyes sparkling. She was truly moved by Qin Yuchu's singing. Little sister Yuchu is simply invincible. The people were gone, and the building was empty. The clamor returned to tranquility. Yet Fu Hang remained seated silently before the coffee table. "Tongzi, this current situation, you should have anticipated it, right?" Fu Hang muttered to himself, speaking as if in a dream. However, the system made no sound. The Empress had ultimately unleashed her ultimate move, an indiscriminate attack, a full map AoE. Fu Hang's defenses were completely shattered, and he was still continuously losing HP. But he was also estimating the damage values of several clients. "You chose this yourself." Idle, Fu Hang stubbed out his cigarette, sighing helplessly. Ding dong. The phone on the table vibrated. Fu Hang looked up. The screen showed a message from Shen Qingluan. Swiping the screen open, a red dot flickered beside that familiar avatar. "I think I know what you've been doing for the past 6 years." An abrupt sentence, yet Fu Hang took a deep breath. "Sorry, my realization might have come a bit late." This was Shen Qingluan's second message. But Fu Hang still didn't reply. I won't give up, even if the opponent is Qin Yuchu. Seeing Shen Qingluan's third message, Fu Hang raised an eyebrow and shrugged. He pressed the spacebar in the dialog box, paused for about 10 seconds, then exited the chat interface. Saying nothing at this moment was the most reasonable course of action. The phone in his hand vibrated again, but it wasn't Shen Qingluan's avatar flickering but Zhuge Yun's. Boss, I'm sorry. Seeing these 5 words, Fu Hang's mouth twitched. What the? Can you be a bit more normal? Fu Hang ignored it, choosing to disregard it directly. A red dot flickered. A 1 appeared on Li Weiyang's avatar. I think I was wrong. Fu Hang's brow furrowed, and he let out a long sigh. A critical hit. Fu Hang could even imagine the love-struck top female supporter curled up in her blanket at this moment, under the dim yellow light, caught in a state of conflict and self-blame. This was a situation Fu Hang had anticipated. The top supporter's values had always been very upright. Fu Hang pondered for a moment and sent an ellipsis. But I still miss you. The top supporter replied instantly. Fu Hang twitched his mouth strangely and switched out of the interface. Because Ing Yanen's message had also arrived. You must treat Yuchu well. Well, another girl with very upright values had been critically hit. Fu Hang replied without hesitation. I really like you. Although they say love isn't about first come, first served, a person should have propriety, righteousness, integrity, and shame. Those words are a bit harsh. Fu Hang paused for a few seconds before replying. Can I still become a movie queen? Ing Yanen didn't respond to Fu Hang's words. Of course. Rest early. Good night. Fu Hang put down his phone, slowly turned his head to look out the window, squinting his thoughts unknown. It seems if it's really like this, wouldn't be bad. Ding dong. The phone rang again. When Fu Hang saw the name pop up on the screen, he couldn't help but sit up straight. Can you take me to school tomorrow? Of course. What do you want for breakfast? Fu Hang replied instantly. Lao Wang's soup dumplings, left him emoji. Rest early. We'll deliver on time tomorrow. No need to be too early. Class is at 9. Good night. An pouting face emoji. Putting down the phone, he smiled self-deprecatingly and stretched with effort. He suddenly wanted to take a bath, a hot bath. Ignoring the mess on the coffee table, Fu Hang went upstairs in a few steps and turned on the hot water for the bathtub. As his gaze swept over the shower room, Fu Hang's tongue licked his lips. The remnants from Li Weiyang's earlier shower probably hadn't been cleaned up. That doo-doo was actually really top tier. He quickly stripped off his clothes, and without waiting for the bathtub to fill with hot water, Fu Hang laid down directly. Closing his eyes, letting the hot water from the shower head sprinkle down from above, Fu Hang's mind gradually emptied. He seemed to suddenly think of something. This way, actually, could also be considered an ending. But does this count as slacking off? Today's salary of 600,000 yuan has been received. Current target affection levels. Shen Qingluan affection, 78. 22%. Li Weiyang affection, 97. 88%. Ing Yanen affection, 75. 0%. Zhuge Yun affection, 75. 0%. Lana, Catalina affection, 25. 0%. Host, please continue your efforts. An abrupt voice sounded in his mind. Fu Hang abruptly sat up, his face full of surprise. It was understandable that Shen Qingluan's affection had increased by 1.01 compared to yesterday. This green tea, scheming woman, clung on, pushing her made her retreat, and it was normal for her to rebound after being stimulated by Yuchu. But Li Weiyang's actually increased? Love-struck minds truly have no logic, huh? But Ing Yanen and Zhuge Yun also increased, and by a full 5 points at that. What the hell was this? Didn't Ing Yanen say, a person should have propriety, righteousness, integrity, and shame? Is there a kind of love called letting go? Fu Hang cupped water from the bathtub, vigorously rubbed his face, feeling a bit unreal. I was just about to slack off, to go down the irreversible path of slacking at work, and then you tell me my performance has risen again? So Her Majesty the Empress's ultimate move was actually an assist. You know, even if he had devastated the top supporter today, Fu Hang really had no confidence whether the numbers would rise. Fu Hang suddenly felt like he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If Her Majesty the Empress knew this, what expression would she have? Fu Hang blinked and blew a bubble from his mouth. Lana actually dropped another 5 points. Is this woman about to go offline? Indeed, those not of our kind must have different hearts. Can't be tamed. But below 25%, it will be forcibly settled, right? All right, consider one settled. Fu Hang shrugged indifferently and slowly slid into the water. But Fu Hang, who had just sunk to the bottom, suddenly opened his eyes and shot out of the water again. "You're late," Fu Hang said with a blank expression. On the bathroom threshold leaned a slender, graceful figure, a head of waterfall-like long hair, emitting a brilliant golden glow. Tight leather pants, still wild. A sports bra further highlighted the sexiness beneath the wildness. Lana didn't answer, just stared intently at Fu Hang, no expression on her face. Hajin University's a finance department also teaches lockpicking. Fu Hang quipped speechlessly. Majoring in finance, minoring in electronic information, cybersecurity specialization. Speaking of which, this counts as trespassing, right? Fu Hang said coldly. The 25% affection level was very real. Even if it dropped another 0.1%, it would result in immediate settlement. When you barged into my child's bedroom, didn't you also not knock? Lana narrowed her eyes slightly and spoke in a calm tone. Fu Hang was stunned for a good while before understanding what Lana meant. Are you sure you're a foreigner? Your Chinese comprehension must be level 10, right? Lana, however, said no more, turned and went to the bedroom, pressed a few times on the central control panel on the wall. The bedroom's electric curtains slowly closed, and the room's lights also dimmed. You should go back. I'm not in the mood today. Fu Hang rose from the bathtub with a cold face, not bothering to be discreet, directly pulled a bath towel and wrapped it around his waist. With everything that happened today, he really couldn't muster up any patriotic sentiment to confront the barbarian, especially since the system had just reported her affection level. 25%. Even a familiar male model shouldn't only get 25%, right? Lana stood quietly in the middle of the bedroom, still staring at Fu Hang with a blank expression, merely pulling a hair tie from her hand and seriously tying up her long hair. Fu Hang rolled his eyes speechlessly. Tying hair also depends on the timing. And besides, you get an attack speed bonus with your hair down, okay? Those big waves. Fu Hang ignored her, preparing to get the cigarettes on the bedside table. But just as he turned, Fu Hang's eyes narrowed, and he heard a sound of something cutting through the air. Turning back in surprise, he saw Lana's enchanting figure had already closed in like a phantom. Their eyes met. Fu Hang saw an unfamiliar coldness. This gaze? It doesn't look like she's trying to force herself on me? Almost without thinking, his body's instinct made him raise his arm to block. Thump! A dull impact sound echoed in the bedroom. Fu Hang's left arm took an elbow strike. Fu Hang retreated 2 steps, his face aghast. If he hadn't blocked that. However, before Fu Hang could think, Lana spun around, and her long leg, wrapped in black leather pants, kicked towards him from an extremely tricky angle. Fuck! Fu Hang felt his scalp tingle. He instinctively raised his leg to block, but was tripped by the tightly wrapped bath towel. In a critical moment, the Grandmaster's combat instincts were passively activated. He sank his waist and reined in, narrowly avoiding a vital spot, but his rear took a solid kick. Your CRA. Fu Hang was kicked off balance, but before the curse could leave his lips, a fair elbow grew larger before his eyes, whistling towards his temple. No time to think, no time to question or curse. The bath towel around Fu Hang's waist slipped off, and the two began to fight in this small space. He had fought with Lana many times, but fists to flesh, blades drawing blood, had now become a descriptive statement, not a mere adjective. The more Fu Hang fought, the more alarmed he became, because the strength Lana displayed completely exceeded his understanding. He knew Lana was crazy, very wild, but he had never thought Lana could be so wild, so unrestrained. In just a few seconds of exchange, he even thought of that drooling. No, Lana was stronger than that sissy. Back then, that "what are you looking at" guy, although physically formidable, his moves were wide and open, like a martial arts choreographer from film crew. Simply put, it looked good when he fought. Flashy moves, cool actions. But now, Lana's attacks were concise and neat, yet every move was fatal. She rarely used her fists, mostly employing elbow strikes and chokes. Her attack frequency was very fast. She didn't get entangled, disengaging after a touch, but her attacks were relentless. Killing techniques? Fu Hang, cornered against the wall, felt his eyelids twitch wildly. He gritted his teeth and met Lana's elbow strike with an equally vicious elbow strike of his own. Thump! The dull sound echoed again. This time, Lana was forced back 3 steps. Not holding back anymore, Lana rotated her somewhat unresponsive arm, a thought-provoking curve forming on her lips. Are you sick or something? Fu Hang also rubbed his numb arm, looking at this delicate woman in disbelief. Damn it, Lana suddenly went crazy. Although Fu Hang parried her moves, this was, after all, someone who had drooled in front of him, and a woman at that. he couldn't bring himself to strike hard. Of course, his current attire also affected his performance. With a different fighting style, this attire could boost morale, but in a real fight, Fu Hang was still not used to directly fighting with his greatsword unsheathed. Just now, being cornered, if he hadn't fought back, he might have been overturned. Lana's attacks were all aimed at vital points, and with the explosive power she displayed, if he were hit squarely, it would be no joke. But that counterattack, just now, he had used almost 80% of his strength. That blow, let alone Baldy Long. Even Ji Feng would be out cold, right? Yet this woman just brushed it off? A terrifying thought surfaced in his mind. Could she also have a system? A normal human could absolutely not have such physical strength, especially the structure of muscles and bones. He himself was the best example. His muscle tissue, under normal circumstances, could not possess his current strength and speed. And this Lana, although her whole body exuded a wild beauty, similarly could not possess equivalent speed and explosive power. For anyone else, a collision like that just now would result in a comminuted fracture of the arm, at the very least. You really aren't an ordinary person. Lana dispelled her chilling aura, rubbing her arm and looking at Fu Hang meaningfully. Don't tell me you also minored in fighting? Fu Hang shifted his body slightly, glancing at the shorts on the bed. It really affects performance. Dangling around, the heavy pendulum greatly impacts dynamic balance. And a few times just now, Lana almost grabbed his handle. Elective course for extra credit. Lana smiled strangely, her gaze lingering on the sword hilt. Who exactly are you? Seeing Lana had no intention of continuing the fight, Fu Hang grabbed the shorts from the bed, quickly put them on, and warily watched Lana. Sometimes, a sense of security comes in strange ways. The defense provided by pure cotton material was actually limited, but Fu Hang instantly felt that firm reliability. It was contained. Someone like you. Lana shrugged, surprisingly said no more, and slowly walked towards the outside of the bedroom. Fu Hang's face once again showed astonishment. Tongzi, aren't you going to come out and say something? I don't like those women around you. You'd better deal with them as soon as possible. Lana's cold voice came from downstairs. Tongzi, what are you doing? Fu Hang ignored Lana, roaring furiously in his mind. This woman was certified by the system, and now you're telling me she's a colleague? Lana's words made him overthink. You really aren't an ordinary person. Someone like you. Young and beautiful, with peerless looks, a perfect physique, proficient in killing techniques, and damn it, a double Ph.D. in finance and electronic information from a world-renowned university. This is the template for a female protagonist in a female-oriented novel. With these conditions, who would believe she isn't cheating? The sound of the door closing downstairs came. Fu Hang still stood there foolishly. However, his Tongzi bro remained silent. That night, Fu Hang barely slept. The shock from the inexplicable fight with Lana was far greater than the muddled gathering before. Recalling carefully, the timing and manner of Lana's appearance were indeed strange. Putting himself in her shoes, didn't this resemble how he approached those clients? Target detected. Fu Hang meets system selection criteria. Fu Hang's mind was a mess, completely unable to sort things out. But no matter how he questioned the damn system, it remained silent. 25% affection level. The next day, Fu Hang woke up very early. As he went downstairs, he saw Baldy Long standing by the luxury car from afar. Seeing that his hands were empty, Fu Hang rolled his eyes speechlessly and stood there quietly. Sure enough, in less than a minute, he heard the roar of a motorcycle at the community entrance. Baldy Long stood like a javelin, looking straight ahead. A cool motorcycle stopped in front of him, and the rider deftly took out a food container from the luggage compartment. Wait, leave the bike. Fu Hang stared at the motorcycle for a few moments. After a frustrating night, he suddenly felt an urgent need to feel the wind. Yes. The rider hesitated for barely a second, took off his helmet, and respectfully handed it over. Fu Hang looked at him, slightly stunned. He had seen this motorcycle a few times, but it didn't seem to be this kid before, right? Wanda got taken in last night. The rider seemed to understand Fu Hang's gaze. Fu Hang raised an eyebrow, looking suspiciously at Baldy Long. Taken in? Our team has repeatedly emphasized being law-abiding. Ahem. Wang Du, he went for a big healthcare session yesterday. Encountered a spot check. Baldy Long awkwardly lowered his head. Big healthcare. Fu Hang's mouth twitched, his expression utterly speechless. Sigh, I actually don't get it either. Why is it illegal for two people in love if they can't call out each other's names? The young rider, feeling he understood Fu Hang's gaze again, explained with a hint of complaint. Fu Hang's mouth fell slightly agape. He turned his head and looked seriously at the young rider before him. roguish, a bit handsome, but somehow just doesn't look proper. His name is Wang Du, right? Tell him finding a girlfriend is important. Fu Hang sighed. The construction of spiritual civilization is a long and arduous task. He'd be lucky to find any girlfriend. How could he be picky about a tight one? The young rider felt the big brother was very friendly to him and started speaking recklessly. Ahem. Baldy Long coughed forcefully, glaring fiercely at the rider. Fu Hang stood there holding the food container and helmet, stunned for a long time. What's his name? Fu Hang turned his head, looking seriously at Baldy Long. Feng Buting. Baldy Long's fist tightened slightly, but he still answered honestly. Feng Buting, seal nonstop. Fu Hang took a deep breath, looked at the young rider. Naming is indeed a profound art. Less internet, more books, Fu Hang said, straddling the motorcycle. Upon hearing this, Baldy Long glared at Feng Buting again. Just as he was about to get in the car to follow, he heard Fu Hang's voice again. You have the day off too. The motorcycle roared away, leaving a large bald head gleaming under the sunlight. Get in the car. Baldy Long stared intently at Feng Buting, his tone icy. Oh, where are you taking me, big brother? Feng Buting's eyes lit up. To find you a cram school. Don't let me see you before you get into university. Baldy Long enunciated each word, as if squeezing them from between his teeth. But I only have a middle school education. Don't worry, you could take the college entrance exam 3 years after graduating middle school. It's called equivalent education level. Baldy Long's mouth curled up, his pearly white teeth reflecting a cold light. Academic education is of paramount importance. Laying the foundation of knowledge, cultivating comprehensive abilities, promoting social harmony and development, inheriting culture and correct values. Gazing at the rising sun, Baldy Long felt the pressure on his shoulders grow heavier. When Fu Hang rode his motorcycle into Chunfeng Garden, he habitually glanced at that convenience store, but surprisingly, he didn't see the proprietress who always woke up early. Instead, there was an unfamiliar old man on the low stool by the entrance. Qin Yuchu appeared right on time. Almost as soon as Fu Hang's motorcycle stopped, she came running out of the building entrance, bouncing. The weather was getting warmer. Qin Yuchu was dressed like a university student. Jeans, white sneakers, a black and white sports jacket, and her ponytail swayed behind her, exuding a youthful aura. Wait a moment, I'll park the bike. You still have the key to that car, right? Fu Hang opened his helmet, smiled at Qin Yuchu, and his gaze swept towards a black sports car in the distant parking lot. This was the car sent by the film crew, a brand under the Qin family. Are we taking this? Qin Yuchu stared at the motorcycle, her eyes full of eager anticipation. But there's only one helmet. Fu Hang looked at the bike with difficulty. The luggage compartment was very small, clearly unable to fit a spare helmet. Helmet? Wait, I'll go borrow one. Qin Yuchu smiled sweetly, her ponytail swaying as she quickly ran towards the security booth at the community entrance. Can I borrow a helmet? Qin Yuchu looked politely at the solemn security guard in the booth, speaking sincerely. A strange look flashed in the young security guard's eyes. Following Qin Yuchu's hand, he looked at the riot helmet hanging on the wall, black with white patterns and the large words security printed on the side. Miss Qin, are you sure you know what you're saying? Also, I'm just a security guard. I don't have the authority to casually lend out property assets. Qin Yuchu fluttered her long eyelashes, her gaze pleading. The security guard nodded woodenly, pursing his lips, not knowing how to answer. That smile, very few people could cruelly refuse her requests. Thank you. I'll treat you to milk tea when I get back. Qin Yuchu joyfully took the helmet from the wall and ran out excitedly, even showing off the helmet in her hand to Fu Hang from afar. Fu Hang looked at the figure running in the sunlight. For some reason, he felt that Qin Yuchu was really different. When the cool motorcycle drove into Hanqing University, it attracted many sideways glances from passing students. First, this motorcycle was modified by a spirited youth, style popular among young delinquents, and its roar was very loud. Second, the riot helmet on the head of the girl in the back seat was also very eye-catching. Third, attracted by the helmet, many people recognized this campus belle who rarely appeared at school, but was often privately discussed. The two singing confessions were secondary. Mainly, this campus belle's domineeringly appearing mysterious boyfriend was a hot topic of gossip. It was said that the soccer player from the sports department had now switched to practicing aerobics. Because ever since that day, whenever he went to the field to play soccer, for classmates with cool hairstyles but sharp gazes would always appear in the stands to watch. This seriously affected his performance on the field, and finally, at the coach's persuasion, he switched to aerobics. Aerobics could be practiced indoors, with doors and windows locked. The motorcycle stopped in front of a teaching building. Yuchu got off, carrying the food container. The way she flicked her long hair when she took off her helmet made the surrounding boys sigh with envy again. But these boys' gazes were very restrained. The Hanqing University F4 were famous, but of course, the main deterrent came from the F4's leader, the bald man with a very fierce appearance who often frequented the library. A man with such a sinister appearance frequently appearing in a library was, upon careful thought, terrifying and made people feel an inexplicable sense of awe. People always hold a special reverence for the unknown. What time does class end? I'll come pick you up. Fu Hang didn't open his helmet's visor, because his keen senses had already detected female students secretly sizing him up. Do you have other things to do? Yuchu tilted her head, asking tentatively. No. Then accompany me to class. Yochu's eyes lit up, her eyelashes fluttering mischievously. Accompany you to class? Fu Hang's eyes widened under his helmet. Yochu's smile vanished. Her face fell instantly, and her aggrieved look made Fu Hang feel that if he didn't agree, she might cry in the next second. It's not really appropriate for me to go into the classroom. Fu Hang found a lame excuse. University classroom. Who cares if there's one more or one less person? There are 48 seats, but roll call can get you 72 names. Yuchu hummed, raised her eyebrows slightly, her chin tilting up. I'm a movie king. Fu Hang looked around awkwardly, trying to salvage the situation. The movie hasn't even been released. Who recognizes you? At worst, wear a mask. Yuchu insisted. All right. Fu Hang sighed helplessly, parked the motorcycle, and took off his helmet. Fu Hang? Is that really Fu Hang? A shriek came from not far away. Fu Hang's face darkened. Wow, a movie king. Fu Hang, can I have your autograph? Several girls excitedly gathered around. Qin Yochu's judgment was wrong. The movie indeed hadn't been released, and news related to the film festival had been thoroughly downplayed due to some indescribable reasons. Therefore, if Fu Hang walked on the main street, perhaps really few people would recognize him. Although the film festival was broadcast live, everyone's life is so busy. How many people have the leisure to care about that? But this was a university, a gathering place for the most idle people. Of course, this wasn't the fundamental reason. The key was that Fu Hang had also shown off some slick moves at the award ceremony. Don't ask me how many people I've loved in my life. News of the award ceremony was downplayed, but it couldn't stop the spread of thank you for your love. This kind of song, where a scumbag flaunts his deep affection, was most likely to resonate with university students. Fu Hang was exposed. Seeing the girls suddenly surrounding him, Fu Hang appeared somewhat flustered. However, just as Fu Hang was terrified and wondering if he should run, a delicate figure spread her arms like a mother hen protecting her chicks, fiercely blocking Fu Hang. What do you want to do to my man? Qin Yuchu gestured wildly, her exposed canine teeth looking adorably fierce in the sunlight. This scene immediately caused the several girls to burst into giggles. The movie king's mysterious aura instantly dimmed considerably. This man was the junior's boyfriend. Just want an autograph. One girl said, suppressing her laughter. Autographs are fine, but no physical contact, and no leaving contact information. Qin Yuchu pouted exaggeratedly, warily looking at the girls. All right, we won't eat your boyfriend. Junior Yuchu, have some confidence in yourself. Another girl teased. Movie king, I have to watch you closely. Qin Yuchu turned around and hugged Fu Hang's arm tightly. Forget it, who cares? The girls were thoroughly amused by Yuchu and retreated a few steps, leaving amidst chatter. After Yuchu's antics, the girls really lost the urge to get an autograph. They were most casual fans, not particularly fond of him. They were just curious upon seeing a celebrity from the screen, but after Yuchu's display, that sense of distance from a big star vanished. Simply put, asking a star for an autograph feels normal. But asking a junior's boyfriend for an autograph and a photo, it's weird. Fu Hang felt the pressure on his arm, staring at Yuchu for a good while. No need to go this far. Seeing Yuchu turn back, Fu Hang sighed helplessly. The female demons here have profound skills and boundless magic. I have to watch you closely, Qin Yuchu said, tightening her grip. Fu Hang was momentarily dazed. This feeling was very foreign. It seemed like the first time he had felt the taste of love. This seemed to be a missing part of his life. When his love first blossomed, he had unhesitatingly thrown himself into the gentle trap woven by Shen Qingluan. A simp's life cannot be called love. Then, he awakened the system, and everything naturally became work. After that, Qin Yuchu appeared, but on careful reflection, the beginning and development of his relationship with Qin Yuchu were not normal. If there was love between them, this love was also distorted. So, am I really in love? His heart felt warm. This feeling of being protected by his girlfriend on a university campus was really nice. The gloom that had accumulated in his heart overnight miraculously began to dissipate at this moment. Fu Heng suddenly felt the air was fresh and the sunlight was bright. Quick, put on the mask, or the female demons will recognize you again. Qin Yuchu nervously fumbled in her school bag, took out a medical mask, and clumsily put on Fu Heng. Fu Heng stood still, letting Qin Yuchu fuss with his face. Only after Qin Yuchu had put on the mask, Fu Heng suddenly lowered his head and, through the mask, kissed Qin Yuchu on the forehead. Qin Yuchu looked up, her pure eyes quietly gazing at Fu Heng, filled with deep affection. Let's go. Master will accompany you to class. Fu Heng waved his hand grandly, took Qin Yuchu's school bag, and holding her hand, strode forward. Qin Yuchu's smile was like a blooming flower, and she skipped along beside him, swinging their hands. The university classroom was almost no different from his memory. Sitting in the spacious lecture hall, Fu Heng's nostalgic feelings were slowly stirred. Clearly, only 3 years had passed. Why did it feel so distant? It seemed like a memory from a past life. The system, changing one's life, truly feels like a world apart. However, Fu Heng quickly snapped out of his reminiscence, because even with a mask on, he still sensed many people sizing him up. Was his fame already this high? But after observing carefully for a while, Fu Heng found a reason. He and Qin Yuchu were sitting together in a corner seat. According to Fu Heng's understanding from his university days, this position should be considered a VIP seat. The side was rather thick. It was the kind of spot where you could set up a small hot pot under the table without disturbing the teacher's lecture. Yet, at this moment, no one else was sitting around them. Turning his head to look at his campus belle girlfriend, Fu Heng smiled. Is this the campus belle aura? Stay away, strangers. Fu Heng's posture couldn't help but straighten, his raised eyebrows carrying a hint of smugness, especially when he met the gazes of those boys who were secretly sizing him up. He even provocatively met their eyes. And those boys were no match for him. Upon meeting Fu Heng's gaze, they would guiltily look away. Fu Heng's vanity was greatly satisfied. This feeling was even more exhilarating than cruising down a pedestrian street in a GT900. Fu Heng was in high spirits, until an old man with white hair appeared on the podium. Last class, we discussed the ISLM model. This class, we will discuss ADES. The professor on stage had a strong presence. Without any opening remarks or teaching guidance, he stood firm on the podium, clicked open the PPT, and began a lecture. It was just that when his gaze habitually swept across the classroom, it paused on Qin Yuchu's position. The subconscious action of pushing his glasses betrayed his inner surprise. Yuchu came today, eh? The old professor spoke gently, his face full of kindness. Having her name called, Qin Yuchu stood up obediently, bowed respectfully, and sat down quietly. The surrounding students all sighed inwardly. Is this the treatment of a top student? Perennially absent, occasionally shows up, and the lecturing professor reacts like this? Try that with someone else. You'd fail so many courses you'd doubt your life. Is this the fundamental difference between inner-sect core disciples and outer-sect miscellaneous disciples? The inner feelings of the surrounding students were self-evident, but the actual miscellaneous disciple in the last row straightened his back. Baldy Long felt a sense of shared honor. This was his big sister-in-law. The ADS model is the derivation process of the aggregate demand curve and aggregate supply curve, their shapes, and the factors that shift them. The professor nodded slightly at Yuchu and continued to explain, but just after saying one sentence, he seemed to suddenly remember something, and his deep eyes, under thick-rimmed glasses, looked towards Yuchu again. Or rather, this time the professor was looking at the masked boy sitting next to Yuchu. A hint of surprise and joy flashed across the professor's eyes for a moment. Your teacher doesn't know me too, does he? Fu Heng felt his spine stiffen under that hawk-like gaze. This was the stare from the podium. The ingrained trepidation seemed to echo at this moment. He's professorly, isn't he? Yuchu lowered her head slightly and muttered in a low voice. Oh, a deity transformation stage, big shot? The look in Fu Heng's eyes, visible above the mask, instantly softened. The old man on the stage seemed incredibly amiable in his eyes. According to Qin Yuchu, this old man had already brought massive actual economic benefits to his yuanbo trading. How is this a teacher? This is a god of wealth. Ahem, let's continue. The aggregate demand curve refers to the total amount of products and services that the economy is willing to purchase at a certain price level. The aggregate demand curve slopes downwards to the right, mainly due to the wealth effect, interest rate effect, and exchange rate effect. When the price level falls, residents' real wealth increases and consumption demand increases. The professor narrated with vivid expression, but from time to time, he would look up in that direction, as if he was worried he had said something wrong. The other students in the classroom sighed inwardly again. Old Lee, is your mouse set to double-click? That last PPT slide was just an outline? We didn't understand it. Also, are you serious about looking at the top student every time you say a sentence? You're not planning to finish the rest of this semester's content all at once, just because the top student is here today, are you? As Professor Lee lectured seriously, the university sentiment engraved in Fu Hang's genes was thoroughly awakened. He actually had very little need for sleep now, but nostalgia, it always evokes the deepest resonance of the soul. What is the best sleep aid? Where's the best quality sleep? You know, on a certain audiobook platform, the most played sleep aid track is a higher mathematics lecture. When Fu Hang couldn't bear Professor Lee's frequent gazes and rested his head on his arm, wanting to avoid Professor Lee's eyes, that beautiful reminiscence of university life finally swept over him. He truly hadn't slept all night yesterday. Rodman Body Sculpting and Beauty Care Center welcomed an unfamiliar customer. This was a tall, glamorous woman, her hair neatly tied back. Her posture, while walking, immediately revealed she had received professional training. That's right, this was a flight attendant. Zhang Xueli presented a voucher for a trial yoga class at the front desk, carefully observing the women's club, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Is this the kind of place rich people frequent? Hello, miss. Are you planning to use this trial voucher today? The girl at the front desk asked politely. Of course. Zhang Xueli showed a professional smile, a smile she had practiced for a long time, making her look very approachable. There happens to be a small class in half an hour with 3 other ladies. Is that okay with you? The front desk staff operated the computer for a bit and asked again. No problem. Then please follow me. I'll take you to change. Zhang Xueli maintained a smile on her face, nodded, and followed the young front desk girl. She actually felt a bit reserved because she had just glanced at the price list on the wall. Good heavens. A single SBA costs $18.88? Is it a legitimate SBA? The voucher in her hand was given to her by a colleague. That colleague had been temporarily reassigned and would no longer fly the Hancheng route. Where she transferred? To international flights. Why was she transferred? Because she herself had been transferred back. That bald director indeed used her mistake from that day to threaten her. But how could Zhang Xueli succumb just because of a job position? Zhang Xueli's feedback annoyed the bald man, and she was, as expected, transferred back. Zhang Xueli knew this was the other party putting pressure on her. Just thinking about that colleague's hypocritical act of giving her a trial voucher, and her gloating expression made her feel very uncomfortable. Following the front desk's lead, Zhang Xueli changed in her own yoga clothes in the spacious changing room. The yoga room setup also appeared very luxurious. The room was spacious. Zhang Xueli found it hard to imagine why such a large venue was used for a class of only 4 people. Was it because there were no customers? This woman had a good figure, looked young, but the thick layer of sunscreen on her face looked somewhat cheap. There was a distinct color difference between her cheeks and neck. Zhang Xueli pursed her lips. At this age and with these conditions, there was absolutely no need to apply such thick powder. She stopped observing that woman, found an empty spot for herself, and began to slowly move her joints. She had always been confident in her appearance and figure. However, this confidence of hers only lasted for a few seconds. The door of the yoga room was pushed open, and another woman walked in with quiet steps. Compared to the woman who was already there, this newcomer appeared absolutely stunning. Her looks and figure were secondary. What was most attractive was the elegance and languor about her. Her casual glance around after entering made Zhang Xueli instantly revert to her work mode. The VIP had arrived, and she was just a server. She almost subconsciously straightened her posture, but the next moment, Zhang Xueli felt ashamed and resentful. Is this the class difference? Damn it! Zhang Xueli deliberately turned her head, pretending to be indifferent and not looking at that woman. Here, we are all customers. However, this woman's peach blossom eyes were truly beautiful. Lu Ru, who had been sitting on the floor, looked somewhat displeased. When Zhang Xueli entered, she was slightly taken aback. What a beautiful woman. The women who come here to spend money are indeed not ordinary. However, with her sharp eyes, she could tell this woman's background at a glance. That habitual posture resulting from professional training was hard to hide from her. When she was still a receptionist, she had also deliberately watched many posture training courses and practiced a lot on her own privately. This woman should be a flight attendant. Lu Ru sneered. A server. So what if she's beautiful? I'm a CEO now. Please call me CEO Lu. However, Lu Ru's arrogance vanished completely after the second woman entered. This was a complete suppression in terms of level. Being watched by those languid, peach blossom eyes, she felt herself instantly revert to her position as a receptionist. Shen Qingluan glanced at the two people in the room, completely ignoring them. She was not in a good mood today. Yesterday, she had painstakingly arranged a grand drama, intending to muddy the waters and take advantage of the chaos. Unexpectedly, she was beaten by Qin Youchu's combination punches, leaving her with no way to fight back. Why did that university student have such a good sense of propriety? After messaging Fu Hang yesterday, she had meticulously reviewed the situation. Putting herself in their shoes, she found, to her dismay, that she could never achieve Qin Youchu's technique of deflecting the important and focusing on the trivial, then striking preemptively. That final move had truly stunned her. Waking up, she felt the need to vent. Coincidentally, Qin Youchu had been chatting with Li Weiyang about yoga yesterday, and she suddenly remembered that she hadn't practiced yoga in a long time. Two women with better figures than her discussing yoga in front of her actually had a strong psychological suggestive effect. Just as she was thinking about her beauty plan, she called the number she found online and booked a yoga class. After class, she could get a SBA, a facial, and then see what other services were available here. The three women ignored each other, each doing their own warm-ups. The door was pushed open again, and the teacher in charge of the class arrived. This was also a young woman, with ordinary looks but a very hot body. To be honest, for private yoga instruction, if one's own figure is vastly different, it's really hard to attract students. The yoga teacher politely greeted the three women. The standard of consumption was set here. Their service was strictly trained. However, before they could exchange pleasantries, the door was pushed open again. Another stunningly beautiful woman appeared in the classroom. When this last student appeared, the four women in the room changed their expressions simultaneously. A hint of amazement flashed across the yoga teacher's face. With your figure, you're taking lessons from me? Your waist-to-hip ratio is much more perfect than mine. Lu Ru's expression was very awkward, because the newcomer was the boss of her boss when she was a receptionist, CEO Li Weiyang. And Zhang Xueli's eyes were full of surprise. She truly hadn't expected her second meeting with Li Weiyang to be in such a scenario. She had actually fantasized about the meeting again, but that might have been a confrontational encounter. After all, that man had secretly asked for her phone number. This was actually why she dared to be tough with that bald man. So what if she didn't go on international flights? That movie king seems interested in me. Shen Qingluan's expression was very strange. How could she run in her here? Are there no other yoga studios in Hansheng? Are you deliberately trying to embarrass me? Staring at the waistline outlined by Li Weiyang's yoga attire, the unsettling feeling in her heart grew even more chaotic. However, very quickly, Shen Qingluan discovered the highlight. Because for yoga, everyone is barefoot. Without the enhancement of high heels, the leg lengths of the two women became prominent. Ying Yanan wasn't here. My legs are unbeatable. What a coincidence. Li Weiyang was slightly taken aback upon seeing Shen Qingluan, and then she saw two other familiar faces. Hello, Xiao. Hello, Ms. Li. Two greetings sounded simultaneously. Li Weiyang's "what a coincidence" clearly made all three think she was addressing them. Shen Qingluan turned her head, looking at the other two women, stunned for a moment. You all know each other? Please don't call me CEO Li in front of CEO Shen. Mere Ganlu Milk Tea, Tiny Weiyang Entertainment, in front of Hungyu International. It's laughable. Li Weiyang's eyes held a hint of resentment. If it weren't for this Shen Qingluan yesterday, she and Fu Hang would have. After messaging Fu Hang yesterday, she also couldn't sleep all night. Qin Youchu's singing voice echoed in her mind all night. Waking up today, seeing the somewhat darker bags under her eyes, she felt she needed to sweat a bit. Weiyang, you're joking. Ganlu Milk Tea is our partnership. Shen Qingluan naturally heard the resentment in Li Weiyang's tone, and her mood surprisingly improved. And the other two women, upon hearing this, instantly looked over. This elegant woman, like a noble, was actually the CEO of Hungyu International? Is the clientele here so formidable? Why did you decide to come practice yoga? Li Weiyang twitched her lips and found an empty spot to sit down. I need to practice more. I can't compare to Weiyang's figure. If I don't practice, I'll really be unwatchable. Shen Qingluan spoke gently, but she leaned back, extending her calves forward, striking the same pose as Li Weiyang had after sitting down. There were grid yoga mats on the floor. As the two struck the same pose, Shen Qingluan's legs were actually a small half-grid longer than Li Weiyang's. Li Weiyang hadn't noticed this yet, but the two women behind them simultaneously lowered their heads in dismay. "Can you two stop it already?" One with a wasp waist and perky butt, the other tall and slender. "With both of you standing in front, can we even have a proper class? I'm here to spend money." Lu Ru's only sense of superiority and status held no value in front of these two. Zheng Xueli stared at her own body. That figure she was once proud of. Why couldn't she find any advantage in front of these two? If she had to say, well-proportioned? The yoga teacher probably also sensed the undercurrents/rivalry, and braced herself to start the class. However, as soon as the first tree pose was demonstrated, before she could go over to correct them, she surprisingly found that today's 4 students, except for the one with slightly inferior looks, the other 3 were so standard that she had no room for correction. She offered a word of encouragement and stood beside Lu Ru, adjusting Lu Ru's posture. "You did that on purpose yesterday, didn't you? You live right across." Standing quietly, Li Weiyang spoke faintly, her Weiyang saber vibrating. "What makes you say that? But I'm truly sorry for disturbing you," Shen Qingluan said with a smile, looking straight ahead, the scabbard of her Qingluan sword shimmering. "There's nothing to apologize for. I should thank you. She's really having a hard time." Li Weiyang took a deep breath, slowing her body and mind with the music. "Given up?" Shen Qingluan exhaled, her peach blossom eyes filled with a water-like tranquility. Li Weiyang didn't answer, but followed the instructor to change to another pose, from tree pose to moon salutation. However, the moment she looked up, her eyes dimmed slightly. The instructor glanced strangely at the two people in front, wanting to remind them that it's best not to talk while practicing yoga, as it affects breathing. But after hesitating a few times, considering their identities, she tactfully kept quiet. Zhang Xueli's eyes were full of curiosity. She seemed to have sensed something. Lu Ru struggled to adjust her posture. She had never really practiced yoga, and these seemingly simple poses were very difficult for her to complete. But the conversation between the two people in front caught her attention. This tone of voice. Why did it have a familiar tea fragrance, hint of cattiness/rivalry? "I'm familiar with this track. He's really good." Li Weiyang adjusted her mind and breath with the rhythm, speaking slowly. "Good, and you still got married?" Shen Qingluan's upward-gazing peach blossom eyes narrowed, the Qingluan sword's energy surging. Li Weiyang's breath hitched, her eyes dimming again for a moment. "I've never regretted marrying, just as I don't regret divorcing. People's choices at different stages have their inevitability. Without experiencing those, I wouldn't have felt his goodness." Li Weiyang focused her mind. The Weiyang saber trembled, deflecting the incoming sword energy. "As for you, I heard you were university classmates, known each other for 6 years." The Weiyang saber was drawn half an inch, its intent radiating. "Yes, through thick and thin, he pursued me for a full 6 years." The Qingluan sword twirled, deflecting the saber intent with gentle force. "He didn't win you over in 6 years." A curve formed on Li Weiyang's lips. Following the instructor's movement, she lay prone on the ground, assuming the upward-facing dog pose. "As you said, at different stages, one sees different things." Shen Qingluan also lay down, supporting herself with her hands, and lifted her upper body. "What did you see?" Many fragments flashed through Li Weiyang's mind. These were many memories from before her marriage. She understood Fu Hang. With Fu Hang's temperament, he must have given a lot in those 6 years, right? Shen Qingluan's phrase, "through wind and rain," carried so much weight. As she herself had said, she had actually been moved by Fu Hang back then. It was just that she was young and inexperienced, always fantasizing about a fairy tale love, which led to her getting badly hurt. But Li Weiyang didn't understand. Under Fu Hang's kind of offensive, how did Shen Qingluan remain indifferent for 6 years? "I saw." Shen Qingluan opened her mouth, her peach blossom eyes momentarily brilliant, also lost in memories. "Tell me, when he asked me to watch a movie, and it was too late, so we missed the dorm curfew, he booked a room in a hotel outside the school, yet he was willing to let me stay inside alone while he sat alone in the hotel lobby all night. What could I see?" Shen Qingluan took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Li Weiyang's eyes narrowed, then a faint smile appeared on her face. This was indeed something Fu Hang would do. He was just a simp. Behind them, Zhang Xueli looked at Shen Qingluan in front of her with astonishment. "Where do you find such a simp? Please share the link." Lu Ru, however, showed a hint of disdain on her lips at this moment. she thought of Xia Xiaofeng. Such meticulous care couldn't move you, Li Weiyang thought to herself, but her words were a question. Moved? Men are always prone to creating an illusion of infatuation through self-abuse, thereby placing themselves on the moral high ground of a relationship, gaining a kind of distorted satisfaction and security. Actually, whether it's standing downstairs at the dormitory on a snowy night, or delivering a cup of milk tea in a downpour, they themselves often recall it as if it were a grand battle of Huashan or a heroic solo journey of 1,000 miles. But for a girl, a cup of milk tea is just a cup of milk tea, unable to bear the earth-shattering emotions they wish to project onto it. Shen Qingluan's eyes held a complex emotion, her tone extremely calm as she spoke. Who do you love me as? I'll play any role. Ridiculous. But as she said these words, she herself didn't realize that her eyes were slightly reddening. Li Weiyang fell silent, frightened by this thought process that was as cold as AI. What kind of woman could utter such cold words? In the past, whenever Fu Hang did those things, she was truly moved beyond words. Behind her, Lu Ru's yoga posture lost balance again. She looked at Shen Qingluan's back as if she were a celestial being. This was exactly what was on her mind. Is this a true CEO? I came to the right place. The right place. Taking classes here is indeed worth the money. This is the circle I want. Beside her, Zhang Xueli was also stunned by this analysis. She had similar cognitions, but she definitely couldn't summarize them so accurately. A master, this is a true master. If she weren't in a yoga class, she would have taken out her memo pad to jot it down. The yoga instructor was also slightly stunned, looking suspiciously at the two CEOs who were exchanging green tea insights as if no one else was around. Excuse me, is it polite for you to do this? You are here to pay me tuition fees. Why do I feel like I'm the one paying? Indeed, when men are young, they're always eager to express their overflowing love, and the result is often that they unknowingly fall into a performance. Li Weiyang pondered for a long time, continuing Shen Qingluan's line of thought, although she quite liked that kind of performance. So, the memories of men and women in love will deviate. Those past moments that men find unforgettable, girls often don't have the same feeling, or are even completely unaware. Shen Qingluan sighed silently and spoke softly. So, the mark of a man's growth is learning to restrain himself. Restrain his emotions, restrain his desire to perform, even restrain his affection. Li Weiyang said in a deep voice. She seemed to realize why Fu Hang's external behavior was so complex when they reunited after her divorce. So, she had erased his youth? No, it was Shen Qingluan, but she was also an accomplice. When young, one loves a person so much they wish to turn her into a part of their own body. If she says she's cold, his heart already turns to ice. If she says she's sad, he immediately acts as if bereaved, sadder than her, fearing he cannot express his love. Shen Qingluan seemed not to have noticed the change in Li Weiyang's tone. She was still immersed in her own thoughts. She still hadn't realized, even at this moment, why she was telling Li Weiyang these things, and in front of outsiders at that. And in fact, no one can bear the burden of another person's values. Only by being an independent, valuable person can one truly learn to love another person, instead of being a simp. Shen Qingluan's peach blossom eyes grew increasingly moist, but the red silkiness welling up behind the moisture made her expression look somewhat distorted. So, Qin Yuchu appeared. Li Weiyang's voice seemed to come from a very distant place. Shen Qingluan's breath instantly became chaotic. Her arms went limp, unable to support her body, and she fell to the ground. The yoga instructor was startled. Was she injured? However, just as she stepped forward, Shen Qingluan had already propped herself up. But Shen Qingluan didn't continue the previous pose. Instead, she slowly stood up. So what if she appeared? Didn't she also get divorced after getting married? Shen Qingluan stood beside Li Weiyang, looking down at her coldly. Li Weiyang relaxed her hands and slowly laid down on the ground. I now have almost everything I want, except him. Shen Qingluan stared at the waist and hips that appeared even more prominent because she was lying prone, her voice growing increasingly paranoid. After saying this, Shen Qingluan paid no more attention to the others in the classroom and strode out with her long legs. Unlike her elegant and languid entrance, her departure was decisive and swift. The yoga instructor opened her mouth, wanting to remind her that if she left now, the class fee would not be refunded. But she had also heard the name just now, Qin Yuchu. She tactfully closed her mouth and silently reviewed the conversation between the two. When Lu Ru heard the name Qin Yuchu, she was also slightly stunned. The boss here? From the sound of it, CEO Shen is going to fight with CEO Qin for a man. And CEO Li too. That's not right. Isn't CEO Li CEO Fu's woman? Lu Ru felt that coming today was absolutely worth it. This money was well spent. If this information is used well, it's worth 1,000 gold pieces. Li Weiyang lay on the ground for a while, then silently got up and walked out. She no longer had the mood to continue exercising. Shen Qingluan's words still echoed in her ears. You already have everything you want, but all I want is him. After the two left, Zhang Xueli glanced strangely at Lu Ru, who had also stopped her movements. She suddenly developed a great interest in this women's club. Should I bite the bullet and get a membership card? I feel like I can learn a lot here. Shen Qingluan and Li Weiyang each took a shower, but strangely, neither of them left. Instead, they chose to do other treatments here. Shen Qingluan went into the SBA room, and Li Weiyang went to the sauna. Both closed their eyes, contemplating their own obsessions. In a tea house downstairs, a young man wearing a baseball cap walked in. However, when he saw another man sitting in the tea house, his expression subtly stiffened. Then, he nonchalantly sat down at a window seat. Boss, a cup of green tea. The young man called out to the counter and took out his phone. You're not off work yet, are you? The man sent a text message. Nope. The other person replied instantly. You're so leisurely at work? Even drinking tea? The young man twitched his lips, looked up at the sign of the women's club across the street, his gaze lingering on the pretty receptionist. It's safer inside than outside. Didn't you come for tea too? The other person still replied instantly. What else can we do if not drink tea? That's a women's club. We'd like to follow them in if we could. The young man played with his phone boredly, occasionally glancing at the street. Your boss went up too? It's really lively. Have you seen anyone from Big B? The young man put down his phone, smiling at the waiter who brought him tea. Big B. This one is run by the second in command. The young man picked up his phone again, staring at the screen with a lewd smile, looking like he was trying to pick up girls online. The middle-aged man, sitting 2 tables away from him, stretched at this moment. Taking advantage of tilting his head back, he glanced at a couple leaning against the wall behind him. Do you know the two behind? The young man's phone displayed a message. Waiter, a lighter. The young man turned his head and called out to the waiter, his gaze sweeping over the couple. Never seen them. The young man lowered his head and continued playing with his phone. Hey, honey, I might not be home for dinner tonight. A university classmate came, going for a get-together. Oh, it's old Lou. You've met him. Yes, the one who's a bit taller than me, dark-skinned. His wife is here too. All right, I saw those white jeans you mentioned last time this morning. They're in my closet. I'll be back after dinner. How can I say if I'll drink or not now? Old Lou rarely comes. All right, remember to pick up our daughter, okay? At gate 2, don't get it wrong again. The man by the window, also playing with his phone, suddenly picked up a call and started chattering to his wife. And the young man in the baseball cap took a sip of tea, lit a cigarette, and opened Honor of Kings on his phone. In a van several streets away, a woman wearing glasses suddenly sat up straight, covering her earpiece with one hand, and quickly jotted notes on the clipboard in front of her. Putting down the pen, she quickly picked up the walkie-talkie in front of her. Team C has found a suspicious target in the tea house opposite Rodman Women's Club. A couple, male aged approximately 35 to 40, height 177 to 180 centimeters, dark-skinned. Female with long hair, wearing white jeans. Weapons cannot be ruled out. Team C will continue to follow. C2, please proceed to the designated position immediately to relieve Team C. After the woman's brief report, she glanced at the screen in front of her. Supplement. Currently, targets 3 and 4 are within the threat range of the target. Threat source cannot be determined. The woman quickly added. As the woman's call ended, several black commercial vehicles in the surrounding blocks silently approached that intersection. The woman's expression was very serious, constantly scanning the display in front of her. But after a dozen seconds, a low voice came through the earpiece. Threat neutralized. The woman was stunned for a moment. She recognized the voice in the earpiece. It was Director Chen. But how much time had passed? Threat neutralized. Operation proceeds as planned. Chun Xiao's earpiece repeated, his tone sounding a bit helpless. Yes, the woman answered seriously. Then, she picked up the walkie-talkie to redeploy. On the other side, Chun Xiao put down the walkie-talkie, but held his phone, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. I say, your subordinates are quite capable, huh? They identified my men just by a glance. Capable my ass. Chun Xiao twitched his lips unwillingly, his face looking constipated. He was gratified that his subordinates could identify the trenchcoat man's spies. They were all transferred from the South China Sea. If it were another time, he could boast about it for a long time. but these few days his mood hadn't been good. I say, director, don't you have anything else to do? You have to personally keep an eye on things? Are you really raising that kid as your son? The trenchcoat man's teasing voice came from the phone, but he didn't touch upon the fact that Chen Xiao had lost track of someone. Nonsense. Isn't it because I lost track of someone? Luckily nothing happened. Otherwise, how could I face that kid? Chen Xiao was too tired to complain. These days, in Hansheng, with surveillance everywhere, they could still lose track of someone, and twice at that. And it was that foreign girl. Although that foreign girl later inexplicably reappeared at home, Chen Xiao felt slapped in the face. The trenchcoat man on the phone chuckled a few times and hung up. Due to confidentiality restrictions, he had not revealed Lana's identity to Chen Xiao. It was perfectly normal for Chen Xiao's subordinates not to be able to keep up with Lana, let alone them. Even his own men hadn't kept up with her those 2 times she disappeared. After all, she was a catfish. Of course, this was because of the orders he had given, which were only for peripheral protection. His men maintained a safe distance. Following from afar was protection. Sticking close was surveillance. It would cause unnecessary misunderstandings and damage the current friendly relations. But now it seemed, even so, the catfish had still discovered their presence and expressed dissatisfaction. These 2 unprovoked disappearances were a reminder to them. She glanced at a woman already in the yoga room, sprawled on the floor warming up. The items submitted last time were taken very seriously by the higher-ups, and, consequently, their attitude towards Lana had also changed significantly. Sigh. Withdraw them. No need to cause misunderstandings. Compared to Fu Hang's other women, Lana was the type who wouldn't cause trouble if left alone. At least, her safety wasn't a major concern. According to past information, even his subordinates, without thorough preparation, would have to pay a considerable price to take Lana down. Because of old Duan's connections, Chen Xiao hadn't delved deep into what happened in the nightclub private room back then. But after confirming Lana's identity, he naturally couldn't ignore such a clue. 2 grown men, all 4 limbs broken. How tragic. A catfish is a catfish, not to be trifled with. However, the fact that those 2 men were still alive indicated that this catfish was still rational. Thinking, he picked up the communicator. Team 6 withdraw. Mobile perimeter. Fu Hang slept soundly. When he slowly woke up, he found a classroom empty. Only Qin Yuchu was resting her chin on her hand, quietly looking at him. Is this your university life? The top student pursed her lips, trying hard to suppress a laugh. University has different definitions for different people. For some, it's about settling down. For some, it's accumulation. For some, it's improvement. And for many more, it's just youth. Fu Hang secretly wiped away the drool stuck to his mask and said something very philosophical in a serious tone. You have a message. Qin Yuchu continued to suppress her laughter, pointing at the phone on the table. Fu Hang stretched, casually tapping open the screen. A red flickered on Shen Qingluan's avatar. This stretch wasn't so comfortable anymore. Fu Hang braced himself and opened it. It was a message sent 20 minutes ago. Fu Hang, want to have lunch together? I'm at Yochu's school. Should be eating here at noon. Fu Hang replied quickly without any hesitation. Qin Yochu's face bloomed into a smile. She mischievously looked left and right, then quickly pecked Fu Hang on the cheek. Take me to experience your school cafeteria? Fu Hang put away his phone and spoke nonchalantly. What cafeteria? I've already made plans with my roommates. I'm treating them to a meal today. Qin Yuchu pouted. You have roommates? Fu Hang paused for a moment. Qin Yuchu leaned back slightly, her gaze towards Fu Hang becoming sharp. Where are your roommates? Fu Hang awkwardly licked his lips. This was the aftereffect of a relationship not progressing through normal steps. This pace of cohabiting first and then dating really easily leads to cognitive biases. They went back to the dorm to put things away. Should be here soon. Let's go wait for them at the entrance. Qin Yuchu tugged Fu Hang's hand to get up. As they walked out of the classroom hand in hand, a large head came into view. Didn't I give you the day off? Fu Hang's eyebrow twitched. I just finished class. Baldy Long weakly held up the textbook in his hand, standing ramrod straight against the wall. Macroeconomics. When Fu Hang saw the textbook in Baldy Long's hand, he instantly felt unwell. He felt that a ridiculous decision he had made back then might have thrown something unclean into this sacred campus. And now, Fu Hang tightened his grip on Yochu's hand. Baldy Long opened his mouth, but couldn't think of what to say. He had just audited Professor Lee's class, but Professor Lee spoke too profoundly and too quickly, and there were many parts he didn't understand. He had thought of asking Big Sister-in-law, but Big Brother wasn't awake, so he didn't dare to disturb them. but he was reluctant to leave, thinking big sister-in-law might come out to use the restroom or something. So he waited at the door. Besides, what if big brother and big sister-in-law had sudden instructions? Get lost. I'm taking a female classmate out for a meal. Fu Hang rolled his eyes, pulling Qin Yuchu forward quickly. Qin Yuchu, however, stopped. She fumbled in her school bag for a moment and took out a notebook with a cartoon pig printed on it. Remember to return it to me. Qin Yuchu smiled sweetly. Baldy Long received it like a treasured artifact, bowing and taking it with both hands, holding it to his chest as if it were an imperial edict. Fu Hang turned his head, his face dark, to look at Qin Yuchu. Are you serious? He had glanced at that notebook just now. It was definitely from the Jingyi Maoshan sect. Let's go. My roommate sent a message. Qin Yuchu waved at Baldy Long and pushed Fu Hang away. Are you sure he can understand it? Walking out of the teaching building, Fu Hang looked at Qin Yuchu suspiciously. Don't underestimate anyone who works hard. Qin Yuchu tilted her head up, letting the sunlight spill onto her face, revealing her fair neck. Fu Hang was slightly stunned upon hearing this, then turned his head and looked seriously at the simple teaching building again. How is my classmate doing at Yuanbua? Fu Hang changed the subject, thinking of another hard-working person. Great. His thinking is very agile. He's meticulous in his work, and his professional knowledge is very solid. Qin Yuchu evaluated objectively. That's good. Fu Hang nodded. He's now fully responsible for liaising with the Qin family. Next quarter, I plan to promote him. If this project does well, we can consider giving him an apartment. Qin Yuchu turned her head, looking at Fu Hang seriously. Fu Hang's expression suddenly became strange. Baldy Long had already told him that Qin Yuchu had bought him an apartment in Chunfeng Garden. It's near the company. Qin Yuchu suddenly laughed, her eyes full of cunning. Fu Hang let out a long breath. As long as it's not Chunfeng Garden, it's already chaotic enough there. Brother Fu Hang? A delicate voice suddenly came from his side. Fu Hang turned in surprise and saw a surging wave, undulating as it swept towards him. Is she trying to ram me with her assets? Fu Hang, with a strong survival instinct, dodged behind Qin Yuchu. Pan Xiao Xiao. Qin Yuchu smiled sweetly, grabbing the girl who was charging forward, her face full of surprise. Sister Yuchu. Pan Xiao Xiao also looked pleasantly surprised, shaking Qin Yuchu's hands. But her gaze went past Qin Yuchu to look at Fu Hang infatuatedly. Fu Hang nodded solemnly, his eyes calm. But inwardly, Fu Hang gave a big thumbs up. As expected of someone who returned from abroad, those raised on foreign milk are different. When he met her at the Qin family's old residence, because she was stationary and it was deep winter, he only had a vague idea. Today, watching her run, the outline was truly a bit exaggerated. You really came to Hanqing University? Qin Yuchu held the other's hand tightly, as delighted as if meeting a long-lost best friend. I've been here for a long time. You never come to school. Pan Xiao Xiao looked aggrieved, secretly trying to pull her hand back, but failed several times. Damn it. If this woman hadn't stopped her, she would have thrown herself into Fu Hang's arms just now. I'm still doing my internship. I don't come to class every day. Qin Yuchu smiled, taking another step forward, completely blocking Pan Xiao Xiao from Fu Hang. You're not at school. I'm so bored. Pan Xiao Xiao saw the current positioning clearly. Her shoulders relaxed slightly, and Yuchu also loosened her hands. You come to school to study, not to play. Brother Fu Hang, are you here to accompany Sister Yuchu to class today? Pan Xiao Xiao put her hands behind her back, her small blazer puffing out as she looked at Fu Hang. Fu Hang's reply was very cold, and his gaze was very restrained, stopping at her forehead. Big, while attractive, if too big, it's just a novelty. My Yuchu is just the right size. Is that Xiao Xiao's boyfriend? Qin Yuchu's sharp gaze caught a boy standing awkwardly in the distance, not daring to approach. No, just a senior from the same major. Pan Xiao Xiao subtly glanced at Fu Hang and hurriedly explained anxiously. If she had known she would run into Fu Hang at school today, she would never have let that boy follow her. Hello, I'm Xiao Xiao's neighbor, Qin Yuchu. Xiao Xiao just came back from abroad. You must take good care of her. Qin Yuchu turned sideways and greeted the boy politely and modestly. Pan Xiao Xiao's eyes narrowed. The boy, however, was flattered and hurriedly nodded in agreement. Of course, he knew Qin Yuchu. Not to mention Qin Yuchu, he had also vaguely heard about the mysterious campus belle's boyfriend wearing a mask beside her. This was also why he was too shy to approach. Just now, when Pan Xiao Xiao rushed over, his heart sank to the bottom. Could this Pan Xiao Xiao also be one of that mysterious boyfriend's women? In a moment of daze, he seemed to see a large bald head flash by under the teaching building in the distance. But now, hearing Qin Yuchu say this, his dead ashes rekindled, and his fighting spirit instantly soared. "Are you guys going to eat?" Pan Xiao changed the subject, looking weakly at Fu Hang. We have plans with someone. What about you?" Qin Yuchu interrupted. "Oh, my senior is showing me around the school." The man in the trench coat, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, looked deep in thought. "Then we won't disturb you. See you later. Take good care of Xiao. Qin Yuchu decisively turned around and hugged Fu Hang tightly. Fu Hang suppressed a laugh inwardly and politely waved at the boy. Watching the two leave, Pan Xiao pouted dejectedly. "Xiao, I didn't expect you to be Campus Belchin's neighbor." The boy approached with a fawning smile on his face. "Don't follow me, you're so annoying." Pan Xiao secretly resented it, but still answered sweetly. "Xiao, get lost." Pan Xiao didn't even turn her head, her tone icy. "Just teasing you out of boredom, and you're really shameless. If you weren't here today, I wouldn't have been so passive." Pan Xiao suddenly turned and glared at him, then stormed off and walked away. Pan Xiao huffily walked around the teaching building, but her vision blurred, and she almost bumped into someone who suddenly appeared in front of her. "You!" Pan Xiao was about to scold, but was stunned by the beauty of the woman before her. A foreigner? Pan Xiao, who had lived abroad for many years, wasn't particularly intimidated by foreigners, mainly because this woman was too beautiful. And the foreigner in front of her didn't speak, just stared at her quietly. "Are you a foreign teacher at the school?" Pan Xiao asked weakly. The other person's gaze made her feel uneasy all over, like when her grandfather was angry. "Could be." Lana tilted her head slightly, a faint smile finally appearing on her lips. "Is there something?" Pan Xiao subconsciously took a step back, because the other person's smile sent a chill down her spine. Students should act like students, focus on their studies. Don't be thinking about those irrelevant things all day. Lana spoke slowly, her eyes playful. "What do you mean?" Pan Xiao frowned, her inner pride beginning to resurface. "It doesn't matter how you play with those little boys. I'm just reminding you. Fu Hang is not someone you can covet. Stay away from him," Lana said calmly. "On what grounds?" Pan Xiao was surprised, took another step back, and carefully sized up this foreign woman who had suddenly appeared. Lana didn't speak, also sizing up Pan Xiao from head to toe, but the hint of ridicule on her lips was completely unconcealed. A sense of powerlessness suddenly rose in Pan Xiao's heart. She felt like a commoner facing the disdain of royalty. "This isn't advice. You can understand it as a warning. Don't cause trouble for your Pan family." "Are you Qin Yuchu's person?" Pan Xiao asked suspiciously. "Qin Yuchu." A hint of ridicule flashed in Lana's eyes again, but soon, this ridicule turned into complexity. Just a plaything. Lana paid no more attention to Pan Xiao and, with alluring steps, slowly walked away. Pan Xiao frowned deeply, guessing Lana's origin. Who exactly is this woman? Why does her tone sound like she's Fu Hang's wife? Didn't they say Fu Hang isn't married? Lana slowly walked out of the teaching building, watching Fu Hang's departing direction from afar. She didn't quite understand why she had stopped that girl just now and said those words. She had come today originally to see if Fu Hang had followed her reminder. But the moment she saw Pan Xiao rushing towards Fu Hang, she suddenly felt very uncomfortable. Predicting human movement trajectories is a sniper's compulsory course. As soon as Pan Xiao started moving, she knew what the other party was going to do. If Qin Yuchu hadn't stopped her, she didn't know if she would have had murderous intent. Placing one hand on her lower abdomen, Lana's gaze became very complex. Yuchu's roommates were three very ordinary-looking girls. When the three girls saw Fu Hang, they appeared very reserved. Apart from strong curiosity, they completely lacked the excitement that ordinary girls feel when meeting a roommate's boyfriend. Only then did Fu Hang realize that Yuchu had once mentioned to him that she had no friends at school. And the reason was laughable, because she was poor, because her grades crushed others. Actually, after Fu Hang saw them standing together, he discovered another reason. Yuchu was too beautiful. The three girls were actually passable in appearance, but standing next to Yuchu. Fu Hang wasn't sure if it was because of her good grades, but very few girls at school would be willing to stand with such a beautiful girl. Moreover, this girl now drives a GT900 to school. A doubt suddenly arose in Fu Hang's mind. Since they weren't close, why treat them to a meal? What are you spacing out for? Pay up. Qin Yuchu, holding a cup of milk tea, gently kicked Fu Hang's calf with her foot. Huh. Fu Hang came back to his senses, looking at the girls beside him who were also holding milk tea, somewhat unresponsive. Pay up, not a bit of boyfriend awareness. Qin Yuchu frowned angrily, looking puffed up. Oh. Fu Hang suddenly understood and took out his phone to scan the code. Just after leaving the school gate, when passing a milk tea shop, Qin Yuchu suggested getting milk tea, and the few girls naturally wouldn't object. Fu Hang saw Qin Yuchu hadn't asked for his opinion at all, so he stepped back a few paces and waited obediently. Unexpectedly, there was still the part of paying. After scanning the payment code, Fu Hang, in a daze, had a sense of déjà vu flash through his mind. It seemed a similar scene had happened before. During his university days. Only at that time, he was the one rushing to pay, and standing before him were Shen Qingluan and her roommates. Only then, Shen Qingluan's face was full of apology, while her roommates smiled meaningfully. Qin Yuchu's one sentence, "Do you have the awareness of a boyfriend?" made her roommates laugh as if it was a matter of course. Really different. A smile appeared at the corners of Fu Hang's eyes, and a straw was handed to him. Fu Hang took off his mask, took a big slurp, his cheeks puffed out. "You drank half in one go." Qin Yuchu's fierce voice rang out, amusing her usually quiet roommates, who chuckled. For the dining location, Qin Yuchu chose a small hot pot restaurant, the kind very common around universities. After settling into their seats, Fu Hang really wanted to wave his hand grandly and order every dish on the menu domineeringly. But seeing the three roommates still unable to relax, he rationally dismissed the idea and silently handed the menu to Qin Yuchu. "Say, if I order every dish, would it seem too exaggerated?" Qin Yuchu ducked her head and whispered to Fu Hang. Black lines appeared on Fu Hang's forehead. Last semester, Xiaoqin from the next dorm, her boyfriend, treated her roommates to a meal. They say they went to a very expensive Western restaurant, and they talked about it for a long time after coming back. Qin Yuchu muttered under her breath. "Then, I'll buy this restaurant." Fu Hang probed. Hearing this, Qin Yuchu raised an eyebrow, her clear eyes sparkling with eagerness. Fu Hang caught this spark, raised his eyes, and began looking around the restaurant for a manager or owner type. His girlfriend wanted to show off. He had no reason not to satisfy her, and this flex wasn't a big one. "Forget it. They saw me driving the GT 900. Qin Yuchu suddenly pouted, uninterested. Some showing off has already been done. Doing it again would seem very deliberate. That would be blatant flaunting of wealth. Fu Hang once again caught this complex emotion and understood in his heart. But at the same time, he also, in the main dining area, saw the owner of this restaurant. Fu Hang raised his hand and beckoned to the other person. The owner trembled all over and quickly came forward. The owner had actually been looking this way all along. When Fu Hang entered, he was wearing a mask, so he didn't recognize him. But after Fu Hang sat down, he took off his mask. "I think I know you." The owner approached, but Fu Hang frowned. "Bye, big." The owner's voice began to tremble. When Yuchu entered, he glanced a few more times, but, to be honest, he really didn't recognize her. Because Yuchu and the image of her in his memory were too different. Yuchu at that time was still wearing an old-school uniform, with messy bangs covering her forehead and thick glasses. And at that time, he had even performed an aerial trapeze act in front of Yuchu. That's right, he was the first one to fly back then. Later, he even participated in the cross-province sniper battle. But after returning, that experience made him understand the dangers of the Jianghu, and taking the service fee, he chose to retire on the spot and open a hot pot restaurant here. He later heard about Brother Long and the others' development, but he didn't regret it in the slightest. In this hot pot restaurant, he found the true meaning of life. The passion of youth shouldn't only be about swords and shadows. Frying, grilling, cooking, and deep frying are also the many flavors of life. He even got a girlfriend from Hanna University, a university student who came to his restaurant for a work-study program. "Yeah, I think I remember you too." Qin Yuchu also seemed to recognize the other person. "Sister-in-law, stop. We're just here to eat." Fu Hang hurriedly spoke to stop him. "Big brother, sister-in-law? Are you kidding? Some shows of respect, if not appropriate for the occasion, will ruin one's persona." The owner looked at Fu Hang seriously for a moment, and the next second, respectfully picked up the menu. "It's my first time here. Let's have your recommended dishes, okay?" Qin Yuchu, however, put down the menu. "Is that okay?" She was asking her roommates. The owner understood and enthusiastically agreed. As he was about to leave, Fu Hang stopped him. "By the way, do you have membership cards here?" "Membership cards?" The owner was taken aback. "A hot pot restaurant near a university? What would it need that for? Like discount cards?" Fu Hang patiently guided him. Yes. The owner nodded vigorously. What's the discount? Oh, 70% discount. Yes, 70% off. The owner stared seriously into Fu Hang's eyes, speaking very slowly. Then can you get us one? Fu Hang continued to guide. Of course. Thanks then. Fu Hang beamed with joy. As expected of someone brought up by Baldy Long, he's perceptive. The owner left. Fu Hang began to help Yu Chu unwrap the sterilized tableware on the table. The roommates looked at each other in dismay. Does this hot pot restaurant have membership cards? Why have we come so many times and never heard of it? And it's a 70% discount? It's already a commoner's restaurant. 70% off? Isn't that cheaper than the canteen? But soon, the owner returned, actually holding 5 cards in his hand. 4 cards are enough. Yu Chu and I can share one. Here, everyone take one. Fu Hang happily took them and distributed them to the roommates. We get one too. The roommates immediately beamed with joy. This was much more practical than going for an expensive but meaningless Western meal. One by one, the way they looked at Fu Hang immediately changed. This meal, how much are you planning to pay? Qin Yu Chu pursed her lips and, after putting away her membership card, whispered in a low voice. Is 300,000 enough? Fu Hang also replied in a whisper. They still have 2 years until graduation. They can't possibly come every day. They won't eat through 100,000. It's enough. Qin Yu Chu gently pinched Fu Hang's thigh, very satisfied. This gentle pinch made Fu Hang feel refreshed and delighted. 3 years of being a simp wasn't for nothing. What's called emotional value. He knew it clearly. Just as he raised his eyes, his gaze paused slightly. In a fleeting glance, he saw blonde hair fluttering outside the window. Those blue eyes didn't look into the hot pot restaurant, seemingly just passing by. But why was she here? Deliberately forgotten emotions surged up in his heart again. Here, with the membership cards paving the way, the dining atmosphere became lively. The roommates weren't really bad with words. After becoming a bit more familiar, the topics of conversation gradually increased. Are you really a movie king? Are you also with Wei Yang Entertainment? I guess so. Fu Hang ignored the first question. He was a bit annoyed with this movie king title now, a mentality of biting the hand that feeds you. Is Senior Lei Lu also from your company? What's he doing now? I haven't seen him at school for a long time. A girl spoke up, but the girl next to her secretly tugged her sleeve. What's wrong with that? Back then, it was to promote his new song. He said so himself on a show. Could Fu Hang possibly be jealous? The girl who asked didn't care. He's developing very well now. These few days, he seems to be filming an MV in Siberia, and afterwards he'll probably go to South Africa. Fu Hang grinned, smiling very amiably. Afterwards, the gossip-loving girl asked some more things about the entertainment industry, but Fu Hang was clueless. He was a complete outsider. Basically no interaction, right? Not counting Heavenly King Lu and those 2 unmentionable clients, of the only ones he'd dealt with. One was preparing for postgraduate exams, and one had become person not found. The topic didn't develop, but the girls all thought it was due to industry rules and restrictions, and didn't press further. How did you 2 meet? One of the girls carefully observed the 2 and asked with suppressed delight. Since they couldn't get gossip about other artists, listening to the movie kings was also good. Just because, Qin Yu Chu and Fu Hang said in unison. But after realizing it, the 2 exchanged a knowing glance. Just because I took one more glance at you in the crowd. Just because I took one more glance at you in the crowd. The 2 once again said in unison. At the other end of Hanqing University's off-campus food street, the blonde woman was eating a portion of fried potatoes in small, exceptionally elegant bites. The greasy bamboo skewer in her hand seemed like a precious wooden hairpin, causing passers-by to frequently glance her way. It doesn't look like they're about to break up. Lana put the last piece of potato in her mouth and playfully sucked the skewer. But the next moment, a wave of nausea came from her stomach. She pressed her lips together, took a deep breath, and suppressed the urge to vomit. No rush. You have 8 months to handle your affairs. Lana habitually placed her hand on her lower abdomen again, her eyes deep and distant. In the parking lot beneath the Luidman Women's Club, an enchanting figure walked with captivating allure. Lu Ru's steps were steady, but in her mind, she pictured Shen Qingluan's elegance and composure when she pushed open the door earlier. Zhang Xueli's flight attendant posture was too rigid. An observant person could tell her academic origins at a glance. And Li Weiyang's domineering CEO aura was too professional, which would make men shy away. Only Shen Qingluan's demeanor was how a woman should be. After hearing Shen Qingluan's description of men, she became even more certain that Shen Qingluan was her role model. Elegant and sexy, rational and composed. So much so that after leaving the women's club, she deliberately began to imitate Shen Qingluan's way of walking. Walking through the parking lot, Lu Ru tilted her chin up slightly, intentionally or unintentionally scanning the surrounding vehicles. When she saw that eye-catching sports car, her eyes dimmed slightly. She also had a car now, a gift from Brother Long to celebrate her appointment as president of Yan'an Real Estate, a new energy vehicle worth over 200,000. A promotion gift for the president. Just this? Lu Ru felt a bit deflated. But this seemed to be the limit of Baldy Long's financial capacity. Hadn't he just bought her a house? But the dignified President Lu, drive a new energy vehicle worth only over 200,000? If conditions allowed, Lu Ru might have bankrupted herself to buy a car worthy of her current status. But not long ago, she was just a receptionist. Her income couldn't even ensure a stable supply of cosmetics. So how could she have any savings? Now, although she was the president, a president wasn't a shareholder. Her income had indeed undergone a qualitative change compared to her receptionist position. But a president's cosmetics, skincare products, clothes, jewelry, and bags were not things that her old receptionist stock could match. Expenses exceeded income. Images of men's faces flashed through Lu Ru's mind, but she dismissed them one by one. If those men could have given her a luxury car, she wouldn't have wasted her time until now. Xia Xiaofeng? Lu Ru's pace slowed again, a struggle appearing in her eyes. With Xia Xiaofeng's temperament, if she went all out, it wouldn't be impossible for him to gift her a decent car. It's just that Xia Xiaofeng was too close to President Fu. And Brother Long sighed. Damn it. Why hasn't President Fu contacted me yet? Lu Ru's pace quickened again, gradually losing that composure and elegance. She had tried many methods, but tragically discovered that she couldn't even meet Fu Hang. Let alone Fu Hang, she couldn't even meet her nominal boss, Ing Yan'an. The only one who liaised with her about work was an assistant to that clueless lawyer Zhang. Damn it. A fierce look flashed across Lu Ru's face, but then, remembering she needed to maintain an elegant posture, her pace slowed again. But the next moment, her eyes narrowed, and she stopped. Not far in front of her, a sleek new energy vehicle was parked. It was her new ride, and it had a pleasant name, Suchi. But at this moment, a sneaky-looking man was crouching beside Suchi. He was peeking through the car window, doing something. Lu Ru's heart pounded, and she fearfully scanned her surroundings. When she saw people approaching in a group, not far away, she calmed down slightly. What are you doing? Lu Ru asked loudly. Her tone, however, had a hint of Li Weiyang's. The man jolted and turned around in surprise. He was wearing a mask, so Lu Ru couldn't see his face, but meeting his panicked eyes, a disdainful sneer appeared on Lu Ru's lips. Another pervert? She had encountered a pervert on the subway once. At that time, she had just gotten off the train and subconsciously looked back, only to be taken aback to find a creepy man sniffing the seat she had just been sitting in. Very disgusting, but inexplicably satisfying deep down. What are you doing? Sneaking around my car. Lu Ru glanced at the group of people behind her and spoke imperiously, her chin, still with a slight color difference from her neck, tilted even higher. Lowly trash, only fit to lick my car window. The man seemed very nervous, so much so that a stack of cards he was holding fell to the ground. The man wanted to pick them up, but Lu Ru had sharp eyes. She took a few steps forward and picked up one. But after seeing the content, Lu Ru's eyelids twitched. She looked at the man in disbelief, then turned to look at her Suchi. A card was stuck on the cool door handle, and its content was identical to those scattered on the ground. Local dating, available nationwide. Student girls, office workers, flight attendants, teachers. Lu Ru's nostrils flared. The hot air she exhaled began to heat up. Are you fucking sick? There's a row of luxury cars. You don't put these on. You put them on my car? While Lu Ru was furious, she was also speechless. Because of her earlier scan, she found that none of the cars nearby had these cards. Only her new energy vehicle worth over 200,000. I'm not sticking small ads. The man subconsciously took a step back and looked at Lu Ru seriously. Then what are you doing? Lu Ru's tone became increasingly aggressive. I'm in charge of recruitment. Our company offers generous benefits, flexible channels, secure procedures. The man hesitated for a moment, then spoke with great sincerity. The anger on Lu Ru's face froze. Recruitment? Generous benefits? Get lost. The expression on Lu Ru's face now resembled Ing Yanan's 13th sister look. You really should consider it, regarding clientele. Get lost. Lu Ru roared again, truly amused to the point of anger. Recruitment? I'm the president. If I wanted to do this line of work, would I have waited until now? Pushing the man aside, Lu Ru angrily got into the car and sped away with a roar of the engine. The man in the mask shrugged helplessly and bent down to pick up the scattered cards on the ground. But when he looked up, his gaze towards the departing vehicle turned very cold. A black van stopped beside him, and the man opened the door and got in. "What's going on? Why did it take so long to install a GPS tracker?" the driver asked speechlessly. "That car has undercarriage protection. It was a pain to install." The masked man took off his mask and let out a long breath. "She didn't suspect anything, did she?" "Nope, I fooled her. Don't be careless. From the information we have on this woman, she's very cunning." The driver pouted. "Speaking of which, she's really bold. That long out yin is no pushover, right? How dare she play around like this? What's that got to do with you? Without these messes, what would we eat? The information is almost ready. Should we give it to the employer?" "Yeah, go back and compile a report, deliver the first batch." The van slowly drove away. The man in the passenger seat took out a laptop and checked if the tracking software on it was running normally. And just after the van left, inside a black commercial vehicle in the parking lot, a man and a woman were also rapidly operating computers. The facial recognition comparison results have been sent. The driver is Wang Liang, and the one posting small ads is Meng Qixi. They belong to an investigation agency. The woman looked up from her computer and reported via walkie-talkie. "Is the threat eliminated?" "Preliminary judgment. Their investigation target is Lu Ru, the current president of Yan'an Real Estate. There is no contact with our target. Threat eliminated. Inform everyone to be vigilant." The call ended, and the woman closed her computer. "By the way, who is investigating Lu Ru? She seems to be that long out Yin's woman, right?" The driver turned his head and looked at the woman gossipingly. "Have you seen Sister Hong's social media feed?" The woman answered with an unrelated question. "What?" The driver was confused. "Qingluan Reservoir has pleasant scenery," the woman said coldly. Hanqing University Library. Fu Hang rested his chin on one hand, silently looking at the exquisite face in front of him. The fragrance of ink and books, wrapped in the tranquility of the afternoon. Sunlight passed through the glass, through the swaying leaves outside the window, and spread out on the wooden tabletop, outlining a warm yellow hue. That beautiful figure sat upright in the center of the halo, as if favored by time. Her dark hair was loosely tied into a ponytail. A few stray strands escaped their bonds, dancing lightly in the gentle breeze, kissing her jade-like face. The plain white sweatshirt rose and fell gently with her breathing, like a water lily unfurling in the morning light, serene and pure. Her gaze followed the words, like a stream meandering through mountains. Her eyelashes fluttered, casting small shadows that danced on her delicate skin. When she read something touching, the corners of her mouth curved into a crescent moon, like a spring breeze caressing the lake's surface, rippling with gentle waves. Occasionally, she would raise her hand to tuck her hair behind her ear, the light and shadow on her wrist flowing with the movement, her every gesture full of poetry. Fu Hang's gaze grew increasingly gentle. Perhaps he had slept enough in the classroom in the morning, as he felt no afternoon spring drowsiness at all. The wind tiptoed through the window lattice. The pages of the book rustled, as if whispering a soft song. Fu Hang held his breath, afraid to disturb this dreamlike scene. This seemed to be Fu Hang's most beautiful image of youth in his heart, awakening the softest emotions within him. University, campus bell, library. A familiar scene, yet brought Fu Hang a completely different feeling. Fu Hang tried hard to recall the image in his memory, wanting to compare the differences in those feelings, but he strangely found that, at this moment, he couldn't recall Shen Qingluan's appearance at all. Qin Yuchu was reading very intently, the ink pen in her slender hand flying, writing things Fu Hang couldn't understand at all. She didn't seem to be disturbed by Fu Hang's ardent and gentle gaze, only occasionally looking up to give Fu Hang a sweet smile. The library was silent. From time to time, gazes would be cast this way, attracted by the tranquil and beautiful scene. But after seeing Qin Yuchu's face clearly, they would look in terror towards another corner of the library, then hastily withdraw their gazes. There, a large bald head was also buried in books and notes. The Grandmaster's perception was still sharp, clearly capturing the direction of these gazes. No one who works hard should be let down. The sage said, "Teach all, regardless of background. All are equal before knowledge, and one should not hold prejudices based on external stereotypes. This is very wrong." Fu Hang secretly made a decision in his heart. He should give Baldy Long more holidays, so that he could immerse himself more in the fragrance of books and ink, enrich his knowledge, and perfect his life. Yes, in the future, when Yuchu comes to school, He would give Baldy Long a holiday. Who knows, maybe Brother Long could really get into graduate school. The phone in his pocket vibrated unsuitably, trembling in the quiet air. Fu Heng twitched his lips speechlessly, but saw a red flashing on that familiar avatar. Shen Qingluan? Fu Heng's eyes narrowed slightly, and he guiltily glanced at Yuchu again. Qin Yuchu was still staring intently at her book, her peripheral vision not even straying. Fu Heng carefully clicked on the avatar and saw a 60-second voice message. Fu Heng didn't play it, but pretended to stretch and put away his phone. "I'm going outside for a smoke," Fu Heng said in a low voice. Qin Yuchu didn't look up, just nodded almost imperceptibly. Fu Heng got up and walked quickly outside. As he reached the door, he inexplicably looked back at Qin Yuchu. The girl still sat there quietly, like a painting, her eyelashes fluttering like butterflies. Only when Fu Heng disappeared from the doorway did Qin Yuchu stop writing, slightly tilting her head to look outside the door. After a few seconds of silence, the calmness on the girl's face disappeared, her delicate features instantly collapsing. The ballpoint pen in her hand twirled dejectedly, and her little canine teeth bit fiercely on the pen cap. "Pa!" The pen cap was bitten off, the pen barrel trembling slightly in her palm. "So annoying." Qin Yuchu pouted, the pen cap falling from her red lips like a cigarette, but lifelessly tumbling onto the notebook in front of her, rolling twice over the neat handwriting, then lying perfectly still. Above the pen cap, the notes, just copied by the top student, were recorded. To prevent risks from foreign capital, efforts should be made to improve the financial regulatory system, strengthen capital flow management, enhance supervision of financial institutions, and perfect regulatory coordination mechanisms. At the same time, implement macroprudential policies, countercyclical adjustments. Adjust macroprudential policies in a timely manner according to changes in the economic cycle, and establish a systemic risk monitoring indicator system. Tell me, what could a girl like her possibly be troubled about? A pair of girls in the distance seemed to have noticed the undisguised distress on Qin Yuchu's face and whispered. Compared to the boys, the girls' gazes towards this side were clearly much bolder. "I don't know what she's troubled about, but I'm very troubled right now." Another girl frowned and answered seriously. "What are you troubled about? When I was little, I planned to grow up to look like her." Fu Heng left the library and lit a cigarette at the bottom of the steps, but his steps didn't stop. Instead, he walked quite a distance. Sitting down on a bench on campus, Fu Heng looked left and right before furtively taking out his phone. The 60-second voice message had updated. There were two. Fu Heng stubbed out his cigarette, set his phone to earpiece mode, and pressed it to his ear. "Some stories end just as they begin. Lonely me is left only with regret. No matter how much I gave, breakup was inevitable. Now only memories accompany me." Shen Qingluan's familiar voice came from the earpiece, but Fu Heng was slightly stunned. Shen Qingluan was singing? Was she really provoked by Yuchu? Fu Heng knew Shen Qingluan. She almost never sang. It seemed she hadn't skilled up this talent line at all. For example, this song, Forget Love Fruit, that Fu Heng gave to a certain milk tea shop, she actually didn't sing it well. Because it was a direct recording from her phone, without any sound card enhancement, it exposed many of Shen Qingluan's singing deficiencies. Fu Heng tugged at the corner of his mouth, looked up at the university campus bathed in the afternoon sun, and calmly tapped on the second segment. "It's not that no one wants me but you. It's just that I don't want anyone but you. My past pride, all wiped out by you. My heart is broken yet still thinking of your goodness. Is it true that loving you has no result, but forgetting you is truly too hard for me? I consulted a master. The master said there was no fate. Then the master gave me a forget love fruit. Eating it will bring happiness." The lyrics of the second verse slowly played. Compared to the first line, the emotion seemed much fuller, but Shen Qingluan still went off-key in the high notes of this not-so-difficult catchy song. But it was precisely these two off-key lines that made Fu Heng hold his phone and fall silent. "It's not that no one wants me but you. It's just that I don't want anyone but you. My past pride all wiped out by you." Fu Heng lowered his head, tapped the voice message, and listened again. The campus before him was still quiet and peaceful. Sunlight pierced through the tree branches, scattering onto the bluestone slabs. The gaps between the slabs were lush green, and the breath of spring had completely revived this land. Fu Heng calmly gazed ahead, and in a daze, he saw the figure running towards him amidst the fallen leaves. She stepped on the square bluestone slabs, swirling up a sky full of autumn leaves, and in the gentle evening breeze, flew into his embrace. "Let's get married." Fu Heng's eyes narrowed. and he frowned slightly. Looking at the phone in his hand, he turned and looked again at the distant library entrance. My Dao heart is in turmoil. Fu Hang licked his lips and lit another cigarette. You sang very well. Is Qingluan also going to debut? Fu Hang typed on his phone. You just like to lie. Shen Qingluan replied in seconds, her words tinged with coquetry. Beauties like to lie. I'm not a beauty. Fu Hang quickly changed the subject. He didn't want to dwell on the singing. How do beauties like to lie? Shen Qingluan was successfully distracted. My mom said, the more beautiful a woman is, the more she will lie. Fu Hang looked up again at the library entrance, his fingers tapping rapidly on the screen. It's not that the more beautiful a woman is, the more she will lie, but if she's ugly, you won't believe her, smirking emoji on the left. Fu Hang stared at the screen and raised an eyebrow. This logic wasn't flawed, was it? What did you have for lunch? Fu Hang adjusted his posture on the bench, leisurely crossing his legs. Shen Qingluan knew he was with Yu Chu, yet she sent this 60-second voice message, even using her weakness in singing to compete with Qin Youchu's strength. It seemed she was really anxious. Recalling Shen Qingluan's current favorability rating, the corners of Fu Hang's mouth curved up. Touching a sore spot was also a skill. Shen Qingluan's current situation seemed to be that the more stimulated she was, the faster her favorability rating increased. Didn't eat. Sad emoji. Why didn't you eat? Fu Hang asked, knowing the answer. This time the reply was only one word, without even punctuation. Then what do you want to eat tonight? Fu Hang tilted his head, his gaze once again falling on the library entrance. A university couple walked hand in hand up the steps. As they reached the last step, the boy lovingly turned his head and brushed the girl's messy bangs. The girl was a bit shy, subconsciously dodging, her eyes furtively glancing around, her small hand also inconspicuously pinching the boy. And beside them, a boy wearing thick glasses with tired eyes walked down the steps holding a stack of documents, looking straight ahead. Campus, youth, love, future. In an instant, many images surfaced in Fu Hang's mind again. I want to eat your cooking. Shen Qingluan replied in seconds. What do you want to eat? I'll eat whatever you make. Then you come to my place? Fu Hang's fingers paused for a moment. Then he typed word by word on his phone. No, you come to my place to cook. Chunfeng Gardens? Fu Hang exhaled hot air from his nostrils. Yinshu Riverside. Okay. Fu Hang took a deep breath and put his phone back in his pocket. With a calm expression, he walked towards the library. Fu Hang paused, turned his head, and stared into the distance. A glint of gold flashed in the window of a teaching building. Are you sick? Really haunting me? Back in the library, Fu Hang put down the freshly squeezed fruit juice he had specially gone to the cafeteria to buy. Mango juice. Qin Yuchu looked up. Yes, drinking milk tea all the time is not good for your health. Fu Hang dotingly pinched Qin Yuchu's soft cheek. But I'm allergic to mangoes at school. Qin Yuchu didn't resist, letting Fu Hang pinch her delicate face out of shape. Fu Hang was stunned, not understanding the meaning of this sentence. What did allergic to mangoes at school mean? Forget it. It seems I don't need to anymore. Qin Yuchu turned her head and glanced at the bald head in the distance that could improve the library's lighting. I have something on tonight. I can't have dinner with you. Fu Hang sat down in his seat, inserted the straw into the cup, and handed it to Qin Yuchu. Are you coming back to sleep? Qin Yuchu took it and took a small sip. The cafeteria used plenty of ingredients, not much water, a bit sweet, and a bit tart. I should be back, maybe a bit late. By the way, is he really reading? Fu Hang turned his head and looked at the serious Baldy Long in the distance. If he were in my class, his grades probably wouldn't be at the bottom. Qin Yuchu answered seriously, the topic successfully diverted by Fu Hang again. You can let him come to school more often in the future. Anyway, you're not short drivers. Maybe you can really cultivate a confidant. Okay, I'll listen to you. From now on, when you come to school, call him. Fu Hang agreed with extreme seriousness. Qin Yuchu pursed her lips, almost bursting into laughter. But as she lowered her head, a ripple flowed through her clear eyes. Fu Hang left first, after Yuchu finished her mango juice. Qin Yuchu refused Fu Hang's offer to send her back first, telling him to go if he had something to do. Fu Hang insisted for a moment, but Qin Yuchu pointed to Baldy Long in the distance, indicating she was very safe. After Fu Hang left, Qin Yuchu closed her book and took out her phone, which she had set to silent. Seeing the message on it, Qin Yuchu's beautiful pupils flickered. Clicking on a newly received document, the canine teeth between her red lips showed keen interest. Yeah, she really is a famous courtesan? Our commander of the embroidered uniform guard and the Minister of Rights are in a bit of a miserable state. Qin Yuchu flipped through the information, becoming more and more surprised as she read. This document looked like a personnel file, listing many names, and after each name, detailed information such as identity, occupation, age, etc., was recorded. The first two rows of the table prominently displayed the names Long, Aoyin, and Xia Xiaofeng. After a long while, Qin Yuchu's gaze rested on the name and information in the fifth row, and then she took out her phone. Hello. A polite greeting came from the receiver. I've seen the stuff, very satisfied. I'll transfer the remaining payment to you later. You mentioned before that you also undertake other planning, right? Qin Yuchu's eyelashes fluttered. Of course, it's just the price. Money is not an issue. Qin Yuchu decisively interrupted the other party. What are your requirements? Try to contact number 5, ask him to organize a gathering, let everyone meet up, have some fun. The corners of Qin Yuchu's mouth curved up, her gaze turning to the bald head in the distance, diligently copying notes. All of them. The phone was silent for a moment. Then came a confirmation. Don't involve Long Outyin for now. It won't be fun if he enters the game too early. Understood. The call ended. Qin Yuchu once again looked at the bald head in the corner, like a buoy floating in the ocean of knowledge. Commander Long, for your sake, I have racked my brains. When Fu Hang arrived at Shen Qingluan's house in Yinshu Riverside, carrying large and small bags, night had just fallen. Yinshu Riverside was a very unique residential complex. It was high-end, grand, and stylish, so much so that its biggest difference from other complexes was that at this time, there was no sense of life in the entire complex. If it were Chunfeng Gardens, even if the occupancy rate wasn't high, at this time, one could more or less smell some of the worldly flavors of cooking smoke. This was also one of the reasons Fu Hang didn't particularly like this place. Shen Qingluan stood quietly inside the door, the smile on her face still gentle, like a wife waiting for her husband to come home from work. Fu Hang noticed that Shen Qingluan was dressed particularly plainly today. Her long hair was casually tied up, she wore no jewelry, and she was just wearing a very common housecoat. The colors were well chosen, though, a milky yellow top and light pink trousers. Have you been waiting long and gotten hungry? Fu Hang had an apologetic smile on his face, but he sighed deeply in his heart. Qingluan was still Qingluan. This seemingly unadorned attire perfectly illustrated her meticulous preparation. A little bit. Shen Qingluan was holding slippers about to bend down, but Fu Hang beat her to it, stuffing the plastic bags in his hand into hers. You take these to the kitchen first. I'll go to the bathroom and be right there. Fu Hang kicked off his shoes, his spirits raised to the 12th degree. His opponent was Shen Qingluan, that top-lane boss with 6 divine items. Wow, you even bought fish. Shen Qingluan naturally took them, seemingly not noticing Fu Hang's small actions. Weren't you craving my grilled fish? Last time we didn't have the seasoning. I'll make it up to you this time. Fu Hang changed in his slippers and walked toward the bathroom. But as he passed the living room, his gaze stopped in astonishment at the long-focused telescope in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. Holy cow! No wonder. At this time, he really shouldn't be looking at this thing. But he really couldn't control himself. Anyone who saw such a grand piece of equipment aimed at them from the house opposite theirs would have this expression, right? Speaking of which, you knew I was coming. Why didn't you hide it? Closing the bathroom door, Fu Hang suddenly understood. Was she going to play open cards with him? I care about you, so not only did I buy a house in your complex, but I also peep at you every day. Looking at the mirror above the sink, Fu Hang vigorously rubbed his face. Inexplicably, Fu Hang felt a surge of excitement. It had been a long time since he felt like he was at work. Back in the kitchen, Shen Qingluan had already taken out all the ingredients Fu Hang had brought and rolled up her sleeves, seemingly ready to help wash them. Go wait in the living room. Fu Hang's voice came from behind, incomparably domineering. Afraid I'll mess things up? Shen Qingluan tilted her head, her eyes looking aggrieved. It's a man's basic duty to keep a woman's hands out of housework. Fu Hang smiled. Hearing this, Shen Qingluan was slightly stunned, then the tenderness in her eyes melted, like a warm spring river, a gentle south mountain breeze. Be good, I'll be quick. Fu Hang stepped forward, gently took Shen Qingluan's hand, and softly pulled down her rolled-up sleeves. Okay. Shen Qingluan unexpectedly didn't insist and obediently left the kitchen. This, however, made Fu Hang a bit stunned. Not right, did that hit a critical? At this point, if you don't kiss, at least come up for a hug, right? Fu Hang had even prepared his excuse. His slightly tensed forearm was ready to defend. Why did she signal a retreat? By the way, there are only drinks at home, no alcohol. I'll go downstairs to buy some. Shen Qingluan's gentle voice came from the living room. No need. There's no convenience store in the complex. It's a long walk. This was another drawback of high-end residential complexes. For the sake of image, there was nothing nearby, which was very inconvenient. No, I want to drink some. Shen Qingluan's voice carried a hint of coquettish insistence. Fu Hang turned around, looking at Shen Qingluan meaningfully. Was she trying to get me drunk? Or was trying to get herself drunk, and then give me a chance? How about I go later? Fu Hang probed. By the way, the wine Yanin brought last time probably isn't finished, right? Is there any left? Shen Qingluan's eyes suddenly lit up, as if she had thought of something. Fu Hang was slightly stunned, taking a while to understand which wine Shen Qingluan was talking about. So this was what she was waiting for. There should be some. Fu Hang looked at her gently. Then I'll go get it. Okay. Fu Hang showed a frank smile, swallowing back the words. Actually, we can call someone to deliver it. What's the password to your house? Shen Qingluan was changing her shoes by the door, speaking very casually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Fu Hang's voice came from the kitchen. Shen Qingluan, who had just changed one shoe, froze, looking at the kitchen in astonishment. You're not lying to me, are you? Am I not a beauty? Fu Hang's head poked out from the kitchen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Shen Qingluan looked at Fu Hang strangely. 1 central task, 2 basic points, 34 provinces striving for progress, 56 ethnic groups united as one. Fu Hang looked at her and answered seriously. Shen Qingluan's fist clenched unnaturally. She nodded just as seriously, turned, and silently left. Shen Qingluan left, but Fu Hang wiped his hands on his apron and quickly walked to the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room. Holy moly, this equipment. It even has a live recording function? He glanced down through the lens, and Fu Hang felt a dull ache in his gums. All right, similar equipment. This complex might have more than just this one. Fu Hang's gaze passed through the floor-to-ceiling window, lingering briefly on 2 other windows. He had actually vaguely felt like he was being watched before, but he had always thought it was people arranged by Chun Xiao. He hadn't expected Shen Qingluan to be among them. Speaking of which, this woman was indeed a bit terrifying. Shaking his head, Fu Hang didn't touch the equipment in the living room. He already understood Shen Qingluan's intentions, so he might as well go along with it. Besides, he had carefully judged just now that due to the floor and distance, one could actually only see the windows, at most determining if there was someone inside. In the future, as long as he didn't do anything outrageous by the window, there shouldn't be any embarrassing scenes. Returning to the kitchen, Fu Hang deftly started cooking. When Shen Qingluan returned, the smile on her face was very sweet. He had actually told her the key to his apartment. Did this mean that she could go over there any time in the future? After today, would he change the password? I just took a few cans. They're too heavy. I can't move them. Shen Qingluan put the beer down in the dining room and leaned against the kitchen doorway. We're not intentionally trying to get drunk, and if it's really not enough, we can call someone to deliver it. Fu Hang didn't turn around, focusing on the stir-fried beef with chili peppers in his hand. The tenderness in Shen Qingluan's eyes grew even stronger. So he had thought of it, but still gave me the password. The undiluted culinary skills of the Grandmaster, compared to certain innate abilities, still held some value. In no time, a sumptuous dinner was served. Honestly, apart from my dad, I never dared to imagine I could eat dishes like this at home. Shen Qingluan picked up a piece of grilled fish, sniffed it under her nose, her face full of enjoyment. Your father also cooks? Fu Hang chimed in. You've met my mom. Do you think she can cook? Shen Qingluan raised an eyebrow. Fu Hang was speechless. So, keeping one's woman's hands out of the kitchen is a man's basic quality, isn't it? Shen Qingluan put the grilled fish in her mouth and raised the glass in front of her. Your father is a good man. Your mother is very happy. Fu Hang raised his glass and said sincerely. So, I've always felt since I was young. This way of getting along is a matter of course. Shen Qingluan took a small sip, staring at Fu Hang seriously. Well, there's nothing wrong with that. Old Wang is like that with my mom now, too. Fu Hang downed the wine in his glass in one gulp. Actually, he understood the meaning behind Shen Qingluan's words. She was explaining her past attitude towards her simps. That's good, isn't it? If you weren't like this, where would my countless savings come from? Thank you. Shen Qingluan put down her glass, but her gaze remained on Fu Hang's face. Fu Hang, however, suddenly fell silent, also looking at Shen Qingluan calmly. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The two just stared at each other silently. The luxuriously decorated dining room was filled with a faint fragrance. If this were a romantic idol drama, the post-production team would add a special effect of spiraling rose petals here, along with a touching and warm BGM. Our love, like crystal, without burden or secrets, clean and transparent. But in Fu Hang's eyes at this moment, the Qingluan sword was unsheathed, stirring up a sky full of sword light, sword chi sweeping across, sword intent rampant. This was a silent duel, two great dozong experts facing off, domains fully open, martial arts flourishing. 3, 2, 1. Fu Hang counted down in his mind. Actually, sometimes, I feel quite sorry for my dad. Shen Qingluan sighed softly after Fu Hang finished his countdown. Fu Hang still didn't speak, just a questioning look in his eyes. My mom, she's fine when she's in a good mood. But as soon as she's upset, Shen Qingluan pouted strangely, as if wanting to say something, but hesitating. Fu Hang raised an eyebrow, quietly waiting for what was next. For example, if she's in a bad mood one day, got upset at work, and comes home to find the clothes on the balcony haven't been brought in, she'll scold me. Shen Qingluan shrugged. Scold you? Yes, then scold my dad. And after scolding my dad, she'll scold our surname. Fu Hang twitched his lips. When he was a mischievous child, Fu Wanqing often scolded him, but never mentioned that deadbeat old dad. He couldn't empathize. If after scolding my dad still hasn't put away the clothes on the balcony, she'll scold herself for being blind, complain about her bad luck. Fu Hang narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression very strange, but he understood again in his heart. Shen Qingluan was stating her position. Although she grew up in such a family and developed some wrong perceptions, she understood right from wrong and also understood the hardships and pains of men. Translation: I won't be like my mom, nor will I be like I used to be. First, she berates her descendants for being unfilial. Second, she blames her spouse for being unworthy. Third, she criticizes her clan for lacking virtue. Fourth, she resents heaven for not blessing her. Fu Hang pondered for a moment, then tentatively summarized. Shen Qingluan was suddenly stunned. This summary. Weren't your grades average before? Have you been infected by the top student? A moment later, the two burst into laughter. This meal was congenial, harmonious, warm, and joyful. They chatted about everyday life, about their respective families, and occasionally reminisced about their university life and the beautiful memories they shared. Throughout the meal, Shen Qingluan made no excessive moves, truly like two close friends having an occasional get-together. Not a hint of ambiguity, not a bit out of line. This somewhat gave Fu Hang the illusion of being a male best friend, until the dining room was tidied up and Fu Hang started washing dishes in the kitchen. Shen Qingluan still leaned quietly against the kitchen door, silently watching Fu Hang's back. Fu Hang placed the last plate into the sterilizer, and Shen Qingluan silently turned and left. Fu Hang took a deep breath and dried his hands. He didn't leave the kitchen, but turned on the range hood and lit a cigarette. The foreplay was over. The real duel was about to begin. There was an old custom. Before a life-and-death duel, masters always liked to sit knee to knee, either drinking wine or tea. When the mountain flowers bloomed and the sun set, swords would be drawn, blades would taste blood. It decided victory and defeat, and also life and death. Fu Hang quietly finished his cigarette and set his phone in his pocket to silent. This battle might be a strategic watershed. He needed to be focused and give it his all. Returning to the living room, Fu Hang glanced at the closed master bedroom door, slowly sat down on the sofa, and calmed his mind. The living room, which was full of laughter just a moment ago, was now strangely filled with an amorous atmosphere and an inexplicable murderous aura in the silence. The bedroom door slowly opened. Fu Hang looked up, his eyes trembled slightly, but he secretly gave a thumbs up in his heart. In the time it took to smoke a cigarette, you've already put on full makeup? Under the dim yellow light, Shen Qingluan seemed to be coated in a layer of warm light. Her hair, originally tied up high, was now quietly let down, her ink-black tresses falling wantonly, casually draped over her shoulders. A few strands even playfully hung by her neck, further accentuating her snow-white skin. She had shed her loose housecoat and changed into a form-fitting, plain black stepmother dress. The neckline of this dress, though not low, hung loosely, forming a perfect arc above her collarbones, vaguely revealing a large expanse of delicate skin. That revealing yet not revealing visual effect was tantalizing, making one unable to resist the urge to explore. The hem of the dress reached almost to her knees, tightly enveloping her legs, outlining their shape to perfection. And the fabric was extremely thin and soft, flowing over her legs like trickling water with her every subtle movement. When she walked, her legs were an indistinct blur, further highlighting Shen Qingluan's straight, slender legs and the breathtaking curve of her waist and hips. She moved her feet lightly, the hem of her dress swaying slightly, telling of endless charm. Is it beautiful? Shen Qingluan's steps were very, very slow, as if she had walked out of a painting, or as if a movie special effect was playing. You've always been mesmerizing to me. Fu Hang slowly stood up from the sofa, gazing mesmerized at her. Then today, you can look more closely. Shen Qingluan's red lips parted slightly, her enchanting voice like a soft, panting whisper. Fu Hang's eyes trembled again, but his brow furrowed slightly. Shen Qingluan keenly caught this subtle facial expression, tilted her head, her long hair swaying with the movement, and looked at Fu Hang playfully, but a trace of imperceptible complexity flashed in her eyes. Enveloped in the ambiguous light and shadow, Shen Qingluan's eyes became sultry, her fingertips slowly rising, her movements as gentle as a spring breeze caressing a willow. She beckoned to Fu Hang with her finger, her wrist trembling slightly inadvertently, the diamond bracelet colliding to produce a fine, crisp sound, like a whisper in the ear, stirring the heart. The light danced on her fingertips, making her movements even more alluring, like a rose blooming in the dark night, carrying a fatal temptation. Fu Hang stood quietly. After the stunning beauty faded from his eyes, he appeared very calm, completely devoid of the beastly nature and impulsiveness Shen Qingluan had anticipated. Shen Qingluan's fingers froze in midair. The gentleness on her face remained, but deep in her eyes, a profound doubt emerged. Fu Hang still didn't speak, just stood there quietly. Shen Qingluan understood. This was Fu Hang rejecting her. Why? Why can Qin Yu Chu? Why can Lana? Why can even Li Weiyang? But I can't. Shen Qingluan seemed to be stung by this calmness. Her tone was questioning, but her voice was tinged with grievance. Fu Hang raised an eyebrow, sighed softly, his calm gaze mixed with an indescribable tenderness. Fu Hang slowly approached, looked up, and tucked Shen Qingluan's scattered hair behind her ear, then just looked down at her quietly. I know, I really did many things wrong in the past, but haven't I already? Tears welled up in Shen Qingluan's peach blossom eyes. She cupped Fu Hang's hand as he was about to withdraw it, holding it tightly. Understand? A smile appeared on Fu Hang's face, gently interrupting Shen Qingluan. You don't understand. Shen Qingluan suddenly pushed Fu Hang away. Fu Hang's hand froze in midair, and he took 2 steps back. Yo, use flash? Is she preparing to use her ultimate? Like this. I'm scared. I'm really scared. Shen Qingluan bit her lip, tears glistening in her eyes. I know, you have many women. Qin Yu Chu, Li Weiyang, Lana, Ing Yanin, Zhuge Yun, and maybe others I don't know about. I never thought that I, Shen Qingluan, would one day have to fight with other women for a man. I really want to just leave, never see you again in this life. But do you know what those 6 years you spent on me meant? Shen Qingluan wrapped her arms around her chest, slowly hugging herself tighter. Fu Hang opened his mouth, also bit his lip, but said nothing. He had to endure this wave of damage. Which woman, after 6 long years of meticulous care, could remain unmoved? I admit, back then I looked down on you. You had fatal flaws in my eyes. You were poor. You couldn't give me the life I wanted. But I thoroughly enjoyed your pursuit, your care, your love, your obsession. You satisfied all my vanity. I can't live without you anymore. Shen Qingluan's voice was sincere, her crying tone almost imperceptible, with a slight sob. Fu Hang's brow furrowed even deeper, a faint gloom in his eyes. Then, you told me, your greatest strength was actually being rich. I still can't imagine your wealth. A bitter smile suddenly appeared on Shen Qingluan's tear-streaked face. What I thought was a flaw became a joke. The man I once disdained became an existence I couldn't aspire to. 49% of Hengyu International shares. Do you know what that means? Do you know what 5 billion means to a woman? You tell me, after experiencing all this, how can I, Shen Qingluan, in this lifetime, ever look at another man? Fall in love with someone else? Shen Qingluan's voice suddenly rose, her slightly hoarse voice sounding hysterical. Fu Hang took a deep breath, the complexity in his eyes becoming more pronounced. But he still stood quietly, motionless. I still don't know why you approached me for the past 6 years, nor do I understand why you're rejecting me now. But I have no choice. Shen Qingluan's eyes were filled with tears, her arms, previously wrapped around her front, slowly moved behind her back. The tight-fitting stepmother dress suddenly loosened, sliding down her delicate body like flowing water. I'm scared. I'm really scared. I'm afraid of what I'll do if one day I don't have you. Shen Qingluan stood quietly, her gaze fixed on Fu Hang. The moment that plain black stepmother dress slipped off, Fu Hang's heart, quite disappointingly, skipped a beat. This was no act. Holy cow, where did she buy this dress? What kind of design? At this moment, Shen Qingluan, due to irresistible factors, 754 words of local close-up and static description have been deleted here. Everyone is responsible for maintaining a healthy online environment. In the empty living room, the two stood silently facing each other. Shen Qingluan had just unleashed a perfectly connected combo. In her candid, super-armored state, her skills temporarily entered cooldown, creating a brief output gap. And Fu Hang, after taking a wave of damage, remained as steady as an old dog. Fu Hang was actually wondering in his heart, looking at the almost perfect body before him. Apart from being stunned, he surprisingly didn't feel a trace of evil thoughts. With Qin Yuchu, it was a natural progression. The two were deeply attached like glue. With Lana, it felt like a carnal, instinctive attraction. Fu Hang couldn't even say who took advantage of whom. And with Li Weiyang, it was mutual affection, naturally leading to... But Shen Qingluan. Fu Hang looked at that fair, moist skin, the well-proportioned, delicate contours, and what arose in his heart was a very strange, very complex emotion. He actually saw through the phenomenon to the essence. At a time like this, compared to the other clients, even including Qin Yuchu, he understood Shen Qingluan too well. Seeing herself so candid, yet Fu Hang remained unmoved. Shen Qingluan's disappointment was immeasurable. She slowly took a step, walking towards Fu Hang. Only then did Fu Hang notice that she wasn't truly bare. She was still wearing a pair of attack speed shoes. Seeing Shen Qingluan approach, Fu Hang's eyes softened, and he raised his arms to take off his own jacket. Shen Qingluan's heart leaped with joy, her shattered confidence recovering slightly. She lowered her head and leaned in. But the next moment, Shen Qingluan looked up, staring at Fu Hang in astonishment. Because Fu Hang had taken off his jacket and draped it over her. What? Shen Qingluan was about to go crazy. Are you really going to destroy all my pride? Because you don't love me enough. Fu Hang lowered his head, gazing into her eyes, and spoke softly. Finished your skills? Then it's my turn. Not love you enough. Shen Qingluan stood still, her eyes flickering with disbelief. I'm already like this, and you still say I don't love you enough. As you said, I have many women. If it were just for physical pleasure, I could have it easily now. Fu Hang tightened the jacket around Shen Qingluan, covering up that infinite spring scenery. But that's not what I want. You're special, unique. Before you, I hadn't even liked anyone else. Fu Hang raised his hand and gently placed it on Shen Qingluan's shoulder, the warmth of his palm conveying the sincerity in his tone through the jacket. Shen Qingluan's brow furrowed slightly. She was genuinely moved by Fu Hang's words. What I hope to see is the complete you, unreserved, without any ulterior motives, without any other impurities. The white moonlight is pure and sacred. It shouldn't be mixed with any impurities. For me, this ray of white moonlight is also the only one in this life. Fu Hang watched quietly, his eyes filled with infinite longing. If it's not pure enough, I'd rather not have it, and keep its sanctity in my heart. But Shen Qingluan opened her mouth, but Fu Hang raised his finger and pressed it against her red lips. I'm waiting for you to completely fall in love with me, 100% love, pure love without any impurities. Fu Hang lowered his head and gently kissed her forehead. When those thin lips landed on her brow, Shen Qingluan felt the world spin. A torrent of self-blame and guilt surged from the bottom of her heart, creating a monstrous wave. Her body stiffened slightly, her gaze on Fu Hang gradually blurring, her pupils no longer able to focus. I am special, unique. Our future should be pure love, without any impurities. 100% love. So for the past 6 years, he has been waiting for this. Fu Hang's hand touched Shen Qingluan's cheek, and Shen Qingluan instinctively tilted her head slightly, rubbing her cheek against Fu Hang's hand like a little cat. His palm was thick and warm. Fu Hang's gaze grew even gentler. He lowered his head, cupped Shen Qingluan's face, and kissed her nose again. I won't change the password for Yinshu now. 1. When you think you're 100% in love with me, you come over. Fu Hang withdrew his hand, turned around with a flourish, and walked steadily towards the door. Shen Qingluan's body trembled. She instinctively wanted to hold him back, but she couldn't take a step, couldn't open her mouth. 100% love? Shen Qingluan knew herself. At least for now, she couldn't do it. The door closed. Fu Hang watched the changing floor numbers on the elevator display and let out a long breath. In this PUA duel, Fu Hang was completely victorious. He took a full set of skills without taking any damage and countered with a full critical hit. As Fu Hang said, he really didn't lack women now. If he wanted, he could have Baldy Long by a yacht right now, go out for parties, live a life of debauchery and luxury. Not to mention those expensive but variably qualified young ladies. Even high-quality clients like Li Weiyang, Ying Yanin, and Zhuge Yun, if he wanted to, he could easily peel off their glamorous exteriors. Fu Hang understood Shen Qingluan. If he had slept with her today, her favorability rating would definitely decrease instead of increasing. Even subsequent improvements would become exceptionally difficult. She wasn't a love-struck fool like Li Weiyang. Many superficial flirting techniques were almost immune to Shen Qingluan. This was a woman with a strong desire for possession, control, and vanity, and she also had strong autonomy and independence. A woman who wasn't rational and calm enough couldn't have played the simp game with him for 6 years. Once he confirmed a relationship with Shen Qingluan today, this woman would definitely push her luck. Not in her actions, but in her mentality. Her mentality would change, and everything he did afterwards, she would feel was a matter of course. It wouldn't even be impossible for a peck of rice feeds a benefactor. A bushel of rice creates an enemy mentality to emerge. If he were still in a situation with only one client, or if Fu Hang were still focused on work, this would naturally be good. But what Fu Hang wanted now wasn't a slow and steady shearing of the system's wool, but a quick settlement, a final settlement with a 100% favorability rating. After the favorability rating increased to a certain level, there was a threshold. This had already been confirmed with Li Weiyang. Therefore, keeping her hanging would be more effective than directly conquering her. Especially this woman. Her name was Shen Qingluan. Don't blame me for being heartless. Qingluan. The elevator doors closed. Fu Hang leaned against the elevator, looking somewhat tired, and took out his phone to glance at it. If you come back early, bring me sugarcane. Okay, do you want any other fruits? I don't want anything else. On my way back. Fu Hang put away his phone, tilted his head to look at his reflection in the elevator, his eyes becoming profound. There were no mirrors installed in the elevator, but the four walls were covered with resplendent gold metal panels. These panels were meticulously polished, their surfaces as smooth as mirrors. Fu Hang's figure cast a clear, yet hazy reflection on them, and with the slight shaking of the car, it seemed both real and illusory. And what Fu Hang didn't know was that in another house in this complex, a woman with long golden hair sat in a dimly lit room. The computer monitor in front of her displayed the very image of Fu Hang staring at his reflection in the elevator. She watched quietly, her brow slightly furrowed, lost in thought. After a long while, when Fu Hang stepped out of the elevator, she turned her gaze to another monitor. And this monitor displayed, surprisingly, Shen Qingluan curled up on the sofa, naked, draped in a man's jacket. Sincerity? Love. A sneer appeared on Lana's face, but she herself didn't notice that above the corners of her curved lips, in her lake blue eyes, a confusion she herself didn't recognize was emerging. Love? In the rigorous training she underwent in the laboratory, it was merely a tool. When Fu Hang returned to Chunfeng Gardens, he was again carrying large and small bags. Why'd you buy so much? Didn't you have dinner? Qin Yuchu took the plastic bag from Fu Hang's hand and looked inside in surprise. I thought you might not have had dinner tonight, and the fruit shop is right next door, so I bought some on the way. Fu Hang had a doting smile on his face. I haven't been eating dinner lately. I've gained a lot of weight. Qin Yuchu took out a piece of sugarcane, took a small bite, and the juice overflowed from the corner of her mouth, crystal clear. Who said you're fat? If this is called fat, saying it out loud would make people jealous. Fu Hang thoughtfully raised his hand and wiped the juice from the corner of Qin Yuchu's mouth with his thumb. Qin Yuchu ducked her head and giggled mischievously. But Fu Hang didn't notice that while Qin Yuchu ducked her head, she also sniffed hard. Jasmine fragrance? Jasmine noir? Shen Qingluan? Come, I bought tiramisu. Fu Hang didn't notice Qin Yuchu's small movements, and, like presenting a treasure, took out an exquisite box of pastry from the plastic bag. I'll really get fat. Qin Yuchu wiped her nose, staring intently at the cake box, her eyes struggling. Tiramisu, it lifts and pulls you just like Pilates. How can it make you fat? Fu Hang explained seriously, thoughtfully taking out a small spoon, scooping some, and feeding it to Qin Yuchu's mouth. Really? Qin Yuchu subconsciously opened her mouth, looking adorably dazed. Of course, eat up. The shopkeeper said it's a new flavor. With taro added, it won't make you fat. Fu Heng pulled Qin Yuchu to sit down in front of the sofa. Qin Yuchu ate happily, one leg resting on Fu Heng's knee. Eating sweets might make you feel overwhelmed. Come, I also bought fried chicken wings and fried chicken legs. Eat something salty to balance it out. Fu Heng took out another box of fried chicken from the plastic bag. Qin Yuchu's eyes struggled again. Eat without worry. Chicken wings and legs are the most exercised parts of a chicken. Eating them won't make you fat. Fu Heng explained again with a straight face. What else did you buy? Qin Yuchu weakly picked up a chicken wing, her eyes vigilant. Shrimp paste, your favorite, pure protein, won't make you fat. You can check online if you don't believe me. Fu Heng took out another beautifully packaged box of shrimp paste from the plastic bag. What's that then? Qin Yuchu licked the grease from her lips, her eyes looking at the shrimp paste with eager anticipation. Ta-da-da! Fu Heng, beaming, took out a cup of milk tea. Mango pomelo sago. Qin Yuchu's eyes lit up. Yes, mango is pure fiber. Pomelo is pure dew, a 100% plant-based drink, perfect for quenching thirst during a late-night snack. Fu Heng smiled brightly and righteously. I feel like you're playing a very big game of chess. Qin Yuchu dazedly took the straw. Don't overthink it. Eat quickly, you're still growing. Fu Heng chuckled, snatched the straw, and helped Qin Yuchu insert it. For a woman my age, growing isn't exactly a friendly term. Fu Heng awkwardly scratched his head, a slip of the tongue. Although it's not friendly, it's healthy. Aren't we trying to conceive? Fu Heng forced a reason, adding bricks and mortar to the child's new house. This reason was quite legitimate, right? Speaking of trying to conceive, Qin Yuchu released the straw she was holding in her mouth and looked at Fu Heng tentatively. Fu Heng blinked, waiting for what was next. Have you been to the hospital for a checkup? Qin Yuchu steeled herself and asked her question. What? Fu Heng's mouth twitched. Your words are a bit dirty. I just want to fatten you up a bit, reduce some threat. Is it necessary to resort to personal attacks? By the way, haven't we been 50-50 recently? If I get serious, you might not necessarily win. I mean, I've been to the hospital for a checkup. I'm fine. But we've been at it for so long. Fu Heng was stunned. Was this what Qin Yuchu meant? He tilted his head slightly and thought back carefully. It seems so. It had been such a long time. Theoretically, shouldn't they have conquered the fortress by now? Yuchu had already been to the hospital for a checkup. Could it really be a problem with his body? Fu Heng suddenly became worried about personal gains and losses. This morning, Xia Xiaofeng, CEO of Weiyang Entertainment, experienced the darkest moment of his life. His faith collapsed. Here's what happened. Early in the morning, as usual, he was the first to arrive at the company, 5 minutes earlier than the cleaners. Recently, Weiyang Entertainment's development momentum has been very strong. Although the company's biggest investment, the Crow 3, was not released due to indescribable reasons, with Fu Heng's golden hits as a foundation, the company's profits were still very gratifying. And the Crow 4, the Young and Dangerous series, and Infernal Affairs were all progressing rapidly. Furthermore, Fu Heng had solemnly promised that he would not interfere in any subsequent company projects. A great rock rises with the wind in a single day, soaring 90,000 li. After Huanan Entertainment's inexplicable collapse, Weiyang Entertainment was already showing signs of replacing it. In the past few days, various artists and big names had conveyed various cooperation intentions to Xia Xiaofeng through various channels. Xia Xiaofeng was so busy he was going crazy, so busy he hadn't seen Lu Ru for several days. He didn't know if she was tired, supporting a real estate leasing company all by herself. Xia Xiaofeng, as usual, made himself a cup of strong coffee, sat at his desk, as if in prayer, silently thought of Lu Ru for a minute, and then prepared to start today's work. But to his surprise, the first call he received today was actually about Lu Ru. Hello, is this Mr. Xia Xiaofeng? The voice on the phone was calm and steady. Hello, this is he. Xia Xiaofeng replied, just as calmly. Excuse me, are you Lu Ru's boyfriend? The man on the phone, after a slight pause, asked hesitantly. I am. Hearing this, Xia Xiaofeng paused, images of him and Lu Ru flashing through his mind. His face beaming with happiness. He gave an affirmative answer. That time with Assistant Long was an accident. Xia Xiaofeng reminded himself. Oh, me too. Unexpectedly, the man on the phone, after a moment of silence, spoke with complexity. Xia Xiaofeng was completely stunned. He raised his phone and looked carefully at the caller ID. It was an unfamiliar number, and, judging by the voice, it definitely wasn't that scoundrel Long Out Yin. What did you say? Xia Xiaofeng asked in disbelief. I said, I'm also Lu Ru's boyfriend. Are we talking about the same Lu Ru? Xiao Xiaofeng's voice rose a few decibels. She used to be a receptionist at Ganlu Milk Tea, and now she's the CEO of a real estate leasing company. Am I right? The man on the phone confirmed seriously. You'd better make yourself clear. Xiao Xiaofeng's face darkened. He didn't believe it, didn't believe Lu Ru would be involved with other men. Lu Ru was so innocent. This man must be pestering Lu Ru unsuccessfully and intentionally trying to ruin his relationship with Lu Ru. I only found out about this today, too. The man's tone was dejected, his calm voice now carrying a slight tremor. Xiao Xiaofeng fell silent. He caught this emotional change. Without deep affection, one wouldn't have such emotions. Who is the third party? Xiao Xiaofeng asked worriedly. Me? The man didn't hesitate at all, generously admitting it. Xiao Xiaofeng breathed a slight sigh of relief, feeling a bit more comfortable psychologically. You are number 4. The man on the phone continued. What are you saying? Xiao Xiaofeng almost couldn't hold the phone. Number 5 told me this. His heart is broken. There's also a number 5? Xiao Xiaofeng's voice rose an octave. Don't get excited, brother, calm down. Number 6 also has a bad temper. I just talked to him. He seemed very irritable. You all need to exercise restraint when you meet. Xiao Xiaofeng fell silent, looking at the phone again seriously. He felt that this world was very unreal. Number 7 is already on his way back to the country and should arrive tonight. But number 8 seems to still be in school, a boarding school, so it's not easy to ask for leave. He might have to wait until the weekend to come over. Number 9 created a group. How about I add you to the group first? The man on the phone seemed not to notice Xiao Xiaofeng's strangeness and continued to ramble on. Xiao Xiaofeng held the phone, feeling the newly renovated, colorful CEO's office fading, the vibrant world losing its color bit by bit. Outside the window, it was clearly a bright spring day, yet he saw desolate snowflakes fluttering from the mahogany ceiling of the CEO's office. He spread his palm, his vision blurred. Gently, it lands in my palm. Quietly, it freezes in my palm. Tears exhausted, still can't believe. This life, as thin as paper. I slowly listen to the sound of falling snow, closing my eyes, imagining it won't stop. You can't get close. It's definitely not too heartless, just greedy for the beautiful scenery outside the window. Xiao Xiaofeng subconsciously muttered, humming a song that suddenly appeared in his mind. Fu Heng found out about this in the afternoon. Fang Tiandai informed him. It started because Fang Tiandai had urgent business with Xiao Xiaofeng. After knocking on the door for a long time with no response, he listened carefully and found someone singing inside. But work matters couldn't be delayed. After informing Xiao Xiaofeng from the doorway, Fang Tiandai pushed the door open. He saw Xiao Xiaofeng sitting blankly in the boss's chair, eyes staring at his phone screen, dazed and confused, while vaguely singing "The Snow Falls So Deep," so earnestly, reflecting my wounds lying in the snow. Afterwards, no matter what Fang Tiandai said, Xiao Xiaofeng didn't react at all, as if possessed. Fang Tiandai leaned closer and found that the phone seemed to be a chat group, with messages updating quickly. Fang Tiandai tactfully didn't look closely, but the matters requiring Xiao Xiaofeng's decision couldn't be delayed, and coupled with Xiao Xiaofeng's current state, Fang Tiandai pondered for a moment and reported the situation to Fu Heng. Because Fang Tiandai knew that CEO Xia was Fu Heng's true confidant. When Fu Heng rushed to Weiyang Entertainment, this was the scene he saw upon pushing open the door. Snowflakes drift, north wind howls, heaven and earth, a vast expanse. A sprig of plum blossom, standing proudly in the snow, only for her fragrance, loving what I love without regrets. In the spacious office, a desolate song echoed, causing the temperature in the heated CEO's office to drop by 2 degrees. Who is Chioya? Fu Heng stared at the lifeless eyes of Xiao Xiaofeng before him and inexplicably asked a question. He didn't know why, but such a random name just popped into his head. Fang Tiandai, who was following beside him, thought seriously, quickly going through the data in his mind. But unfortunately, the AI search failed to find corresponding information. Sai, forget it, you can leave. Fu Heng waved his hand, dismissing Fang Tiandai. Seeing Xiao Xiaofeng's condition, Fu Heng already understood in his heart. This was drinking the original 9-turn large intestine soup. You fool, right? I told you not to be stubborn with me. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin. You won't turn back until you hit a wall. Xiao Xiaofeng still showed no reaction to Fu Heng's arrival, his pale eyes staring helplessly at the constantly updating information on his phone. Fu Heng slowly approached and leaned beside him, quietly watching for a while. Oh, firstly, The constantly scrolling names made Fu Hang gasp. Number 3, number 5, number 6, number 7. Secondly, the chat content was shocking to the core. This Lu Ru was truly an Empress Ruin. Huh? A professional player? The chat messages Fu Hang saw were precisely several men sorting out and verifying timelines. Which date with whom? Which date at whose place? The men were all quite serious, even uploading various supporting materials. Fu Hang sighed slightly in his heart and took Xia Xiaofeng's phone. With his phone taken, Xia Xiaofeng's gaze numbly followed the phone, still not having snapped back to reality. Hey, wake up! Fu Hang turned off the phone screen and gently patted Xia Xiaofeng's face. Boss. Xia Xiaofeng finally saw clearly the person standing in front of him, but his eyes were still vacant. Even seeing Fu Hang appear, he remained seated in the boss's chair. Given Xia Xiaofeng's usual attitude towards his boss, this was very strange. Fu Hang sighed again, this unlucky kid. He stuck out his butt and sat down on the large desk. Looking at the current situation, this desk should still be pure. It's time to show some real skills. The sea of suffering is boundless. Turn back and the shore is at hand. Fu Hang inexplicably thought of his junior high school motto. After I attain enlightenment, I began to mislead others. It's time to let Xia Xiaofeng know what a man is. I say, Xiaofeng. Fu Hang began earnestly. Boss, I want to ask you for a favor. Unexpectedly, Xia Xiaofeng also spoke at the same time, his eyes glancing vaguely at the phone held by Fu Hang. Go on. Fu Hang showed a kind smile, looking amiable. Xiao Rushi. This is a private matter between her and me. Please don't make things difficult for her. Her work ability is actually not bad. Xia Xiaofeng glanced at the phone again and stammered. Fu Hang was thrown off by this. Do you even hear what you're saying? Are you really a born simp saint? Did my brother Tongzi kidnap the wrong person? If he had kidnapped you, wouldn't he have taken off on the spot? Fu Hang grimaced, picked up the phone, waved it in front of Xia Xiaofeng's face, and re-unlocked it with facial recognition. Look, there's number 3, number 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 on here. What number are you? I'm number 4. Xia Xiaofeng answered honestly, a hint of gloom in his eyes. Then have you noticed, in this group, there's no number 1 and number 2? Fu Hang opened the group information and pointed to the ranking above. Number 1 is Lu Ru's university counselor. He said the matter is over and doesn't want to join the group. Fu Hang's forehead twitched again. Then what about number 2? Fu Hang understood in his heart who this number 2 was. Number 2 is Long Out Yen. Fu Hang was exasperated, like trying to make steel from useless iron. Xia Xiaofeng suddenly understood. Right, they had, after all, already. So, do you think, with Brother Long's temperament, if I don't pursue it, he could just act like nothing happened? Fu Hang's voice was low, each word enunciated. Xia Xiaofeng's eyes widened suddenly, looking at Fu Hang in disbelief. The two looked at each other quietly. After a long while, a flash of panic appeared in Xia Xiaofeng's eyes. No, I have to go find him, Xia Xiaofeng said, about to get up. Fu Hang's fist cracked. He forcibly resisted the urge to smash the other's head in and pressed him down onto the boss's chair. Who are you going to find? Fu Hang's voice began to tremble. Not only are you a born saint, you're about to become a saint on the spot, aren't you? In front of you, I wouldn't even dare mention I was once a simp. I feel like I've let down my brother Tongzi. Find Brother Long. He'll beat the shit out of you. Fu Hang glared at him, gritting his teeth. But Xiao Rushi, hearing this, Xia Xiaofeng, with the terrifying image of Long Out Yen in his mind, struggled to stand up again. All right, sit down. Brother Long sighed, I'll talk to him. You handle your own affairs. Fu Hang rolled his eyes speechlessly. Very melancholy. All his methods of enlightening Xia Xiaofeng were blocked by Xia Xiaofeng's comprehensive and flawless defense system. You, take a good rest for a few days. Come back to work when you've thought it through. Paid leave. Fu Hang looked at him seriously for a long, long time. He almost shouted. If he was born, why was Liang born too? In this simp race, he admitted defeat. If not for his status limitations, he would have wanted to kowtow to Xia Xiaofeng. Is this the reincarnation of the patriarch? Walking out of the office, Feng Tiandai stood at a distance. Let him be alone for a while. I've given him a long vacation. You'll have to work harder during this time. Take on more of the company's affairs. Fu Hang stared into Feng Tiandai's clear eyes, instructing seriously. Tiandai is still better, although the AI vibe is getting stronger. Boss, Gao Chaha from Huana Entertainment has been waiting in the company for a long time. Feng Tiandai showed no unusual reaction to Fu Hang entrusting the company to her. She was impeccably calm. Only after Fu Hang finished his instructions did she quickly step into her role. Gao Cha, Huana. Fu Hang had an impression of this name. He seemed to be the crown prince of Huana. Back then, with Heavenly King Lu's contract, the other party had acted very arrogantly. Yes, he's here to see CEO Xia. I told him CEO Xia wasn't available, but young Master Gao refused to leave. Fang Tiandai looked up and carefully glanced at Fu Hang. Logically, if Xia Xiaofeng wasn't available to meet him, she should have sent him away. But Huana was, after all, her old employer, and she really couldn't make things too difficult. Moreover, everyone was in the entertainment industry. Fang Tiandai's principle was to make money amicably, and indeed, they shouldn't make things too tense. Is he still here? Fu Hang was surprised. In the reception room, Fang Tiandai lowered her head. All right, I'll go meet him. Fu Hang understood the meaning of Fang Tiandai's expression. He liked Fang Tiandai's way of doing things more and more. She clearly hoped he would meet the person from the beginning, yet she didn't say a word. Presumably, if he didn't want to meet the person, Fang Tiandai would act as if she had never mentioned it to him. Under Fang Tiandai's guidance, Fu Hang pushed open the door of the reception room. What met his eyes was a small, thin man with a high-nosed bridge and deep-set eyes, looking very tired. Upon seeing that the person who came was actually Fu Hang, he shot up from his seat. This movement made Fu Hang freeze again. Sitting down, there wasn't much of feeling, but standing up. Are you sure you stood up? No. Your name is Gao Cha? Are you as tall as a car? President Fu, please withdraw your divine powers. I admit defeat. Gao Cha, the crown prince of Huana, however, didn't wait for Fu Hang to say anything and directly bowed 90 degrees, all the way down. Gao Cha was bitter in his heart. He had thought it was just one of his artists who had foolishly offended some capital bigwig, leading to retaliation. He had already prepared for the other party to make exorbitant demands and had also thought through his negotiation strategy. Anyway, that foolish artist was already person not found. Everyone was in the entertainment industry. It was just a matter of giving face. But he was wrong. What was thought to be a major investigation was just for show, a mere formality, but unexpectedly, the higher-ups got serious. Good heavens! Entertainment companies, how many of them are truly clean? And your investigation is too thorough, isn't it? You're even digging up old accounts from over 20 years ago when the company was first founded? The most terrifying thing was the other party never even thought of negotiating with him. Taking advantage of the company being thoroughly investigated and its stock price fluctuating, they secretly made a move on the stock market. This is utterly shameless. His father, out on medical parole, fell ill directly and was sent to the intensive care unit. The various shareholders spoke with duplicity, and a sense of panic pervaded the company. Gao Cha took out all his assets in an attempt to turn the tide and save the market, but after the cash flow was poured into the financial market, it didn't even make a ripple. Gao Cha completely panicked, begging everyone he could think of. The same scenario as with Hangyu International back then replayed itself. The people he sought help for were all extremely secretive, expressing their inability to help. Fortunately, a financial advisor he had hired at a high salary, perhaps worried about his own pay, vaguely reminded him, "That best actor you offended." Acting is just his side gig. He started out in finance. Working backward from the result, Gao Cha finally understood who he had offended. Because just yesterday, he had learned a fact that felt fantastical to him. That overseas market ambush, he initiated it. He was also the standard bearer. This was the final piece of advice from his father's closest friend. Hearing this news, he finally thought of Hangyu International. How similar. It was predictable that next, various capitals would bare their greedy fangs and wield their claws to carve up Hana. The reason they hadn't entered the market yet was probably because they were waiting for Fu Hang. If you want to get a share of the soup, you have to wait for the host to finish the meat, right? That night, Gao Cha had murderous thoughts. Of course, not towards Fu Hang, but towards the artist who had set Fu Hang up. Although that person was now, no such person could be found, Gao Cha believed he could find him. He would make the other party regret being born human. He tried many ways to contact Fu Hang, but Fu Hang was also no such person could be found. He tried contacting Li Weiyang. Li Weiyang did answer the phone, but after hearing it was Gao Cha, she only left him with the word scram. Seriously, is this the magnanimity a businessman should have? Not even pretending a little? Helpless. Early in the morning, he came to Weiyang Entertainment. He came alone, to admit his mistake and accept punishment. Attitude is very important. But who knew that when he arrived at Hana, let alone Fu Hang, he couldn't even see Xia Xiaofeng, a mere employee. A tiger in flatland is bullied by dogs. Although Fong Tiandai, an old employee who had jumped ship, showed utmost respect, Gao Chen knew in his heart that Wei Yong Entertainment had him cornered. But who could he blame when the knife was already at his throat? Gao Chen was also shameless. Since you won't see me, I'll just stay put. At least if the news of me proactively admitting my mistake and bowing my head gets out, you'll have to have a justification if you still want to utterly annihilate me, right? After waiting for almost a day, Gao Chen thought today would be futile and was preparing to come back tomorrow when he saw Fu Hang actually come in person. What was there to hesitate about? If not for the constraints of his higher education, he would have kneeled just now. This decisive posture, however, made Fu Hang confused again. What retracted his divine powers? What did I do to you? Fu Hang was completely stunned, suspiciously sizing up the other party. And Gao Chaha, maintaining his bowing posture, secretly tilted his head to observe Fu Hang's reaction. Noticing Fu Hang's gaze sizing him up, he first tensed, then became suspicious, then resolute, and then the resolution turned into joy. Mr. Fu, I can do it. As long as you stop, let Hannah go, I can do it. It's not clear if it was an illusion, but did he just stick his butt out a little? What? Fu Hang's eyes widened at once. Your words are very ambiguous. Young Master Gao, and Gao Chaha, seeing Fu Hang's eyes widen, bright and spirited, the secret joy in his heart became even more obvious. Mr. Fu, to be honest with you, I actually admire Mr. Fu very much. I've seen the sample of Crow 3. The Joker in it is simply a model for men. In the song you sang at the awards ceremony, after seeing your performance, I couldn't eat or sleep for days. I've long wanted to get acquainted with Mr. Fu. If it weren't for this incident, to be favored by Mr. Fu now, Cha is more than fortunate for 3 lifetimes. What virtue or ability do I, Gao Chaha, possess to receive Mr. Fu's favor? Stop. Fu Hang gathered his chi in his dantian, glaring angrily, and a loud shout exploded in the reception room like a thunderclap. Gao Chaha was intimidated, and his excited words did not continue. Fong Tiandai, however, kept her eyes lowered, like a computer that had been shut down, showing no reaction at all. If you look at me with those eyes again, I'll beat the shit out of you. Fu Hang was directly infuriated, wasn't he? The earlier words sounded like flattery, although strange, it wasn't easy to find fault. Those in the entertainment circle are somewhat exaggerated. But when he heard favored, Fu Hang's hair stood on end, and when the words receive favor came out, murderous intent was evident in Fu Hang's eyes. Damn it, are you here to provoke me? Insult me to my face? Gao Cha on the other side, hearing this, raised an eyebrow. Beat the shit out? Mr. Fu is a top? That's fine. I'm quite receptive. Gao Cha lowered his head and actually became coy. Bang! Fu Hang slammed a fist on the desk in front of him, and a crack appeared on the 3-finger-thick solid wood tabletop. I'm straight as a steel bar. Veins bulged on Fu Hang's forehead, his arms held up under his armpits like a gorilla's. This pose is called front double biceps in bodybuilding competitions. In classical dance, it's called lifting the lapels. Fu Hang grimaced. He regretted it. He should have brought Nian Bing today. The young Master Wang he was so concerned about is a crown prince. I'll give you a crown prince in return. Gao Cha looked at the crack on the table, finally realizing he had misunderstood, and licked his lips awkwardly, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. Fu Hang's chest heaved violently, but he quickly held his breath. Tiandai, open the window. It's already open. Then open it wider. Turn on the air purification system, too. Fu Hang felt the air in the reception room was no longer clean. He had inquired about this Hannah Crown Prince later. It was said he was an old hand with women, and most of the artists under him had been slept with by him. So he was sleeping with male artists? You sit next to me. Fong Tiandai turned on the air circulation system, and was hesitating whether she should go out, but was stopped by Fu Hang's shout. Fong Tiandai silently sat down next to Fu Hang, her head lowered, without any sense of presence, but Fu Hang inexplicably felt a bit more at ease. Speak. What exactly are you here for? Fu Hang glared at Gao Cha, speaking impatiently. I beg Mr. Fu to be lenient and give Hannah a way out. Realizing his misunderstanding, Gao Cha quickly adjusted his posture. To be fair, very few of these crown princes were truly useless. After all, enjoying the best conditions and receiving the most elite education from a young age, they might have some strange hobbies, but they more or less had some real talent. What did I do to you? Fu Hang was puzzled. Please, Mr. Fu, stop your actions in the stock market. I'm willing to buy back the shares you hold at a premium. Gao Cha looked at Fu Hang seriously, sighing inwardly. The other party could pretend, but he couldn't. Hannah had no room or time for a turnaround. Once those capital wolves that devour people without spitting out the bones enter the market, it would truly be beyond saving. Stock market. Fu Hang straightened his neck, as if he had thought of something. Qin Yuchu seemed to have mentioned this. No, is Yuchu that fierce? Wait a minute, I'll make a call and ask. Fu Hang twitched his lips and took out his phone. After a few words, the call ended. Fu Hang looked at the other party, feeling a mix of amusement and disbelief. For the first time, he felt the terror of the women around him. Is this the empire I've licked my way to? Tong Ziji didn't even make a move, and he pushed the mighty Hannah to this state. A crown prince came to me to sell shares for survival, self-recommendation for debasement, wanted to be a key buttocks minister, to trade buttocks for shares. Qin Yuchu admitted decisively over the phone that she had indeed acquired some of Hannah's shares. Hearing Fu Hang say not to play too hard, she said she could return them. She had originally just wanted to save up some dowry. But then Qin Yuchu reminded him that Li Weiyang and Shen Qingluan should also have quite a few shares. Good heavens! The harem group launched a group attack. Fu Hang's emotions suddenly became incoherent. He felt a bit sorry for Gao Cha in front of him. Actually, the two families didn't really have any enmity. The one who offended him was that person who couldn't be found. Ahem, well, let's do as you said. Set a time, and you can buy back the shares. No need for a premium, just a market price will do. Fu Hang waved his hand magnanimously. His desire for wealth was diminishing, and Tong Ziji's presence had been much lower recently. Thank you, Mr. Fu, for your leniency, but I might not be able to come up with that much cash at the moment. Gao Cha stood up again and bowed respectfully. Compared to assets worth tens or hundreds of billions, what was losing face when even one's ass could be sold? Contracts. Before Fu Hang could speak, Fong Tiandai, who was in standby mode, suddenly said two words in a low voice. What? Fu Hang didn't understand, but Gao Cha on the other side stiffened. Artist contracts. If there's not enough cash, artist contracts can be used at a discount. Of course, we also accept some film and television copyrights. Fong Tiandai was still staring at the tabletop, seemingly studying the crack on it, her tone as rigid as a synthesized mechanical voice. Will that work? Fu Hang was suspicious. He didn't quite understand these things. It will. I'll go back right now and sort out the artist contracts. Gao Cha, afraid Fu Hang would go back on his word, looked at Fong Tiandai seriously and then spoke hurriedly. All right then, you can discuss the rest with Tiandai. She can make the decision on this matter. Fu Hang rubbed the back of his neck. The cold sweat from being disgusted earlier hadn't dried yet. He still had to go see Baldy Long, and also call Li Weiyang and Shen Qingluan to inform them about this. Take care, boss. As Fu Hang left, Fong Tiandai stood up and respectfully saw him to the door. But the moment she turned around, Fong Tiandai's demeanor changed. She was beaming, with a mix of 3 parts enthusiasm and 7 parts politeness, and sat back down in her previous seat. Gao Cha looked at her seriously, his heart sinking to the bottom. Gao Cha looked at her seriously, his heart sinking to the bottom. After surviving this crisis, Hannah's management really needed a shakeup. Someone like Fong Tiandai, they actually let her jump ship? Thinking of this, he thought of Zhuge Yun. Wasn't she also a trainee at Hannah? She went to Weiyang Entertainment for less than half a year, and she's already a minor diva. Moreover, due to his special preferences, he also had a soft spot for girls like Zhuge Yun who were ordinary, approachable, calm, and rapidly rising. I can't make the decision on the specific buyback matters, as the actual holders of those shares do not belong to Weiyang Entertainment. But since the boss has instructed, I will be responsible for contacting the several holders. Young Master Gao, when would be a suitable time to discuss the buyback plan? Fong Tiandai spoke unhurriedly, but with a businesslike demeanor. Tiandai, look, is tomorrow convenient? I'll go back today and sort out the artist and copyright contracts overnight. Gao Cha, seeing Fong Tiandai's attitude, understood her meaning, but still called out Tiandai, attempting to rekindle their old relationship. I will contact the several lady bosses. At that time, they will bring their own lawyers. Fong Tiandai hesitated for a moment, then subtly changed the term shareholder to lady boss. This was a reminder, but old affection was old affection, work was work. Fong Tiandai also implied in her words that they all had their own legal teams. Looking at Gao Cha before her, Fong Tiandai was actually filled with emotion. The crown prince who once disdained her was now presenting himself in such a posture. And the reason for all this was because of that man. Speaking of which, if she hadn't gone to that milk tea shop back then, what would she be doing now? Have you really fallen in love with the boss? On the film's set, Zhuge Yun, seeing no one around, cautiously approached Ing Yanin. Yes. Ing Yanin closed her eyes, her tone unwavering. But the boss won't leave Sister Yu Chu. Zhuge Yun's nimble eyes darted around, and she moved closer. He doesn't need to leave. Ing Yanin's tone remained calm. Huh. Zhuge Yun was stunned. Are you willing to be the mistress? No way. With your temper, can you tolerate that? You're 13th sister, aren't you? You're Harley Quinn, aren't you? Loving someone isn't necessarily about possession. As long as he's happy, I'm very content. Ing Yanin slowly raised her eyes, turning to look at Zhuge Yun, who was right beside her. Zhuge Yun was stunned. Are these words you should be saying? Have you heard Lei Li's new song? Ing Yanin, however, smiled gently, her face showing a broad-minded smile. Lei Li. Zhuge Yun frowned. Such a distant name. Back then, he was the company's top male artist, and she was the top female artist. Speaking of which, the company's benefits are really good. This Lei Li got a few songs, flew all over the world. All his MVs were shot on location. And I heard he's about to experience the South African savannah. After I finish my work on the set, should I suggest to Sister Tiandai to let me go abroad for a trip too? There's a kind of love called letting go. Ing Yanin, however, didn't notice Zhuge Yun's thoughts drifting, but raised her chin, gazing deeply at the sky. White clouds like cotton, a gentle breeze like wool. This vast sky will not belong to any one person. As long as one can occasionally be gazed upon by the sunlight, this world is warm and beautiful. Zhuge Yun, hearing this, looked sideways, staring at that heroic face for a long time. With a soft laugh, Zhuge Yun rested her head on Ing Yanin's shoulder, just like when they were shooting the young and dangerous poster earlier, and lowered her head without speaking. I've also really fallen for the boss. Even if he's a man. In Hana Entertainment's #1 conference room, Gaucha's face was gloomy, his hands anxiously picking at the label of the pen in his hand. The label had already been torn off, and his fingernails were unconsciously picking at the sticky residue on it. Opposite him, however, was a beautiful sight. If it were another time, Gaucha would definitely appreciate, observe, and study these stunning beauties, whose figures were in no way inferior to Hana Entertainment's leading actresses with an artistic eye. But at this moment, Gaucha didn't even have the desire or courage to look directly at them, because these women opposite him held Hana Entertainment's lifeblood. Shen Qingluan, Li Weiyang, Qin Yuchu, and Lana were seated at different corners of the round conference table. Next to Qin Yuchu sat Lawyer Zhang. Beside Li Weiyang was the company's legal counsel who had met Fu Hang during the initial stages of Ganlu milk tea, and Shen Qingluan and Lana were sitting close together, with no one else beside them. I didn't expect to meet Barrister Zhang again. A pleasure, a pleasure. The legal counsel Li Weiyang brought had just sat down when he saw Lawyer Zhang and quickly stood up again. Lawyer Liu, you're too kind. Lawyer Zhang smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Gaucha's face became even uglier. The negotiation hadn't even begun, but the other side had put on a full display of power. Since the women had entered the conference room one after another, none of them had even looked at him directly. His assistant and legal counsel also kept their heads down, just like Fong Tiandai, who was sitting in the corner with no sense of presence. And the atmosphere projected by the several women also seemed a bit strange. Their familiar chatter with each other allowed Gaucha, who had been in the entertainment industry for many years, to catch a hint of something unusual. It seems I guessed correctly. They are not harmonious with each other. Initially, Gaucha thought that a professional team would come today. But after everyone arrived, Gaucha looked at the charming women, and his thoughts became active again. A light at the end of the tunnel? If it were just a one-on-one negotiation with Fong Tiandai, a trader who knows Hana Entertainment well, given his current situation, Hana would probably be devoured, bones and all. But if he were facing several, there would be an uneven distribution of benefits. Then, would there be an opportunity to fish in troubled waters and profit from the chaos? Gaucha took a deep breath, forced a smile, and looked at Shen Qingluan opposite him. President Shen, this lady beside you, is she your company's legal representative? Gaucha asked tentatively. When Fong Tiandai introduced them earlier, she hadn't introduced this foreign woman. No, she's my assistant, Shen Qingluan replied coldly, her gaze still gently fixed on Li Weiyang. Not enough love? Then Li Weiyang is enough? Does she love Fu Hang more than I do? Then, when will your company's team arrive? Gaucha was slightly surprised. Bringing such a beautiful assistant? Mister, Fu plays his cards well. What a pity. If he had known this, he should have brought those leading actresses from his company yesterday. What are they coming for? Shen Qingluan, puzzled, finally turned her head to look at Gao Chaha. Today's discussion, if legal counsel is present. Isn't Lawyer Zhang here? The puzzlement on Shen Qingluan's face deepened, and she turned to look at Lawyer Zhang beside Qin Yuchu. Gao Chaha was thrown off. What? Isn't that President Qin's legal representative? Aren't you two not on good terms? The way you looked at President Qin just now had murderous intent, didn't it? I've already replayed an entire Empresses in the Palace from your few lines of small talk, and now you're using the lawyer she brought? It is my honor to be of service to President Shen. Lawyer Zhang had a faint smile on his face. He secretly glanced at Qin Yuchu, who was diligently reading documents with her head down. Seeing that Qin Yuchu showed no unusual reaction, he quickly spoke with a smile. Although no one had told him about this beforehand, Lawyer Zhang possessed political astuteness. Fang Tiandai, in the corner, silently stood up, walked steadily and calmly to Lawyer Zhang, quietly placed a document in front of him, and then quickly retreated to her seat. She didn't say a word throughout the process. Gao Chaha twitched his lips. The dimming light at the end of the tunnel might not be so bright after all. Actually, I'm not very familiar with entertainment-related projects. Lawyer Liu, beside Li Weiyang, suddenly spoke, looking at Qin Yuchu, then at Shen Qingluan, and finally, his tentative gaze fell on his own young mistress, Li Weiyang. Li Weiyang frowned slightly, as if she didn't understand. It's just that professionally, it's not quite a match. There might be mistakes later on. Lawyer Liu fiddled with the document in his hand, looking meaningfully at Lawyer Zhang. You mean, entrusted to Lawyer Zhang? Li Weiyang understood his gaze. If Barrister Zhang is willing, that would naturally be the best. Lawyer Liu replied with a smile, without a trace of embarrassment on his face. He understood. Lawyer Zhang was not President Qin's lawyer, but Mr. Fu's. Last time, with Ganlu Milk Tea and Weiyang Entertainment, Lawyer Zhang had represented Mr. Fu fully. If he got involved now, and there was a conflict of interest, how would the young mistress handle herself? How could a major listed company like Hangyu International not have legal counsel? Fortunately, Shen Qingluan reminded him. Otherwise, he might have let the young mistress fall behind today. It is my honor to alleviate President Li's worries. Lawyer Zhang didn't hesitate at all. After secretly glancing at Qin Yuchu again, he answered seriously. Gao Cha's light at the end of the tunnel completely dimmed. In the end, it was still one-on-one. Are they planning to beat me to death and then divide the spoils? Such dirty tactics. The negotiation began, but it wasn't the one-on-one Gao Chaha had imagined. It was one-on-two. Gao Chaha versus Lawyer Zhang plus Fang Tiandai. Wait, Tiandai, are there still shareholders who haven't arrived? In the first round of negotiations, Gao Chaha interrupted the discussion because the amount of shares the other party reported was incorrect. Gao Chaha was willing to use artist contracts as the bottom line for the share buyback, precisely to get back all the shares held by the other party. As long as the stock market stabilized, with years of accumulation, Hana might not be unable to return to its peak. But the shares the other party reported now didn't seem to match what his advisory team had calculated. If the other party didn't take them all out at once and still held on to a portion, then what was the point for him? I'm selling off assets here to stabilize the stock market, and you'll pull the rug out from under me again? There's still a portion with me. Lana, who was sitting next to Shen Qingluan playing a game on her phone, suddenly raised her hand. Gao Cha's mouth twitched. Aren't you an assistant? Now even an assistant can hold a large number of my Hana shares? You are Fu Hang's lawyer? Lana didn't turn her head, continuing to play her game, handling some trivial matters for the boss. Lawyer Zhang sat up a little straighter, seriously observing this foreign woman. I thought you were just a barbarian woman offered as tribute from the western regions, but you've already been promoted to an imperial concubine from overseas. This old man was blind. My apologies, my apologies. I'll sign the authorization letter for you later. You can help deal with it. Lana spoke coldly, her tone very flat. As I should. Lawyer Zhang peeked at Qin Yuchu again, but his tone faltered. Careless. Consort Shu, who hadn't reacted all this time, actually looked up. Qin Yuchu's face showed no expression, still wearing a sweet smile, but her gaze towards Lana was profoundly meaningful. But in the next instant, Qin Yuchu's eyes narrowed, revealing a trace of doubt. Because just as Qin Yuchu looked at Lana, Lana's face suddenly changed drastically. She put down her phone, covered her mouth, and made a retching motion. Lana frowned, seeming to use a great deal of effort to swallow back the urge to vomit. Then, Lana casually picked up her phone again, but when she did, she intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Qin Yuchu. This glance was deeply enigmatic. The conference room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Shen Qingluan hadn't paid much attention, but noticing Lana's odd behavior, she was about to ask with concern if she was feeling unwell. However, upon noticing Qin Youchu's solemn gaze, she abruptly turned her head and stared intently at Lana. Li Weiyang leaned back slightly, her gaze shifting between the faces of the women. After a long while, she let out a long sigh, her eyes dimming somewhat. Lawyer Zhang's fist under the table tightened slightly. Has she already conceived an imperial heir? No wonder a mere barbarian woman could be promoted to imperial concubine. Indeed, a mother's status rises with her sons. Lawyer Zhang instantly felt he was in a bind. Today, Consort Shu had informed him that she had some legal documents requiring his assistance as the Minister of Justice, so he naturally came. But who knew that upon arrival, it was a harem tea party? Following Consort Shu, Consort Rong, and Consort Da also entrusted their businesses to him. What would happen during the division of spoils later? The key was that the foreign imperial concubine had clearly overtaken on a curve, hadn't she? Fong Tiandai, Matron Fong, remained silent, diligently reviewing the documents in her hand, though she also sighed inwardly. Little master, if you don't step up your game, you'll really be banished to the cold palace. The negotiation proceeded in a bizarre atmosphere. Gao Chehe, having understood the situation, completely lost the will to resist or struggle, only begging the other party to be lenient. Under the pressure of Fong Tiandai and Lawyer Zhang, he practically handed over all of Hana Entertainment's currently valuable artist contracts, copyrights, and several entertainment-related real estate properties. Gao Chehe dejectedly put down his pen, a look of utter despair on his face. President Gao, may we borrow your conference room for a bit? We have some things to discuss. With the dust settled, Qin Youchu suddenly spoke. Gao Chehe felt a pain in his stomach. You're going to divide the spoils right here on my corpse? Can you at least consider my feelings a little? Of course, I still have company matters, so I'll get busy. Please make yourselves comfortable. If you need anything, just tell my assistant. Gao Chehe forced a smile and quickly left. He indeed had many things to do. Now that the shares were back, stabilizing the stock market was the top priority. Critically, he had to spread the news of their reconciliation as quickly as possible to block those jackals and tigers. Gao Chehe left, and his assistant also tactfully exited, waiting outside. The atmosphere in the conference room, however, became strange again. No one spoke. Shen Qingluan turned her head to look at Lana, her face full of complexity. Li Weiyang looked down in thought, but her drifting eyes confirmed her thoughts were very muddled. Lana was still playing her game, her eyes calm, but a faint smile hung on her lips. Perhaps she was dominating the game. Lawyer Zhang was still seriously reviewing the documents he had just signed, extremely meticulous and rigorous. Fong Tiandai, who had been quick-witted and resourceful during the negotiations, seemed to have run out of power again, her eyes half-closed, drowsy, entering standby mode. Sister Weiyang. Qin Youchu looked up from a pile of documents, smiling at Li Weiyang. Li Weiyang, nudged by Lawyer Lu beside her, came back to her senses. These things, I actually have no use for them. Qin Youchu waved the documents in her hand. Are you planning to sell them to me? Li Weiyang raised an eyebrow, forcing herself into work mode. Can Weiyang Entertainment afford this much? Li Weiyang opened her mouth. She really wanted to say, Fu Hang has. Then what does younger sister Youchu mean? Li Weiyang took a deep breath. Invest. Qin Youchu spoke calmly. You want to invest in Weiyang Entertainment? Li Weiyang's eyes flickered. These artist contracts, copyrights, and whatnot, they're really useless to me. And if I sell them, given the current situation, probably no other entertainment company would dare to buy them. Since that's the case, isn't it better to hand them over to Weiyang Entertainment? Li Weiyang fell silent. Let Fu Hang spend money to buy the contract from Qin Youchu and then give them to her? She couldn't bring herself to say that. But to just let Qin Youchu invest in Weiyang Entertainment like this? Ganlu Milk Tea's composition was already very complicated. Qin Youchu and Shen Qingluan both had shares in it. I have the same idea. I'm not in the entertainment industry. These things are really hard to handle. Shen Qingluan withdrew her gaze from Lana, a signature smile appearing on her face. As expected of a top student, I actually didn't think of this at first. And you, Li Weiyang, hearing this, turned her gaze to the doll-like Lana. Lana didn't speak, but freed one hand to pull out a document from the folder beside her and threw it over from a distance. Li Weiyang frowned and slowly picked up the document. You planned this from the beginning? Li Weiyang's expression suddenly changed, because what Lana threw over was, shockingly, an investment agreement. Moreover, it wasn't just her investment agreement. It also included Qin Youchu and Shen Qingluan. Shen Qingluan raised an eyebrow, looking at Lana suspiciously. Qin Yochu's eyes narrowed slightly, a glint of starlight flashing in her pure eyes. Still underestimated this foreigner. This is currently the most reasonable distribution plan. Of course, there's a plan B later. That is, if they're unwilling to participate, I will personally fund the purchase of their shares. Of course, including yours. Lana looked up from her phone, slowly scanning the room. I will not hand Weiyang Entertainment over to anyone. Li Weiyang's voice turned cold. Plan A states clearly, ensuring your absolute controlling stake, and we only have dividend rights. Lana's gaze returned to her phone, and a legendary voiceover played from the phone. Lana's lips curved up slightly. This plan, was it made by you or by him? Li Weiyang's hand under the table clenched slightly, her body trembling a little. Does it make a difference? Shen Qingluan suddenly smiled, looking meaningfully at Li Weiyang. Lawyer Zhang, diligently organizing documents, ground his shoe on the floor, his fingers hidden under the documents, trembling slightly. Why make things difficult for this old minister? The melons at the front row are indeed not good to eat. The melons are tender and juicy, but they easily splash all over oneself. Lawyer Zhang discreetly glanced at Fang Tiandai, secretly admiring her composure. Don't you know him yet? If it were his idea, he probably would have discussed it with you first. Just as Lawyer Zhang was overturning his third mental draft, Consort Shu, Qin Yuchu, spoke. The Minister of Justice's breath hitched, and he looked at Qin Yuchu in surprise. Indeed, she possesses the demeanor of an empress. Is this to console Consorta? Speaking of which, shouldn't you be kicking her while she's down, uniting with the other consorts, and eliminating rivals first? Sure enough, when Li Weiyang heard this, her heart trembled, and she fell into deep thought. In a short while, a faint, gentle expression appeared on Li Weiyang's face. Yes, a man like him. How could he not discuss it with me beforehand? He gave away assets worth billions and hasn't asked for anything in return yet. How could he play these petty tricks? Li Weiyang slowly raised her eyes, a trace of complexity in her gaze towards Qin Yuchu. The guilt she had tried so hard to conceal sprouted again, growing silently. Shen Qingluan lowered her head and said nothing, her gaze fixed on the conference table in front of her. Hana Entertainment had indeed been in a terrible mess recently. This conference table hadn't even been wiped clean, there was still dust on it. Is this 100% love? Shen Qingluan stared at the scattered dust on the table. They were scattered on the expensive solid wood tabletop, spotty and irregular. Like her, and like him, they had come, left some faint traces, yet couldn't grasp, couldn't see clearly, didn't know how to sort, organize, or categorize. The bright mirror is also not a stand. Lana stopped her game, raised her eyes, and looked at Qin Yuchu seriously, her lake blue eyes as deep as the ocean. What do you think? Li Weiyang's mood relaxed. She picked up the plan Lana had made and looked at Fang Tiandai, who was in standby mode on the side. From the perspective of integrating effective resources, this is indeed the optimal plan. If Weiyang Entertainment can effectively utilize these, I believe it will soon be able to truly replace Hana's position in the industry. Fang Tiandai started from 0 frames, without any pause, giving an objective and pertinent opinion. Li Weiyang didn't speak, turning to look at Lawyer Liu, whom she had brought. Absolute control is not a problem. Lawyer Liu took the document, read it carefully, and then answered hesitantly. He understood the document, but couldn't see what was behind it. Lawyer Zhang. Li Weiyang turned her head again. I can help with procedural matters. Lawyer Zhang was all smiles, but his heart was heavy. I really shouldn't have come today. All right then, since everyone has this idea, I believe Fu Hang will be very happy too. Li Weiyang crossed her arms magnanimously, her gaze seriously sweeping over the women, lingering on Qin Yochu's face with a sincere smile. I have a small suggestion. Lana spoke again. Oh, Li Weiyang raised an eyebrow, her aura beginning to spread. Having integrated Hana's resources, Weiyang Entertainment will experience a qualitative leap. But as far as I know, Weiyang Entertainment's current executive president, Xia Xiaofeng, was previously just a milk tea shop employee. Lana finished her game and casually placed her phone face down on the table. Li Weiyang's eyes narrowed. Just now she said she only wanted dividend rights, and now she's trying to interfere in company affairs. Fu Hang put so much effort into Weiyang Entertainment. He must hope Weiyang Entertainment prospers, right? Shen Qingluan glanced sideways at Lana and spoke softly. Xia Xiaofeng was chosen by Fu Hang. If we were to replace Xia Xiaofeng, who would we replace him with? Li Weiyang sneered. Lana didn't speak, but slowly raised her right hand, pointing directly to a corner of the conference room. Li Weiyang frowned again, turning her head in astonishment to look at Fong Tiandai, who was as still as an old monk in meditation. Because besides Lana, Qin Yuchu, with her neck shrunk back against the chair, had also raised a finger, pointing at Fong Tiandai as well. I think Tiandai is very good. Professional matters should be left to professionals. Shen Qingluan didn't raise her hand, but spoke at the same time. Fong Tiandai's eyes were lowered, showing no emotion. Lawyer Zhang unconsciously licked his lips, seriously scrutinizing this unassuming woman. Looking back at the bleak place where I came from, there's neither wind nor rain nor clear skies. As colleagues in the same court, we should get closer in the future. Then what about Xia Xiaofeng? Li Weiyang couldn't help but ask. We can let Xiao Xia go to Yan'an real estate. Xiao Xia is someone Fu Hang values. It's good for him to gain experience in multiple positions. Qin Yuchu suddenly smiled sweetly. Yan'an real estate? Li Weiyang frowned. Shen Qingluan also hesitated slightly, looking at Lana beside her. Lana's gaze towards Qin Yuchu became even deeper. Yes, a president position should open up there in a few days. It'll be just right for Xiao Xia to go over. Qin Yuchu stretched, her bosom ample. Lawyer Zhang and Lu quickly lowered their heads, avoiding the sudden, magnificent waves. All right, I'll ask Fu Hang later. If he has no objections, we'll do as you say. After all, Weiyang Entertainment now belongs to everyone. Li Weiyang took a deep breath, dragging out the last word everyone for a long time. By the way, changing the president of Yan'an Real Estate, don't we need to ask Yan'an? Shen Qingluan raised an eyebrow, not wanting to end the topic just yet. This I can decide. Qin Yuchu suddenly leaned forward, but strangely, she was answering Shen Qingluan, yet her gaze was fixed on Lana's face. Lana avoided this gaze, covered her mouth with one hand, and made another retching motion. Ms. Katerina doesn't seem to be feeling well. Qin Yuchu asked with a smile, concern on her face. I don't know why, I've been retching a lot lately. Maybe I'm not used to the climate. Lana took a deep breath with effort, suppressing the discomfort, and spoke with a lazy look in her eyes. Sister Qingluan should take good care of your assistant. She's very capable. Qin Yuchu smiled sweetly and slowly rose from her seat. For the matters that follow, I'll have to trouble Uncle Zhang. I still have things to do at the company, so I'll take my leave now. Everyone, come over for a meal when you're free, upstairs and downstairs. Qin Yuchu stretched her neck and left with light steps. Shen Qingluan turned her head, looked at Lana's slender waist with a complicated expression, and left the conference room silently, without saying a word. Lana still followed behind Shen Qingluan like her assistant. Only after leaving Han Entertainment did the two get into their respective cars, without exchanging a single word throughout. In the conference room, Li Weiyang sat upright and still, her expression changing indeterminately. Barrister Zhang, it's rare to meet you today. Would you do me the honor of having a drink? I have many questions I'd like to ask you. Not at all. Academic exchange. Exchange. Lawyer Zhang and Lawyer Lu shook hands enthusiastically and politely took their leave. Li Weiyang remained seated, and Fong Tiandai in the corner also showed no intention of getting up. We're going to be busy. After a long while, Li Weiyang looked up at Fong Tiandai. I am part of Weiyang Entertainment, so naturally I will do my utmost. Fong Tiandai replied calmly, but the two words Weiyang were enunciated with particular clarity. Li Weiyang squinted, a faint smile on her face. What did Qin Yuchu mean by upstairs and downstairs? Li Weiyang suddenly asked. Chunfeng Jiyuan, Building 12. Lawyer Zhang and Lawyer Lu walked to the parking lot together. Just as they were arranging to meet again on another day, a cool GT 900 pulled up beside them. Both men immediately stopped talking and politely looked at the slowly lowering car window. Uncle Zhang, if you have time in the next few days, please meet Assistant Long, okay? Qin Yuchu maintained a smile, but her smile was suggestive. Lawyer Zhang's expression changed. Assistant Long? Long Out Yin? Baldy Long? Instantly, the image of that iron-willed, stand-up guy popped into Lawyer Zhang's head. Is this a threat or a reminder? Did my performance just now displease Consort Shu? Is she asking me to turn myself into the Jinui? Don't overthink it. It's just that Brother Long probably has some private matters that need Uncle Zhang's help recently. Qin Yuchu waved her hand, the car window rose, and she slowly drove out of the parking lot. The GT 900 did not return directly to Yuanbo Trading, but drove aimlessly along the streets. The car moved steadily along the main road. Qin Yuchu's gaze drifted through the window, lost in thought as she watched the gilded scroll of the bustling metropolis. On the bustling streets, traffic lights flickered. Vehicles flowed in an orderly manner like a tide. The low hum of engines and sharp honks intertwined, playing an impassioned urban symphony. On both sides of the main road, skyscrapers pierce the clouds, their glass curtain walls reflecting dazzling light under the sun, like giant mirrors reflecting the city's vigorous vitality. At the base of the buildings, giant electronic screens scrolled advertisements, their colorful images and daylight complementing each other, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. These were once very far from me. At a red light, Qin Yuchu muttered to herself. A pregnant woman, carefully supported by her husband, appeared on the crosswalk. The pregnant woman tilted her head slightly, her clear eyes gazing at her husband's profile. The sunlight outlined her husband's straight nose and resolute features. The corners of her mouth unconsciously lifted into a smile of reassurance and happiness, as if at this moment, nothing else in the world mattered. Her husband's presence was her warmest harbor, and the husband dared not slacken the slightest, his eyes like torches, constantly looking left and right. Every passing car, every speeding electric bike, did not escape his eyes, afraid that a food delivery bike racing against time would suddenly appear and threaten the safety of his wife and child. His fingers tightened slightly, conveying his inner nervousness and concern. Even a gentle breeze could not dispel this vigilance. "You got me all confused." Qin Yuchu was slightly dazed, a trace of unfamiliar confusion flashing in her eyes. The red light turned green. Only when the car behind her impatiently honked did Qin Yuchu snap back to reality, and the car slowly started moving. Shen Qingluan and Lana left Hana Entertainment together, but until they parted ways and got into their respective cars, they didn't exchange a single word. Shen Qingluan sat at her car, her gaze fixed on the exquisite steering wheel, her eyes complex. After a long while, she took out her phone and tapped on Fu Hang's profile picture. However, after typing many things, she deleted them word by word, then typed again and deleted again. Shen Qingluan's mind was in turmoil. "Fu Hang, do you have time? I want to meet." The call connected, and Li Weiyang's low voice came through. "What's wrong?" The acquisition didn't go smoothly. Fu Hang was slightly stunned upon hearing this. The negotiations with Hannah went very smoothly, but "I want to see you." Li Weiyang paused for a moment, her tone like a sigh, but with a sense of urgency. "Where are you? I'll pick you up." Fu Hang didn't hesitate at all. "Let's go to that coffee shop, okay? I'm nearby." "Okay, I'll be right there." Fu Hang didn't ask for a reason, but the fluctuations in his top supporter's emotions allowed him to keenly sense that this might be an opportunity to boost his performance. Women are most vulnerable to breakthroughs in their psychological defenses when their emotions are highly volatile. After hanging up the phone, Fu Hang looked at Baldy Long, whose face was calm, and was suddenly troubled again. He had been observing Baldy Long's reactions all day. After all, Xia Xiaofeng was in such a state. After hesitating repeatedly, Fu Hang decided to speak up. Given Baldy Long's temper and past behavior, if this matter wasn't handled well, it could be very difficult to resolve. Fu Hang felt it wasn't worth it for Baldy Long to get himself into trouble for such a woman. Fu Hang psyched himself up for a long time. Just as he was about to speak, Li Weiyang's call came in. After hanging up, his train of thought was broken. Does the boss have instructions? Baldy Long stood like a spear. He had guessed from the way Fu Hang looked at him earlier that the boss probably had something to say. "How had you been lately?" Fu Hang asked tentatively. Pretty good." Baldy Long's heart sank. He remembered a chapter from Core Workplace Skills. When the leader asks about your recent situation, it's either a promotion or a transfer. In an instant, Baldy Long's expression tensed. Looking at those extremely unnatural, contorted features, Fu Hang sighed inwardly and clapped Baldy Long hard on the shoulder. But because Baldy Long was taller than Fu Hang, this shoulder-patting action seemed a bit strenuous for Fu Hang. Baldy Long, however, straightened his back slightly, then quickly bowed. Patting the shoulder at this time? Did I really do something wrong? Fu Hang once again caught Baldy Long's micro-expression, especially that weak posture. Alas, what is love in this world? A man as strong as steel suddenly appeared so fragile. "Let's talk in the car." Fu Hang glanced at the time and sighed. Baldy Long carefully discerned the emotion in Fu Hang's tone, feeling increasingly apprehensive, because he also noticed that when Fu Hang said, "Get in the car," he himself got into the driver's seat. He doesn't even want you to be the driver anymore. Baldy Long stood there guiltily, unsure which door to open. After hesitating, he opened the front passenger door. As soon as he sat down, Fu Hang lowered the window and offered him a cigarette. "Do you need a few days off?" Fu Hang looked straight ahead, trying to make his tone sound as amiable as possible. Baldy Long fell silent, lowered his head slightly, and nervously pinched the cigarette. "Is he really going to fire me?" What did I do to displease the boss? Seeing Baldy Long in this state, Fu Heng also felt a twinge of self-blame. He had been negligent. He was only worried that Xia Xiaofeng would be deceived, but he ignored the fact that in the face of emotions, a simp cannot be measured by weight or size. Also, don't be too hard on her. Fu Heng hesitated repeatedly and reminded weakly. Simps, after their emotional threshold is breached, are really prone to breaking down. And once they break down, it's easy for them to do some extreme things. Especially after being cuckolded 1, 2, 3, 8, 9 times. Baldy Long had finally managed to transition from martial arts to a more civilized path. He didn't want the other party to relapse because of this. Hard on her? Her. Baldy Long's face stiffened, and a clear, sunny smile quickly flashed through his mind. Boss. Knows. Is it because of this? That's why the boss. Boss, I'm serious this time. I found true love. I know. Fu Heng calmly interrupted him, Xia Xiaofeng's dejected appearance flashing in his mind. This Lu Ru is really something. What a pity she didn't pass the system audit back then. Otherwise, she would have been a high-quality client, right? Love often makes people reckless. I just hope you can exercise restraint. Don't. Fu Heng raised his hand, lit the lighter, and held it out to Baldy Long, speaking earnestly. I'm sorry, I know, I was impulsive. Baldy Long's voice suddenly trembled. Looking at the flame rising before him, a trace of self-reproach appeared in his eyes. Fu Heng keenly sensed this emotion. He released his finger, the flame retracted, and he looked at Baldy Long in astonishment. You didn't already. That Lu Ru. In an instant, countless shocking and tragic news headlines flashed through Fu Heng's mind. But I will take responsibility. I'm really serious this time. I won't affect Minmin's studies. I'll wait for her to finish university. Wait. The cigarette Fu Heng was holding trembled, his eyes filled with astonishment. Minmin? Studies? University? Are we talking about the same thing? I know. Minmin is only a freshman, younger than sister-in-law. But we are truly in love. I will marry her, take the postgraduate entrance exam with her, and spend a wonderful university life together. Minmin is studying new media. She can also work at Weiyang Entertainment in the future. Fu Heng's eyes widened bit by bit. He took a deep breath, pursed his lips, and 2 streams of white air puffed out from his nostrils. The last time you talked about Lu Ru, you also said it was true love. You also said you wanted to marry her, didn't you? You even bought a marital home. Then, what about Lu Ru? Fu Heng probed. Lu Ru. Baldy Long's tone faltered. The shy flush of new love and the yearning for the future instantly vanished from his face, leaving only a faint embarrassment. We've already broken up. Baldy Long licked the unlit cigarette tip, his eyes darting away. When did that happen? Fu Heng carefully probed again. Some time ago, right? I've already forgotten about that woman. Minmin she. Baldy Long's expression became coy again, his eyes fixed on the space in front of him, as if there truly was a pure and lovely figure there, wearing a pleated skirt, a high ponytail, holding books, running under the sun. Didn't you buy her a car and a house? Fu Heng was no longer calm. You, this simp, are very strange. Are you a Sharpei? Oh, those. I'll ask Lawyer Zhang to help recover them. Assets gifted during a relationship. Current policies support recovery claims. Baldy Long pursed his lips indifferently. Fu Heng raised his hand and scratched his scalp vigorously. He felt that a sea dog had infiltrated his team of simps. When Fu Heng arrived at the coffee shop where he was supposed to meet Li Weiyang, he was still in a daze. So simps can be like this? What's wrong with the people around me? As expected of a man named Long Outyen, groveling and exhausting all efforts when simping, then ruthlessly drawing the sword and being completely detached after getting what he wants. The car stopped. Fu Heng told Baldy Long to go back to school. He didn't want to see this Sharpei. His gaze fell on the outdoor seating area in the distance, where Li Weiyang was already sitting quietly. The setting sun was like a gradually dimming lantern, painting the sky into a splendid scroll. The orange-red halo, filtering through the mottled leaves, fell on Li Weiyang, draping her in a dreamy veil. She was like a flower blooming in the twilight, gently swaying in the breeze. The coffee cup on the table emitted a few wisps of steam, the aroma of coffee permeating the air, intertwining with the fresh evening air, sketching a poetic scene. Li Weiyang's fingers rested lightly on the rim of the cup, but her eyes drifted into the distance, as if searching for something. In those eyes, the afterglow of the setting sun was reflected, yet hidden within was an unspeakable sorrow, just like this gradually fading daylight, carrying a hint of helpless melancholy. The breeze brushed past, stirring her hair, and a few stray strands playfully fell on her cheek. but she was completely unaware, still immersed in her own world. The people around, some talking softly, some laughing continuously, but all this liveliness seemed to have nothing to do with Li Weiyang. She was like someone in another time and space, lonely yet serene. The emotional fluctuations are indeed significant. Fu Hang walked with steady steps, a gentle smile on his face. Today might really be a critical hit. Weiyang. Fu Hang spoke softly, steadily sitting down opposite Li Weiyang. Li Weiyang abruptly came to her senses, startled from her thoughts. Upon seeing Fu Hang clearly, she seemed to want to return a smile, but due to the lingering emotions, the smile looked very forced. What's wrong? Fu Hang glanced around, didn't see that very capable waitress, and didn't know if she had already gone to find Xia Xiaofeng. Li Weiyang looked up, gazing seriously at Fu Hang, but remained silent for a long time. Fu Hang leaned forward and placed his hand on the back of Li Weiyang's hand, which was resting on the table. Her hand was cold. What happened? Fu Hang tried his best to make his tone gentle, and the pressure of his hand on Li Weiyang's was just right. Not frivolous, not too hasty. To merge with the other person's emotions, one needs to proceed gradually. Only when in sync with the other person's emotions can subsequent words resonate. Lana is not a good match. Li Weiyang calmly stared at Fu Hang, and after a long pause, said word by word. Eh. Fu Hang's eyes flickered, and the hand resting on the back of her hand didn't know what to do. The sun was setting in the west, wild geese flying south. Such a beautiful time and scene. Shouldn't it be deep love, misty rain? Why did it suddenly turn into an interrogation? Haven't you always pretended not to know these things? I know, I'm not qualified to say these things in front of you, but I feel it's unfair to you, Chu. Li Weiyang's eyes were mottled, countless emotions Fu Hang couldn't understand swirling within them. Why suddenly bring this up? Fu Hang, a bit awkwardly, pulled back his hand, wanting a smoke, but was surprised to find his cigarettes were back in the car. In the car, should be nearing Hanqing University by now. Damn Sharpei. Scumbag. Actually, I've always been very conflicted. I despise third parties, and I hate being a third party even more. Although my marriage was ridiculous. Weiyang, this is not your fault. I don't want to be a third party. Li Weiyang's eyes suddenly reddened, and layers of mist welled up. My fault. Fu Hang's voice deepened, his gaze slowly moving down, stopping on Li Weiyang's fair fingers. Her fingers were slender and fair, without any jewelry. No, it's my fault. I can't leave you. Li Weiyang's fingers gently clenched, then tightened bit by bit. In Fu Hang's sight, those fair fingers curled back, a little bit of nail digging into the flesh. Fu Hang opened his mouth. The hand he had withdrawn earlier subconsciously reached out again, but stopped halfway and was silently pulled back. Oh, merciful heavens, what stimulated my top supporter again? Could it be that persistent colleague of hers when to find her? For some reason, Fu Hang remembered Lana's parting words that day. I don't like those women. Are you crazy? Since you also have a system, can't you just play your game and I'll play mine? This kind of thing doesn't call for a powerful alliance, does it? Fu Hang, I know you. Weiyang. Fu Hang abruptly looked up, interrupting Li Weiyang's next words, his gaze sincere and calm as he looked at her. He had to interrupt her spell casting. This rhythm was very wrong. The two just looked at each other quietly. The crystal tears in Li Weiyang's eyes became more translucent, overflowing from the corners of her eyes and slowly trickling down. I admit I'm a scumbag. I know this is unfair to you. Fu Hang's voice suddenly carried a hint of sob. Sincere and heartfelt. But every time I see you, think of you. I can't help but want to be good to you. I know this is selfish, even shameless. So, I never thought of getting anything from you. Because I know, what you truly want, I can't give you. The same coffee shop, the same seat, the same untouched cappuccino on the table. Li Weiyang was covering her face and crying in the same posture. But this time, Fu Hang couldn't turn and walk away, leaving her with a strong back. I hate my own fickle affections, and I also hate my own weakness. But as soon as I see you, as soon as I think of you, I just can't control myself. I can't bring myself to be heartless. Fu Hang's expression was tormented, his eyes also starting to redden. He tilted his chin up slightly, looking at the sky in pain. It seemed that this angle could prevent a man's weakness from flowing out. Weiyang, don't blame me for being cruel. Li Weiyang's silent sobs were intermittent. The new waiter in the distance, holding a menu, hesitated. At this moment, it's better not to disturb them, right? The waiter cautiously glanced at the boss behind the counter, only to see that the boss had already stood up, crouching low, using the counter to hide his body, his eyes shining brightly as he stared in this direction. The Does the boss know these two? The waiter hesitantly walked back to the bar, looking suspiciously at his boss. Don't go over and disturb the master's spell casting. The boss's tone was grave. On his phone, placed to the side, a novel reading app was lit up, a bright red tomato flickering with dazzling light in the corner. And to the boss's left, there was a neatly stacked pile of delivery uniforms, security uniforms, high school uniforms, sanitation worker uniforms. In the booth, Li Weiyang's makeup was ruined, but Fu Heng, sitting opposite her, showed no gentlemanly manners at all, not even offering her a tissue. 3, 2, 1. Fu Heng silently counted down, then lowered his raised chin and let out a long sigh. This sigh was filled with self-blame and helplessness, mixed with pain and struggle. Weiyang, if you really think I cannot. In the future, don't. Li Weiyang abruptly looked up, her tear-streaked eyes filled with pleading. Fu Heng's eyes flickered, and he quietly looked directly at Li Weiyang. Phew! He let out a long sigh of relief inwardly. Merciful heavens, has this tribulation been overcome? Fu Heng slowly pulled out a tissue from in front of him and gently handed it over. Now it was time to offer a tissue, then change the subject and endure this wave of damage first. But why did his top supporter suddenly bring up Lana? However, when he looked up, he found that Li Weiyang's expression opposite him had changed. Her gaze was not on him, but had fallen behind him. Damn it, why are the emotions back again? Fu Heng instantly sensed that the complexity in Li Weiyang's eyes was the same as when they first met today. Fu Heng, puzzled, followed Li Weiyang's gaze and looked back. A flash of gold appeared in Fu Heng's line of sight. Finished talking, Lana walked over slowly and sat down directly in another seat at the booth. Li Weiyang lowered her head, her hands on her thighs, and lightly bit her lip. Are you done yet? Fu Heng turned his head, glaring angrily at Lana. Breaking up? Why so wishy-washy? Lana leaned back, lazily resting against the back of the chair. Who the hell said I wanted to break up? Fu Heng was genuinely a bit riled up. As far as Lana was concerned, he truly felt no guilt at all. You slept with me and gave me a tip, didn't you? Not breaking up? Lana raised an eyebrow, her bright red lips curving upwards. Why should I break up? Fu Heng laughed angrily. Because I don't like them. Lana's answer was exceptionally calm. I think you might have some misunderstanding. Our relationship, it seems, doesn't give you the right to boss me around. Fu Heng's tone turned cold. After Lana clearly stated, I am the same kind of person as you, he lost even the basic customer psychology towards Lana. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't afford the punishment for actively abandoning the task, he would have wanted to sever ties with Lana long ago. But now he was also in a state of passive sabotage, waiting for this client, forcibly assigned to him by the system, to leave on her own. I'm pregnant. Lana stared at Fu Heng quietly for a long time, her hands slowly clasped in front of her. Fu Heng's eyes instantly glazed over. I didn't hear clearly. Fu Heng opened his mouth, feeling his throat was hoarse. You heard clearly. It's exactly as you heard. No, Fu Heng blinked, his gaze shifting downwards to her flat abdomen. It seems like we never took any precautions. But don't you foreigners all like to take pills? No. Yuchu has been so diligent, and there's been no movement. How come you? 3 months and 4 days. The baby should be born in less than 7 months. Lana looked at Fu Heng with great interest, a faint smile playing on her lips. And then, Fu Heng was completely stunned. My child's father, I don't want his private life to be chaotic, so you must leave those women. Fu Heng's expression became serious, and he looked at Lana intently. Really pregnant? I know this is incredible, and it took me a long time to accept it. People like us can actually combine genes and continue our bloodline. I think you should understand what this child means. Fu Heng's mouth twitched. What does it mean? This system thing can be inherited? We are a fated pair. This probability is almost impossible to explain scientifically. Lana slowly placed her hand on her lower abdomen, as if feeling the beating heart inside, her face serene and holy. Wait, I'm not too clear about your situation, but on my end, it clearly shows that you don't love me at all. Let alone love, you probably don't even like me now. Fu Heng raised his hand to interrupt her, inconspicuously glancing at the belly under her hand again. For some reason, this glance made him feel like the belly had bulged a little. What a ridiculous fated pair. The system's quote yesterday was vivid in his mind. Favorability, 25%. Okay. As long as the favorability drops by 0.1%, this deal will fail and be settled. And you're telling me we're a fated pair? To stay together forever? Love? Like? Why do you have such naive thoughts? Lana, upon hearing this, narrowed her eyes strangely, as if Fu Heng had said something incredibly childish. Fu Heng didn't answer, just calmly looked at her. So-called love is just an illusion produced by dopamine secreted by hormones stimulating the cerebral cortex. I'm very curious, when you were manufactured, did you even read the instruction manual carefully? Lana disdainfully averted her gaze, her words pointed. In all the tutorials she had learned, love was a tool and a means. Fu Heng frowned, actually seriously pondering this question. Illusory. Yes, love is merely a vessel for completing work. The system didn't explicitly say so, but Fu Heng understood it very thoroughly. Otherwise, he couldn't have dragged things out with Shen Qingluan for 6 years while his Tao heart remained eternal. Are you planning to give birth to this child? Fu Heng remained silent for a long time, then looked at Lana seriously. I never thought I could become a mother, which actually makes me a little apprehensive. I think you feel the same way now. But this is determined by genes. It's the child's own choice. Fu Heng's eyes flickered upon hearing this, a spark of inspiration flashing in his mind. Tongzi, can I not have children with ordinary people? Unexpectedly, the system actually replied. Your body has been enhanced by the system. Under normal circumstances, it is indeed difficult for ordinary women to conceive your child. Fu Heng wearily closed his eyes. The moment darkness enveloped him, that pair of pure and bright eyes flashed before him. I know this is very sudden, but you still have time. However, I hope that before the child arrives, you can handle your trivial matters. You still have 7 months. Lana's tone remained flat, as if discussing this year's autumn harvest. No need to wait 7 months. Fu Heng opened his eyes again, a new, undecipherable look in them. Oh, I can tell you now, I will not leave them. Fu Heng said, word by word. Lana frowned, a hint of displeasure flashing in her eyes. The child can be born. I will fulfill a father's responsibilities. I can pay for living expenses, nursing fees, and child support. This child will even appear in my inheritance list. Of course, if you are willing, I can also raise the child. But we should try to have less contact in the future. Fu Heng took a deep breath and looked at her seriously. But leaving them, I can't do it. Do you know what you're saying? Lana's eyes narrowed sharply, an aura Fu Heng had never felt before emanating from her. As you can see, Fu Heng tilted his head slightly, but his gaze did not waver. If I'm going to be a scumbag, I might as well be a thorough one. I, Lana Katerina, am willing to form a family with you and raise our child together. And you, refuse. Her long golden hair swayed slightly, Lana's voice as ethereal as clashing metal. The combination of genes may be magical, but I prefer love. Fu Heng slowly stood up, shaking out the wrinkles on his jacket, and looked at Lana seriously. Lana lowered her head, not meeting Fu Heng's gaze, but her slightly clenched fists betrayed her inner anger. Sorry, I won't evade responsibility for an accidental pregnancy, but we should have our own lives. Fu Heng hesitated for a moment, then sincerely left these words. Accidental? Long after Fu Heng left, Lana gently caressed her abdomen, a cold smile playing on her lips. Don't worry, your father just can't accept this news for a moment. We'll make him change his mind. An ethereal murmur, barely audible, her lake blue eyes filled with icy coldness. In the distant bar, the returned overseas coffee shop owner clutched his phone tightly. His gaze struggled to pull away from Lana's stunning beauty, then suspiciously looked back at the various limited edition skins he had meticulously prepared. As expected, you have to pay for VIP. The free version is still too conservative. When Fu Heng returned to Chunfeng Juan 909, Qin Yuchu had already prepared dinner. Didn't I say I'd do the cooking from now on? Fu Heng changed into his slippers and glared reproachfully at Qin Yuchu. Qin Yuchu didn't speak, just tilted her head to look at the wall clock. Sorry, something came up, got delayed. Fu Heng noticed her gaze and rubbed his trouser leg sheepishly. Let's eat. Yuchu seemed very calm, turning around and heading to the kitchen. The dishes were still simple home-cooked meals. Although Yochu's cooking skills weren't as heaven-defying as Fu Heng's, it seemed top students really had no shortcomings. Fu Heng ate with great relish. Well, it looked like he was eating with relish. Throughout the meal, the two barely exchanged any words. The warm atmosphere of 909 seemed to have a different kind of solemnity today. There's something, I think. After finishing the last bite, Fu Heng put down his chopsticks. I know. Qin Yuchu didn't look up, still staring at her rice bowl, taking small bites of rice. Fu Heng fell silent, sitting quietly and waiting for Qin Yuchu to finish eating. Then he diligently cleared the table and cleaned the kitchen. Qin Yuchu cut some fruit and curled up on the sofa, turning on the TV. Her Majesty the Empress has ascended the throne. Fu Hang came out of the kitchen, staring at the TV and making small talk. It was a drama centered around a powerful female lead, apparently about a transmigrated woman who traveled to a fictional historical setting, starting as a lowly palace maid, engaging in schemes and power struggles, and eventually becoming an empress. Fu Hang had watched a few episodes with Yuchu before. Yes, she's currently preparing to send the 6th prince to the grasslands for a marriage alliance. Qin Yuchu watched intently, casually handing Fu Hang a piece of orange. Indeed, a powerful female lead. Even the princes are sent out for marriage alliances. Fu Hang clicked his tongue in amazement and plopped down next to Qin Yuchu. Looking at the domineering empress actress on the TV, he silently compared her, feeling she didn't have his Yuchu's charisma. Don't you feel something is wrong? Hearing Fu Hang say this, Qin Yuchu tilted her head strangely. Fu Hang shivered all over, his eyes darting away. He'd been working up to this all through dinner, building up the nerve to confess, but now his train of thought was derailed. A usurping empress sends the late emperor's bloodline to the grasslands for a marriage alliance. What do you think the grassland Khan will feel when he sees this prince? Qin Yuchu bit into an orange and asked seriously. What mood? Fu Hang's thoughts hadn't caught up yet. He hadn't really watched this drama carefully. When he was watching with Yuchu before, his mind was filled with thoughts of how Yuchu would look in those ancient costumes. The step Khan will say, mandated by heaven, may he live long and prosper. Qin Yuchu rolled her eyes. Fu Hang was speechless. A legitimate reason. Qin Yuchu tilted her head, her loose long hair resting on Fu Hang's chest. This night was very peaceful, yet not tranquil. Fu Hang was very gentle, yet very diligent. Qin Yuchu was also diligent, yet exceptionally gentle. The dim yellow light enveloped them, yet an invisible oppression reverberated. Time is running out, Fu Hang reminded himself. Yuchu thought so too. Off duty. In a community security booth, a security guard saw a middle-aged man carrying an eco-friendly bag come out and casually greeted him. The middle-aged uncle stopped, looked left and right, and seeing no one nearby, stopped to take out a cigarette and offered it to the security guard. An owner chatting with a security guard seemed very normal. The security guard took the cigarette but didn't light it. Property management had rules against smoking on duty. Go to work overtime. The middle-aged uncle lit his own cigarette and took a deep drag. At this hour? Group 6 lost him again. Old Chun is cursing. The security guard blinked, looking incredulous. With so many eyes watching, how could they lose them? No, this seems to be the 3rd time already. Maybe they'll come back on their own in a bit. The security guard consoled. Hadn't the previous 2 times been like this? Still have to put on a show. The middle-aged uncle shrugged and strolled outwards. The security guard looked back at the 6th floor of Building 12 in the distance, also raising an eyebrow. And in a sealed secret room, monitors on the wall emitted a faint blue light. Amidst this glow, an enchanting figure stood quietly. A cascade of golden hair fell freely, a few strands drifting with her slight breaths. A form-fitting black dress clung to her curves, the hem swaying slightly with her movements. Her hands hung loosely at her sides, her fingertips occasionally trembling, as if responding to a mysterious signal only she could perceive. Can't make up your mind? Then I'll help you. Staring at the surveillance panels on the wall, a flat and cold voice echoed faintly in the secret room. Old Duan had been very conflicted recently. He had joined the cast, joined a film crew in the true sense, as a male actor, not as a producer or supervisor like before. But according to his agreement with Fu Hang, he should have vanished from the face of the earth, far away from Hancheng. But military orders cannot be disobeyed. His latest order was to join the crew and play the role of an undercover agent who was also an undercover agent. The filming of Infernal Affairs was actually going very smoothly. The director kept praising him for being in character and talented. In a military uniform, he looked like a policeman. Holding a machete, he looked like a gangster. With a cigar, he looked like a boss. Especially Old Duan's scars. The director was almost moved to tears of joy when he saw them. What is real? The casting for Infernal Affairs had changed again. Old Duan was the police undercover in the Triad, and the Triad undercover in the police force became Andy Lau. That's right, Andy Lau was back. And Brother Honam, once again, was relegated to a supporting role, playing the young Old Duan. Brother Honam had no complaints about this, because Young and Dangerous 2 had also started filming simultaneously. Of course, whether Weiyang Entertainment, which suddenly had a large number of artist contracts, would change the script at the last minute was unknown. Master Duan? Resting. A middle-aged man with a large belly passed by and, seeing old Duan comfortably lying on a recliner, greeted him warmly. This was an assistant director from the young and dangerous crew next door, who had just come over from Hong Kong. On his first day on set, this assistant director could tell from the attitude of those around old Duan that this Master Duan was no simple character. Perhaps a real Master Duan. Yes, are you done over there? Old Duan smiled amiably. Not yet. Sister Yanin isn't here. The director temporarily changed the scene. They're changing the set. The pot-bellied assistant director answered honestly. Yanin isn't here? Old Duan was stunned. This girl practically lived on set. How could she be absent? Maybe the company had other arrangements temporarily, and they didn't communicate in advance. All right, you go get busy. Old Duan twitched his lips, a hint of suspicion in his eyes. Yanin wasn't like Zhu Yun. She shouldn't have other roles, right? Hasn't Crow 4 already wrapped up filming? Promotion? Old Duan hadn't interfered much with Wei Yang Entertainment's affairs, so he wasn't very clear about this. Old Duan rubbed his temples and picked up the script again, playing an undercover agent. What on earth were the higher-ups thinking? At first, Fu Hang was fooling around, and he didn't want to spoil his fun, but he didn't expect the higher-ups to take it seriously. Are they really going to make me retire on the spot like this? Whitewashing myself this way. Seems pretty good too. But how to explain it to Fu Hang? Xiao Lu, are you free now? Quick, help drive a car. We need to go to Chunfeng Jiuan. A hurried voice approached from a distance. Old Duan looked up from his script and casually glanced at the person. This seemed to be an employee of Wei Yang Entertainment, but Old Duan didn't know what exactly he was responsible for. What's wrong? Team leader Wang. Hey, we can't reach Sister Yan. President Fong asked us to go check if she overslept. Team leader Wang rolled his eyes speechlessly. He was in the agency department, responsible for arranging the work of various artists, but he wasn't Zhu Yun's agent. It's just that these past few days, after eating Han Entertainment's large contract shares, Fong Tiandai was too busy. Moreover, Sister Tiandai was now President Fong. Sister Yin? Isn't there no scene for Sister Yin today? She has a public appearance at the TV station, but it's this late, and she hasn't shown up. Team leader Wang discreetly rolled his eyes. This kind of thing was all too common in the industry, let alone the agent not being present now. Even some weaker agents often couldn't see their own artists. If everyone behaved properly, an agent's money would be too easy to earn. The two muttered as they left. Old Duan put down his script and frowned slightly. After a long while, Old Duan laughed self-deprecatingly. Occupational hazard. The sky darkened, and a light rain began to fall. After filming a scene, Old Duan wrapped himself in a towel and returned to his resting place. Before he could lie down on the recliner, his eyes suddenly narrowed. His body about to sit down paused. Old Duan stretched and walked toward a lounge outside the set. Tell the director I'm going to take a nap. Old Duan winked at his assistant. This assistant was a real assistant, dispatched by the company. Of course, given Old Duan's status on set, if he said he was going to take a nap, no one would naturally disturb him. He walked into the lounge, locked the door from the inside, and plopped down on the sofa. It's not appropriate for you to visit the set in this capacity, is it? Old Duan picked up the cigarettes on the table, tossed one onto the opposite table, and put one in his own mouth. In the shadows of the corner, a long trench coat suddenly appeared. Something might have happened. The man in the trench coat sat down opposite, but did not reach for the cigarette on the table. Old Duan's action of lighting the cigarette paused, and he looked up in surprise. They lost them. The man in the trench coat looked at Old Duan for a long time and sighed softly. Ing Yanin? Or Zhu Yun? Old Duan's eyes narrowed sharply. Connecting this with the news he heard today, he blurted out subconsciously. Lost them both. 10 minutes later, Lao Duan finally understood what the man in the windbreaker meant by all lost. Ing Yanin, Zhu Yun, Shen Qingluan, Li Weiyang. All lost, including Lana. Ing Yanin disappeared from the film set. The person who sent her saw her enter the set with their own eyes, but when it was time to film, she couldn't be found on set. Zhu Yun was the same. Her assistant sent her into the TV station's makeup room, and then she never came out. Li Weiyang disappeared from Wei Yang Entertainment's office. What about Shen Qingluan? She's been at home, in that apartment at Yinshu Binjiang. After returning yesterday, she never came out. Chen Xiao received a report from his subordinates, sent something was wrong, and sent someone to check. The house was empty. Lao Duan's expression turned serious. He put the cigarette in his mouth, frowning and quietly looking at the man in the windbreaker. Lana has been missing for 3 days. The man in the windbreaker understood his gaze and spoke calmly. There are already clues. What about Qin Yuchu? Lao Duan lit the cigarette and held it between his fingers. She's been with Fu Hang these past few days, inseparable. The two fell into silence. Chun Xiao is so anxious his mouth is practically bubbling, hesitating whether to tell Fu Hang about this. He doesn't know about Lana yet. The security clearance is there. He hasn't been told for now. So, your damn jinxing came true? Lao Duan pressed the cigarette he had just puffed into the ashtray, losing even the mood to smoke. 3 days ago, Fu Hang and Lana seemed to have an argument in a coffee shop. Li Weiyang was also present, but we don't know what exactly was said. This little bastard, he screwed it all up. Hasn't he? Lao Duan spat viciously. The disappearance of several of Fu Hang's women was definitely a major event. But Lana was also missing at the same time, which seemed to simplify the problem. If it were a kidnapping by an external force, Lana definitely wouldn't be missing. After all, she was catfish. What organization could silently abduct catfish? I suggest not telling Fu Hang for now. If that kid goes crazy, he can't be stopped. Lao Duan pondered for a long time before speaking gravely. But that's catfish. We can't rule out external interference factors right now. You mean, you suspect catfish's motive for approaching Fu Hang? Although this possibility is extremely small, we must face this option. Lao Duan fell silent again. However, this is just a very small probability. After all, the things catfish handed over through Fu Hang are unlikely to be bait. The man in the windbreaker pursed his lips helplessly again. If any force could use such things as bait, then their department could really be disbanded. I'm thinking now, simple jealousy isn't even more terrifying. Lao Duan stared into the other's eyes, his tone suddenly strange. Catfish, she's a woman too. We're already searching with all our might. The people I originally transferred were all concentrated around Fu Hang and his mother. Those girls were only under peripheral protection. The man in the windbreaker was actually very dejected. Fu Hang had too many women, and their protection focus was also on the personal safety of Fu Hang and those around him. As mentioned before, this was just protection. If the surveillance was too intense, it would become house arrest and monitoring. And their external protection environment was actually very complete, with information channels tightly watching Hansheng. Who would have thought that a problem would arise from within the protected party? I'll go see Fu Hang. Lao Duan sighed and stood up from his chair. The problem was thorny, but the way to solve it seemed very direct. Damn it, letting you fool around everywhere. Let's ignore Qin Xiao for now. Let him search for people according to the deployment process. I suspect Lana monitored his communication network. The man in the windbreaker also stood up from the sofa, his expression not looking good. This damn mess. His first direct confrontation with Catfish was actually over an emotional entanglement. Out of some strange guilt, Fu Hang had indeed been inseparable from Qin Yuchu these past few days. So much so that President Fu, who had almost never appeared at Yuanbo Trading, had been clocking in punctually every day. Shen Qingluan hadn't contacted him for several days, probably immersed in self-reflection. The data wouldn't lie. These past few days, Shen Qingluan's favorability had risen slightly, indirectly reflecting the success of that day's tactics. After meeting at the coffee shop that day, Li Weiyang's favorability had dropped by 0.02%. The number one love-struck fool was once again caught in a dilemma. Damn it, if Lana hadn't suddenly appeared that day, this wave should have been an increase. Thinking of Lana, Fu Hang couldn't help but think of that cliché problem. Pregnant? A very unfamiliar word. Although ever since Qin Yuchu started trying to conceive, he would occasionally fantasize and mentally prepare himself. But for a woman to suddenly jump out and tell him she was pregnant with his child, Fu Hang was still somewhat caught off guard. Especially since this woman was also very aggressively demanding that Fu Hang resign on the spot. A SIMP. You, a client, are planning to keep me? Actually, these past few days, Fu Hang had reviewed his attitude towards Lana that day. Objectively speaking, he was quite heartless to a woman pregnant with his child. But apart from Lana's 25% favorability and her assertive attitude, Lana, someone like you, also confused Fu Hang. Honestly, Fu Hang felt guilty. The system was his current support. Suddenly facing someone who might also have a system, he panicked. He had later secretly asked Tongzi, the system, what was going on with Lana. But Tongzi seemed to have panicked too and didn't pay him any attention. These past few days, he had been by Yochu's side without leaving, seemingly out of guilt, but Fu Hang couldn't be sure if he was seeking some comfort from Qin Yuchu out of fear. After all, Qin Yuchu wasn't a client. President Fu, a Mr. Duan says he wants to see you. The office door was knocked, and Fu Hang, who was zoning out in the reception area of the president's office, sat up straight. Surname Duan? Limpy, Fu Hang carefully recalled. Among the people he knew, only Limpy was surnamed Duan. Yes, Qin Youchu's assistant hesitated for a moment and nodded almost imperceptibly. Let him come over. Fu Heng didn't speak, but Qin Youchu, sitting at the large desk, replied with a smile. Okay. The assistant left with a smile. Why is Lao Duan looking for me here? Fu Heng looked suspiciously at Youchu, and Youchu blinked, her expression inscrutable. Some things, even if she wanted to help, were definitely not something a prospective daughter-in-law could interfere with. When Fu Heng saw Lao Duan again, there was a trace of astonishment in his eyes. Lao Duan had become handsome again. Having officially joined the cast, and due to styling needs, a professional stylist had groomed Lao Duan from head to toe. He had come from the set today, his makeup still on, and he was wearing Master Duan's costume, an expensive and fashionable leather jacket. Qin Youchu enthusiastically got up to greet him and personally made tea for Lao Duan. Something wrong? Fu Heng looked at him strangely, an indescribable feeling in his heart. This Lao Duan, after getting spruced up, he actually had some of the flair I had when I played the Joker. Did the makeup artist use my template? Qin Youchu discreetly observed the two, sighing inwardly. Can I look for you if there's nothing wrong? Lao Duan's tone was unfriendly, his gaze vaguely glancing at Qin Youchu. Fu Heng pursed his lips and didn't reply, tossing him a cigarette. He knew Lao Duan had officially started filming, but he had also learned indirectly that Lao Duan seemed to have kept his promise and stopped pestering his mother. You two chat. I have a meeting, I'll get going. Qin Youchu returned to her desk, picked up a stack of documents, and seemingly didn't treat Lao Duan as an outsider. Where's the meeting? Lao Duan, however, frowned slightly and asked inexplicably. The meeting room. Qin Youchu was puzzled, but answered honestly. She didn't actually have a meeting, she just saw that Lao Duan seemed to have something to discuss privately with Fu Heng and was making an excuse. Fu Heng blinked. Lao Duan's question was very abrupt and presumptuous. Then you go ahead, we'll be done in a bit. Lao Duan smiled awkwardly. It was a stress reaction. Lana's next target was most likely Qin Youchu. But for what was to be said next, it seemed inappropriate for Qin Youchu to be present. However, thinking that the Windbreaker Man's subordinates were almost all here now, he felt slightly more at ease. No matter how deranged Catfish was, she couldn't possibly snatch Qin Youchu away right under the noses of two groups of Windbreaker people, right? With Qin Youchu gone, Fu Heng, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, looked at Lao Duan, his expression gradually calming. He seemed to have noticed something unusual about Lao Duan. Youchu is a good girl. Lao Duan stared at the closed door, speaking seemingly casually. Thanks for the compliment. I'm actually very curious. With so many women, how do you usually get along? Lao Duan fumbled with the cigarette Fu Heng had tossed him, but didn't light it immediately. You came just to ask me this. Fu Heng twitched his lips. That old bastard, could he still be hung up on my mother? Have you ever thought that these women, among themselves, might have some squabbles? Lao Duan stared intently at Fu Heng, his eyes full of complexity. He seemed to somewhat understand Fu Wanqing's feelings at the food stall back then. What the hell are you trying to say? Fu Heng showed impatience. The recent string of dramatic confrontations had almost forged his primordial spirit, one after another, like blitzing through a video game boss battle. Damn system. Had a falling out with Lana? Lao Duan pondered for a long time, deciding to get straight to the point. Matters of emotion could easily become extreme. Ordinary people encountering such things often made the news, let alone Catfish. She was notorious. Based on the information they had, Catfish's genes made their emotions not particularly stable. Fu Heng, however, frowned and straightened his back upon hearing this. You were asked to protect, not to monitor. Fu Heng's tone turned cold. Lao Duan fell silent. He scratched his newly trimmed beard, momentarily unsure how to speak. According to our understanding, Lana's emotions are not particularly stable. Lao Duan chose his words carefully, hoping to indirectly remind Fu Heng. Are you moonlighting for the neighborhood committee now? Fu Heng's expression became even more displeased. Lana is missing. Lao Duan sighed and lit the cigarette in his hand. Fu Heng's expression froze, and he tilted his head slightly. What kind of missing? The kind where our people can't find her at all. Lao Duan took a deep breath, smoke slowly curling from his nostrils. Fu Heng tilted his head back, his expression becoming complicated. Did those words that day really hurt her? But what did can't find her mean? Just today, Li Weiyang, Shen Qingluan, Zhuge Yun, Ing Yanan, all disappeared. Lao Duan's grave gaze pierced through the smoke, staring intently at Fu Heng. Fu Heng's pupils dilated abruptly. Lao Duan said no more, quietly waiting for Fu Heng to process this information. What do you mean, disappeared? Fu Hang leaned forward, his tone agitated. Lao Duan didn't speak, quietly smoking. Wait, for what you're saying, Lana kidnapped them? To be able to take people away silently from under dozens of eyes and surveillance cameras. Besides her, we can't think of anyone else. And there's no sign of anything unusual on the periphery. Lana, Fu Hang understood Lao Duan's meaning, his tone laced with doubt. Even if she had a system, it couldn't be this exaggerated, right? He had a vague idea of how many people were arranged around him and those women. If Lao Duan wasn't shirking responsibility and lying, this was too incredible. Did you get a spy system? With so many of you watching, you still lost them? That's catfish. As if hearing the doubt in Fu Hang's voice, Lao Duan's tone also became heavier. Damn it, don't you know what you've been keeping by your side? That's a war machine capable of taking on several spy outposts single-handedly. If she had invaded from overseas, they would have been prepared and wouldn't have been caught off guard so easily. But she was sleeping in the same bed as you. Now that she's kidnapped the other women in your bed, they were completely unprepared. Okay? Catfish. Fu Hang's expression froze again. Lao Duan had talked to him about that sissy he had beaten until he drooled, who seemed to be called Catfish. Catfish? A top agent? Lana was really an agent? However, before the two could continue their conversation, Fu Hang's phone rang. Fu Hang instinctively looked at his phone, his eyes narrowing again. Lana. Speakerphone. Lao Duan also saw the caller ID on Fu Hang's phone on the table and moved his lips slightly. Hello, father of my child. A lazy voice came through the phone. Fu Hang frowned slightly, but Lao Duan's pupils contracted sharply. Holy crap, you got Catfish pregnant. You tied them up? Fu Hang's tone was icy. The decision you couldn't make? I'll help you with it. You're crazy. Fu Hang suddenly became agitated, but Lao Duan opposite him quickly raised his hand, signaling Fu Hang to calm down. A series of melodious laughs came from the phone, but the laughter was chilling to the bone. It seemed Lana was responding to Fu Hang's question with this laughter. She was indeed crazy. Where did you hide them? Fu Hang took a deep breath, trying his best to calm down. Don't worry, let's play a game. Didn't you say you love romance? Let's see how far you can go for love. What on earth do you want? First target, find love. You've lost your love, you know. The tone on the phone became increasingly playful. Lao Duan had already taken out his own phone, dialed the windbreaker man, placed the two phones together, and kept signaling Fu Hang to stay calm. Speak. What do you want me to do? Fu Hang took a deep breath, calming the anxiety in his heart. At the front desk on the first floor of the Yuanbo Trading Building, I've placed an encrypted phone. You now have 90 seconds to pick it up. If you're late, something bad might happen. Maybe a finger of your love. Fu Hang looked up at Lao Duan opposite him. Throw away your communication devices and get rid of those following you. This shouldn't be difficult for you. Love is pure. It shouldn't have other things mixed in, right? The call was disconnected. Fu Hang and Lao Duan looked at each other. Lao Duan opened his mouth, instinctively wanting to remind Fu Hang not to be impulsive, to let them handle it. But thinking of the crazed tone on the phone just now, he couldn't bring himself to speak for a moment. I'll be right there. The windbreaker man's voice came from Lao Duan's phone. Yuchu. Fu Hang suddenly came to his senses and rushed out. In the hallway, the young assistant, holding documents, was stunned as she saw the president's office door being violently pushed open. Where's Yuchu? Fu Hang's figure appeared in the hallway like a gust of wind. The young assistant, terrified, instinctively took a step back and pointed to a meeting room she had just come out of. Fu Hang eagerly pushed open the door and saw Yuchu, wearing glasses, look up from a pile of documents, her face full of confusion. Fu Hang let out a long sigh of relief. Lao Duan's figure also squeezed in. Watch her. Fu Hang turned his head, his bloodshot eyes staring intently at Lao Duan. It's very safe here. There are 2 groups in the office building, and others are heading this way. Lao Duan replied seriously. Stay with Lao Duan. Fu Hang turned his head, gave Yuchu a deep look, then turned and rushed towards the stairs. Fu Hang. Lao Duan shouted, but Fu Hang didn't pause at all. Uncle Duan, what's wrong? Qin Yuchu stood up from her desk. Don't ask yet. Come back to the office with me. Lao Duan spoke gravely, looked left and right, and led Yuchu toward her office. To reach the first-floor lobby in 90 seconds, Fu Hang didn't choose to wait for the elevator. Damn it. 28th floor. A dark figure flashed in the fire escape, a direct demonstration of a grandmaster's skill. Since Lao Duan had come personally, it meant those women had really been kidnapped. Lana's tone was unfamiliar to Fu Hang. He didn't dare to gamble. Your skills are better than I expected. You actually weren't late. Upon picking up the phone Lana left, a playful voice came through. Lana, this is between you and me. They are innocent. You shouldn't say that to a pregnant mother. There's a car in the underground parking lot. What you need to do next is to shake off those following you, and then appear at the designated location. Darling, don't be late, okay? The phone went silent. Fu Hang stood there dumbfounded for a few seconds, then heard a terrified scream from the phone. Zhuge Yun's voice? This is a crime. Ying Yanen's voice came at the same time. Listen, your love is calling you. The call was disconnected. Damn it. Fu Hang punched the air angrily and turned to rush toward the parking lot. A common black sedan's lights turned on as Fu Hang stepped into the parking lot. Fu Hang barely hesitated and got into the driver's seat. It was a new energy vehicle. The central control screen had already preset the navigation, a farmhouse restaurant in the suburbs. Fu Hang had no time to think, stepped on the accelerator, and the car sped off. The parking lot barrier had a delay, but Fu Hang's eyes glinted. He floored the accelerator, showing no intention of waiting. Screech! The car stopped abruptly, without warning. Fu Hang almost hit the steering wheel. New energy vehicle intelligent, driving anti-collision system. Drive safely. Traffic violations will be fined. The key is you'll be caught by the cameras. That chilling voice came from the car's speakers. Lana, don't be crazy, let's talk properly. Fu Hang tried to persuade her, but after shouting a few times, he realized it was a pre-recorded voice. The call wasn't connected. With that sudden break and a recorded reminder, Fu Hang's emotions calmed down slightly. The barrier slowly rose, and the inconspicuous new energy vehicle rushed out of the parking lot, merging into the traffic. Meanwhile, Qin Yuchu, who had just returned to her office, hadn't even had time to ask Lao Duan what happened when suddenly, alarm bells rang loudly throughout the Yuanbua trading office building. Fire alarm? Lao Duan's eyes widened. He raised his hand to signal Qin Yuchu to calm down, carefully opened a crack in the office door, and peeked outside. The sudden alarm caused commotion and chaos outside. Employees with good fire safety awareness were already urging everyone to rush to the fire escapes. As expected, a cold glint flashed in Lao Duan's eyes. Screams rang out in the hallway, and the already chaotic scene became even more so. A thick smoke suddenly billowed from one end of the hallway. Tear gas? Lao Duan, with his sharp eyes, quickly judged from the reactions of people near where the smoke emerged. Lao Duan slammed the door shut and looked gravely at Qin Yuchu. The other party was deliberately creating chaos for only one purpose. Qin Yuchu. Two groups of windbreaker people were deployed in this building, and the windbreaker man was already on his way here. Qin Xiao must have also received the news. The safest way was to stay here and not go out. Don't be nervous. It's not a fire alarm. Outside is. Lao Duan was about to explain and reassure Qin Yuchu when suddenly thick smoke billowed from under the sofa he had just been sitting on. Damn it. Lao Duan's eyes were practically splitting. He quickly picked up his phone, only to find in astonishment that there was no signal. Come with me. Cover your mouth and nose. Lao Duan grabbed a shirt Qin Yuchu had hanging on a coat rack, tore it in two with a rip, soaked it in the fish tank on the desk, and threw a piece to Qin Yuchu. The moment he opened the door, Lao Duan turned back to confirm, only to see a pair of extremely calm eyes. She was bent over, covering her nose with the wet shirt as Lao Duan had instructed, showing no trace of panic. Inexplicably, a very inappropriate phrase popped into Lao Duan's mind. She has the air of a primary wife. Shaking his head, Lao Duan observed the outside and pulled Qin Yuchu towards one end of the hallway. Strangely, they were rushing towards the area emitting thick smoke. The other party was creating chaos and trying to force them out, so going against the grain, they absolutely couldn't follow the other party's rhythm. This was the accumulation of Lao Duan's 30 years of bloody experience. Qin Yuchu asked nothing, quietly following Lao Duan. After entering the smoke, close your eyes, hold your breath, don't breathe. Lao Duan grunted, covered his eyes, and rushed into the dense fog. Fu Hang sped along the road, a national standard new energy vehicle. If Fu Hang committed even the slightest traffic violation, the intelligent driving system would sound an alarm and promptly correct it. He tried to call back using the encrypted phone, but found that this phone had been specially configured. It could only receive calls, not make them. Damn it. Tongzi, say something. Are they in danger? After driving for a while, his emotions gradually calmed down. The system seemed to have a detection mechanism for clients. It would alarm when they encountered life-threatening danger. Shen Qingluan had triggered this warning system, and so had Ying Yanen. So they were still safe now. Fu Hang kept asking the system, but the system, perhaps battling the other party's system, ignored him. Fu Hang took a deep breath, looked at the central control navigation, and then glanced at the rearview mirror. There was a car behind him, following him since he left the basement. Was it Chen Xiao's men? Shake them off? How to shake them off without violating traffic rules? Fu Hang was caught in a dilemma. There was a traffic light ahead. After the traffic light was a tunnel. Shake them off in the tunnel? Or let them follow? While pondering, Fu Hang's car had already crossed the crosswalk. A series of sharp braking sounds rang out. Fu Hang abruptly looked at the rearview mirror and found that the car following him had stopped at the crosswalk. He looked up in suspicion. The green light had 15 seconds left just now, but now it had turned red. Hacker. 2 words appeared in Fu Hang's mind. She had also controlled the traffic lights? Looking at the rearview mirror again, the car that had been following from a distance was now stuck before the red light by the abruptly stopped vehicles. Fu Hang glanced at the navigation again, looking straight ahead. But just as he was about to enter the tunnel, he suddenly saw in the rearview mirror that a van on the side abruptly accelerated, overtook a car, and then made a sharp turn towards the tunnel. Because the turn and overtaking were too abrupt, it even had a minor scrape with the car in front. It was clearly a traffic violation, but the van didn't slow down at all, and yes, it also fled the scene. Fu Hang licked his lips. This one should also be. His vision went dark as Fu Hang entered the tunnel. A few seconds later, the fleeing van also followed him in. Bang! A loud noise came, and Fu Hang's whole body shook, almost losing his grip on the steering wheel. Looking up in astonishment at the spot he had just passed, a fire hydrant pipe had burst, and a huge gush of water instantly cut off the escape route. A trace of horror flashed in Fu Hang's eyes. She had really gone mad. Fu Hang's emotions, which had just calmed down, became tense again, and that phone rang at the same time. Fu Hang hesitated for a moment before answering the call. Screech! The sound of screeching brakes rang out again, but this time, it wasn't other vehicles stopping, but the new energy vehicle Fu Hang was driving. It stopped by itself. Because it was so sudden, Fu Hang almost dropped the phone. Go upstairs. A cold command came from the phone. Fu Hang looked around in astonishment and saw the maintenance door on the side of the tunnel. I've taken care of the tail behind you. Don't make such a low-level mistake next time. Okay. Lana, what on earth do you want? Other voices came from the phone. It was Shen Qingluan's voice. Fu Hang didn't have time to think much, pushed open the door, got out of the car, and quickly ran towards the maintenance door. Yuanbua Trading Office Building. The panicked crowd poured out, but among them, several figures went against the flow, rushing into the office building. The security guards responsible for evacuation tried to stop them, but they pulled out IDs embedded with the national emblem. Where are Lao Duan and Qin Yuchu? A man in a windbreaker grabbed another man also wearing a windbreaker in the crowd. They should still be upstairs. The building's signal base station has been jammed, so we can't contact them temporarily, but Lao Duan should be with Qin Yuchu. The man reported quickly. The windbreaker man looked up at the 2 windows from which thick smoke was billowing. Flames licked out from within the smoke. This wasn't tear gas. It was arson. Groups 1 and 3 are already converging towards the 28th floor, but we don't have enough manpower to control all exits. Chen Xiao's men are on their way. Boss, we've lost Fu Hang. A woman ran over quickly, speaking anxiously. What location? Hengjiang Tunnel. The other party hacked into the traffic system and also blew up a section of a fire hydrant pipe. Catfish. The windbreaker man's eyes were grave, his gaze seriously scanning the surroundings. Level 1 alert. All personnel arm yourselves. If necessary, permission is granted to. The windbreaker man's tone paused, as if he had thought of something, and he didn't finish his sentence. Damn it. The windbreaker man suddenly cursed. The primary objective is rescue and containment. Unless absolutely necessary, do not open fire. And among the evacuating crowd, a portly middle-aged woman was strenuously throwing a large snakeskin bag onto a small tricycle. She didn't look back at the smoke-billowing building, just tugged at the canvas hat on her head, a cold smile playing on her lips. 10 minutes ago, after Lao Duan led Qin Yuchu through the thick smoke formed by tear gas, he pushed open an office door. Lao Duan didn't choose to go to other floors. Since the other party's goal was to force them away, waiting for support on the spot was undoubtedly the safest method. What surprised him was that as soon as he closed the office door, a light laugh came from the corner. It seems my information was correct. You weren't just a simple peddler in the Golden Triangle. Were you, Master Duan? Lao Duan spun around abruptly and saw the voluptuous figure. She was in a tight-fitting suit, wearing a baseball cap, her delicate features holding a faint, playful expression. Don't complicate things. If this continues, there will be no turning back. Lao Duan's muscles tensed. and he took a quick step to block Qin Yuchu. It seems you know me. In that case, don't make futile resistance. My only goal is to take her away. She is his love. Lana stepped forward slowly, a sneer on her lips. Calm down, there's no need for things between you two. Lao Duan's words caught his throat, because Lana opposite him flicked her wrist, and a gleaming dagger appeared in her hand. The dagger was double-edged, with a blood groove in the middle. A military spike, and Lana's eyes instantly turned icy cold. It was a coldness completely devoid of emotion. You are one of his few friends. I don't want to hurt you. Step aside. I, an old man, don't understand matters of love, but what I do know is that what you're doing now will make your relationship completely irreparable. Do I look like I want to repair anything? Lana's hand nimbly twirled the dagger, the cold emanating blade dancing like a butterfly at her fingertips. Haven't you thought about your child? Lao Duan slowly retreated, spreading his arms to protect Qin Yuchu. Child. Lana's steps paused, a momentary confusion in her eyes. I originally wanted to build a family with him, to accompany our child's growth together. That should be the part both he and I are missing. I don't want my child to also have a missing childhood. But he refused. The dancing dagger stopped, resting horizontally in Lana's palm. It doesn't matter anymore. At worst, it'll be a childhood like mine, which is fine. This might just be the fate of this genetically modified human. Lana suddenly smiled, but the eyes behind the smile grew even colder. I won't let you take her. Lao Duan sensed her killing intent. His outstretched hands slowly retracted, forming a fighting stance in front of him. This was catfish. When he saw her eyes clearly, Lao Duan, who had emerged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood, knew that verbal persuasion was no longer effective. Lana was genuinely emanating killing intent. But for public duty, for private reasons, for sentiment, for logic, at this step, Limpy could not retreat. I'll hold her off, you run. There are many of our people outside. Find them and you'll be safe. Hold me off? Isn't it good to be alive? Limpy. Lana, however, chuckled lightly, her figure flickering and disappearing from her spot. A cold glint flashed, slashing towards Lao Duan's neck. On a bustling side street, an electric scooter with a food delivery logo sped along like an arrow loose from a bow. The delivery boy on the scooter wore a black mask, Bluetooth earphones, and a yellow helmet, deftly weaving through the gaps in the crowd. On his scooter's phone mount, a common smartphone was securely placed, its screen displaying a navigation map with flashing red and blue lines. At first glance, this was undoubtedly a deliverman racing against time, as if one could feel the high-pressure rhythm of the food delivery industry from his figure. However, upon closer inspection, one could see that the delivery boy's eyes, hidden above the mask, were filled with dense bloodshot veins, like cracks on a dry riverbed. The speed was very fast, and the wind blurred his eyes. Fu Hang's mind was a complete mess. The navigation in front of him had changed locations for the third time. This time, it showed a suburban machinery processing plant. And Lana's demands were bizarre. After he came out of that tunnel, following Lana's guidance, he had sprinted for a long distance. After finding the location within the time limit, he was then made to ride a bicycle, pedaling furiously in another direction. Then, he switched to his familiar electric scooter. But what threw Fu Hang's thoughts into disarray wasn't the exhausting chase, but the other voices mixed in whenever Lana called. His clients. There were questions, curses, and terrified screams and agonizing wails. Lana was torturing them. Fu Hang recognized Ing Yanan's voice. Damn it, that tiger girl never knew how to be flexible. Those muffled groans, bitten back. Fu Hang could even imagine Ing Yanan gritting her teeth, her eyes unyielding and furious. At that moment, Fu Hang suddenly realized that clients might be more than just clients. His heart was in turmoil. Fortunately, Qin Yuchu was safe. Although Lao Duan was old and lecherous, and even coveted his mother, he was still reliable when it came to business. Back in the Golden Triangle, to cooperate with his act, he had actually shot himself in the thigh. If he said Yuanbo trading was safe, then it should be safe. Fu Hang knew that there were actually two groups of people protecting him. One group gave him a feeling similar to that G-phone. So, when Lao Duan said earlier that Yuanbo trading had deployed two groups, it should be those people, right? It should be. After all, before Lao Duan came, he already knew that other clients were in trouble. Fu Hang kept reassuring himself. He didn't dare to delay, nor did he dare to contact Lao Duan to confirm now. He had thought about it later. Lana should be able to monitor him in real time through some means. The red light change was very strange. and the timing of the water pipe explosion was almost precise to the second. He didn't dare to take the risk. He was afraid of hearing those miserable wails again. When he saw her, Fu Hang's eyes gradually turned cold. He had never hated someone so much. The ridiculous thing was, this person might also be the mother of his child. Fu Hang, speeding like the wind and panting heavily, finally arrived at the machinery processing plant before dark. 3 hours had passed since he left Yuanbo Trading. Fu Hang propped his electric scooter at the factory entrance, holding the phone and waiting quietly. Sure enough, the phone rang the next second. Very good, you actually arrived early. It seems the profession of a deliverman is indeed what you're most familiar with. A sweet, teasing voice came from the phone. Don't hurt them. Let's meet and talk. Fu Hang's tone was icy. All right, come in. The call was disconnected. Fu Hang was slightly stunned. This was the place? Only then did he begin to observe the factory. Soon, Fu Hang frowned. No one. It was quiet all around, not a soul in sight. Although this was the suburbs, the machinery processing plant in front of him clearly showed no signs of abandonment. Taking off his helmet and mask, Fu Hang walked inside. The iron gate was locked, but when Fu Hang saw the sign at the entrance, he understood. This factory belonged to Hengyu International. With a leap, Fu Hang jumped onto the wall, glanced at the empty factory grounds, and climbed in. Yuanbo Trading Building. The open flames had been extinguished. Fortunately, all units reacted promptly, and there were no casualties. Communication in the building had been restored. Chen Xiao stood in the crowd with a dark face, listening to his subordinate's report. Apart from the 2 extinguished open flames, the other places were just tear gas. We are now clearing potential hazards floor by floor. Any casualties? Only 1 employee sprained an ankle during evacuation. Chen Xiao fell silent, looking down at the information handed over by the fire department. Arson was confirmed. Large amounts of chemical agents and combustibles were found at the fire points. But both fire points were in restrooms, and the purpose of those chemical agents and combustibles was merely to create thick smoke. The fire didn't spread. She didn't want to hurt anyone? Chen Xiao frowned, looking up at the towering building. The man in the windbreaker stood in an office on the 28th floor, his expression complex. Before him was, indeed, the limping man. He leaned against the wall, one hand covering his neck. She had a chance to kill me. The limping man raised his hand to stroke his neck. Under his fingertips, he could feel a clear scratch. If this scratch had been just a little deeper, it would have cut his carotid artery. Staring at the ropes on the ground that had bound him, the image of that cold glint slashing towards him flashed in his mind. He is Fu Hang's father. Qin Youchu's scream made the dagger hover at his neck, fine beads of blood seeping out. At this scream, both people on either side of the dagger were simultaneously stunned. Youchu actually knew he was Fu Hang's father. Did Fu Hang know? He's the grandfather of the child in your belly. I can go with you, don't hurt him. Youchu gently pushed Lao Duan in front of her aside and calmly looked at Lana, who was exuding killing intent. You're not afraid? Lana's lips curved, looking at Qin Youchu playfully. Being afraid is useless. I might kill you, then he'll never forget me for the rest of his life. You're not afraid of death? Lana was amused to the point of laughing. I'm more afraid of losing him. Lana fell silent. Micro-expression management and situational psychology told her that Qin Youchu was not lying. She truly had no fear of death. This is the love you spoke of? Then let's see how far he can go for you. A savage smile appeared on Lana's lips, and she chopped Lao Duan on the neck with the side of her hand. Lao Duan lost consciousness. Where's Fu Hang? Lao Duan turned his neck, looking up at the man in the windbreaker. Our network system needs an upgrade. The man in the windbreaker sighed deeply, his expression unsightly. Although it happened suddenly and without warning, being played like this by a catfish on his own turf made him feel very aggrieved. Don't worry too much. From all indications, she has no intention of harming anyone. She probably wants to force Fu Hang into something through this method. Infatuated men and women in love. This is not as simple as an emotional dispute. Lao Duan touched the bloodline on his neck again. Catfish should be alone. One-on-one. Fu Hang shouldn't be at a disadvantage. The man in the windbreaker sat down in front of Lao Duan and handed him a cigarette. Catfish might be pregnant. Lao Duan suddenly turned his head and looked seriously at the man in the windbreaker. The man in the windbreaker's action of lighting the cigarette paused. So, this is pregnancy syndrome? Morning sickness? Wait, your son got catfish pregnant. Are you sure he's your son? The man in the windbreaker delivered a soul-searching triple question. Didn't you confirm that? Lao Duan twitched his lips and retorted. The man in the windbreaker licked the cigarette holder at the corner of his mouth, suddenly stumped. Weren't genetically modified humans supposed to have reproductive isolation? That's what the reports they intercepted said, right? Damn, did Apocalypse cut corners even on this? Academic fraud? Eyes practically splitting at the corners, this phrase couldn't be more apt for Fu Hang at this moment. Standing at one end of the factory building, his fists were clenched and his whole body trembled. For the first time, he felt fear. Ever since activating the system, he had almost forgotten this emotion. What on earth do you want? Fu Hang gritted his teeth, his voice hoarse. In front of him, on the factory's gantry crane, hung a shipping container more than 10 meters off the ground. And at the bottom of this container, 5 figures were tightly secured. Li Weiyang, Shen Qingluan, Zhuge Yun, Ying Yanan, and Qin Yuchu. All 5 women had their mouths gagged with tape, pressed tightly against the bottom of the container. When they saw Fu Hang rush into the factory, their eyes showed varying expressions. Only Ying Yanan struggled forcefully a few times. At the other end of the factory, Lana sat on a toolbox, playing with a remote control in her hand. When Fu Hang saw this scene, he rushed towards Lana almost without hesitation. Clang! The sound of metal chains rolling immediately came. The container suddenly dropped. No! Fu Hang instantly stopped, frozen in place, not daring to move. The container dropped about 2 meters, swaying gently. Fu Hang's eyes were filled with intense terror, looking at Lana in disbelief. She had really gone mad. Just now, when the container dropped, a dense series of warning sounds rang in his mind. Warning: current target Shen Qingluan is facing a life-threatening situation. Warning: current target Li Weiyang. She was serious. Do you know what you're doing? Fu Hang glared angrily at Lana. And you? Do you know what you're doing? Lana smiled, a very unrestrained smile. You've really gone mad. Mad? You really haven't seen me when I'm mad. Lana slowly looked up, the scene of her crawling out of the nutrient tank and slitting the throats of those white coats with a scalpel flashing in her mind. Blood-splattered, black flame sword. Let them go, let's talk properly. Fu Hang tried his best to control himself, his gaze constantly sweeping towards the container above. Li Weiyang, Shen Qingluan, Zhuge Yun, and Ying Yanan were fixed to the 4 corners of the container's bottom, while Qin Yuchu was fixed in the middle. If this container fell, the 5 people tied underneath would have no bones left. Damn it! Why was Qin Yuchu here too? Didn't Lao Duan say he could protect her? Now you want to talk? Father of my child. Lana suddenly burst into laughter, but the laughter was shrill and terrifying. I never thought you would get pregnant. In fact, my body is quite special under normal circumstances. So, Lana suddenly spoke, interrupting Fu Hang. So, you should understand what this child in my belly means. Lana's eyes instantly became extremely complex. His arrival was originally a miracle that even science cannot explain. This is God's compensation to me, to us. We should have a warm home, with pale yellow wallpaper, blue and white pattern tiles, a marble dining table, and curtains adorned with lilac petals. On weekends, we would sit on the velvet sofa, holding our child and watching Boonie Bears together. Then you would be responsible for cooking. Your cooking skills are really good. And I could iron your shirts on the side. Lana's voice narrated softly, her eyes filled with confusion. Our child would grow up healthy under our care, enjoying his childhood. When he's 3, I'll buy him a bicycle. When he's 7, I'll teach him rock climbing. When he turns 10, you, as his father, can teach him some ways to avoid being bullied. Yes, it's more appropriate for you to teach him. After all, the system I learned is likely to make him friendless. When he's 15, he'll be very tall and handsome, and he'll become a sports star at school. After all, his genes are so special. And when he's 18, he might bring home a girl. Or maybe 2. Lana's tone paused, and she glanced strangely at the women tied to the container. Fu Hang stood quietly, but his gaze constantly scanned his surroundings, his mind searching for a way to break the situation and save them. But it was very frustrating. In the current situation, he couldn't find any solution. Constantly scanning the people fixed to the bottom of the container, Fu Hang felt a deep sense of powerlessness, especially when he saw their eyes. Li Weiyang and Shen Qingluan's eyes were filled with terror. Zhuge Yun had her eyes tightly closed, and Ying Yanan stared intently at Fu Hang, her gaze full of worry. Qin Yuchu. Fu Hang looked at those pure eyes, and what he saw was actually calmness. Even within this calmness, there was her unique tenderness. And you? Lana's voice suddenly rose. Fu Hang's eyes narrowed, and he returned from his thoughts. You refused all this beauty. Love? Ha ha ha. You said you couldn't leave these women? They are your love. Lana's voice gradually became crazed, which made Fu Hang's emotions fluctuate again. Damn it, why did things turn out like this? Fu Hang's gaze was fixed on Lana, especially her hand holding the remote control. Break the situation? How to break it? The most important thing now was to stabilize Lana and make her release them. But how to stabilize her? Fu Hang's eyes flickered. Actor's life. Time to test my acting skills. Lana. Fu Hang suddenly interrupted loudly. His gaze began to deepen. His shoulders slumped slightly. The anxious emotions receded like a tide, and his lips pursed tightly. The instantaneous change in temperament indeed made Lana stop her craziness, and she squinted at him. We're the same kind of people. You should understand my difficulties. Fu Hang didn't choose to step forward, as that would provoke Lana. He stood quietly, but his whole body exuded a thick sense of dejection and entanglement. You are different from them. Fu Hang lowered his head, then looked up again. Sincerity condensed in his trembling eyes, this sincerity weaving into a net, converging into threads, extending towards Lana. The smile on Lana's face slowly disappeared. A complex emotion flashed in her eyes, and she slowly stood up from the toolbox. It's all my fault. I use actions that transcend the secular to define myself. Yet I am immersed in secular depravity. Lana, it's all my fault. Don't punish yourself for others' mistakes. Fu Hang's tone carried deep self-blame. He pursed his lips, the pain in his eyes rising, turning into wisps of mist. You should know that people like us are almost detached from the secular world, looking down on all living beings. This actually makes it easy to get lost. Haven't you ever had times when you couldn't see yourself clearly? Fu Hang's footsteps subconsciously took a small half-step forward, his right hand slightly raised, powerlessly grasping at something. Lost. Lana frowned, her eyes gradually becoming confused. Not to mention lost. After coming out of the laboratory, she didn't even have a goal, completely unaware of what she wanted to do. Until Lana's hand subconsciously rose and pressed against her stomach. I know what I said that day was very hurtful, but for someone like me, for you to suddenly tell me I have a child, my own child. Fu Hang lowered his head, fists clenched, a hint of struggle in his expression. I was scared. Fu Hang looked up again, his eyes once more sincere and frank. Actually, from the first moment I saw you, I felt a kind of fear. Afraid of me? Lana's voice held a hint of suspicion. I've actually been suppressing my desires, but the moment I saw you, just a look in your eyes, I felt as if every cell in my body was boiling. I was uncontrollably attracted to you, wanting to get close to you, possess you. This scared me. I don't like the feeling of not being in control. That's genetic resonance, Lana said coldly, a trace of complexity in her eyes. She actually had a similar feeling. At first, she thought it was just Fu Hang's individual peculiarity that made her curious and aroused her desire to explore. It wasn't until she knew she was pregnant. Then she suddenly understood. That attraction was the resonance of specific gene sequences. They were truly destined. I see all living beings as grass and trees, only when I see you. Are you a green mountain? Fu Hang pursed his lips and said, word by word. What you mean by that is, you're saying you actually love me. Lana stared at Fu Hang, a curve suddenly appearing on her lips. Fu Hang didn't answer directly. His gaze on Lana gradually became clear and bright, but the mist gathering in his eyes thickened, refracting a deep, infatuated profundity. In that case, Lana slowly raised the remote control in her hand. Fu Hang's heart leaped with joy. The sound of iron chains rolling overhead came again. Fu Hang abruptly looked up, nervously watching above. This time, the speed of descent became extremely slow. Did it work? Since you love me, then let's end all this today. I'll help you recognize yourself. Lana's smile reappeared on her face. Lana, Fu Hang's eyes widened again. You don't think a few words from you can make me fall like some love-struck fool, do you? To be honest, your performance just now wasn't as brilliant as the Joker's. Your emotions were a bit exaggerated, overacted. Movie star. Damn it. Fu Hang's muscles tensed again. This crazy woman didn't fall for it? 25% favorability. He almost forgot. The container was descending very slowly, but it showed no signs of stopping. Given the weight of this container, even if it landed slowly, the 5 women underneath would be crushed into meat patties. First task, find love. You completed it very well. Lana's voice came from a distance, once again with that crazed, playful tone. Well then, the second task begins. Choose love. Don't you proclaim that love is supreme? I agree with your view. Love is sacred, exclusive, and unique. So with so many women, Who will you choose? Lana. Stop. Fu Hang ran forward a few steps, but Lana suddenly raised her left hand, a dart gun muzzle aimed at Fu Hang. If I were you, I wouldn't make any unnecessary moves right now. Your princess is falling, Prince Charming. Fu Hang stopped, anxiously looking at the container, which was only 5 meters from the ground. A 20-foot standard dry cargo container, net weight 2 tons. Even at this speed, wow, you only have one chance to save them now, and that is to tear off the tape on them before they are crushed. However, it seems there's only enough time for you to save one. Casanova Fu Hang, it's time for you to choose. Fu Hang looked up. The container was less than 3 meters from the ground. Warning, current target Li Weiyang. Warning, current target Shen Qingluan. A series of system prompts sounded in his mind again. Save one. Fu Hang looked at the slowly descending container and the women fixed to its bottom, his eyes practically splitting at the corners again. Lana's setup was clearly meticulously calculated. She was right. Given the distance between the women, he had no time to save them all simultaneously. Even if he unleashed his Grandmaster speed, at most he could only save 2. 2 meters. No time to think. Fu Hang took a swift step and rushed towards the bottom of the container. Indeed, Lana's eyes flickered, her hand holding the remote tightening slightly. Fu Hang rushed towards the center of the container. Fixed there was Qin Yuchu. The women at the 4 corners had different expressions. Shen Qingluan's eyes glinted with unwillingness. Li Weiyang's gaze was complex. Zhuge Yun's face was full of despair, and Ing Yanin looked relieved. Fu Hang grabbed the jumbled tape with both hands and pulled with all his might. 1.5 meters. Rip! The tape snapped, and a delicate body fell into his arms. Fu Hang, with almost no hesitation, forcefully threw Qin Yuchu out, away from the area beneath the container. The container was getting closer and closer to the ground. In the remaining time, Fu Hang could at most barely pull out one more person. Qin Yuchu rolled a few times on the ground. After stopping, she fought back dizziness and turned to look intently at Fu Hang. But in the next moment, Qin Yuchu's eyes went blank. Fu Hang didn't choose to save anyone else, but rather, Lana's eyes also widened instantly, looking at Fu Hang with extreme disbelief. Because after Fu Hang threw Qin Yuchu aside, he quickly jumped to one side of the container. In that direction, Li Weiyang and Shen Qingluan happened to be fixed at the 2 corners. Seeing this, the 2 women felt an inexplicable tremor in their hearts. At this moment, who would Fu Hang choose to save? But something unexpected happened to everyone. Fu Hang didn't choose to save either of them. Instead, he squatted at the middle of the container side, using his shoulder and back to prop up the descending container. What was he trying to do? The container continued to descend, but because one side was pressed against Fu Hang, it tilted slightly. If you don't leave, you'll die. Lana understood Fu Hang's intention and spoke coldly. A 2-ton container, trying to lift it? Clang! A dull sound echoed as one side of the container hit the ground. From Qin Yuchu's perspective, on the side that landed, Ing Yanin and Zhuge Yun's bodies were almost pressed against the ground, squeezed into a tiny gap. Qin Yuchu writhed on the ground. After stopping, she fought back dizziness and turned to look intently at Fu Hang. But in the next moment, Qin Yuchu's eyes went blank. Fu Hang trembled all over, his muscles taut. In just a few seconds, his body was soaked with sweat. Lana, let them go. Fu Hang's expression was contorted. Even though his body had been variously enhanced by the system, lifting a 2-ton container was still a pipe dream. Fortunately, Fu Hang wasn't stupid. He didn't position himself directly under the center, but chose the side. When one end of the container landed, the weight was greatly mitigated. The modifications you've undergone are more exaggerated than I imagined. But in this situation, how long can you last? Lana's face was grim. Fu Hang's choice truly surprised her. Did he not want to live? Let go. Under the immense pressure, Fu Hang could no longer make a sound, his body beginning to tremble violently. Given your physical condition, you can hold on for 10 more seconds at most. After 10 seconds, even if you want to escape, you won't be able to control yourself due to muscle exhaustion. Lana's voice grew colder as she approached step by step with a seductive gait. The container swayed gently, the scaffolding from which it hung emitting faint metallic friction sounds. Behind Fu Hang, in the narrow gap between the container and the ground, painful sobs could be heard. Zhuge Yun and Ing Yanin were slightly squeezed as the space diminished. Fu Hang's mind was blank. If he had a golden core inside him, he would probably have chosen to detonate it by now. Lana's setup was very meticulous, interlinked to the point where it gave him no time to think. He had overestimated himself. He, who had once overturned a car, felt that as a grandmaster modified by the system, he should be able to lift the container. To be honest, he had achieved it now. His idea was simple. Not to lift or raise the container, but like when he overturned that car, to prop it up and make it flip over. As long as the container tipped onto its side, the girls underneath would be safe. Ridiculous liberal arts student. He had forgotten most of his basic physics. He could lift one side, but he completely ignored the container's volume and the angle it made with the ground. But to escape now, and let the girls beside him be crushed into meat patties? The 10 seconds Lana predicted had long passed. Fu Hang's body trembled more and more violently. Every muscle in his body was shaking, and veins bulged grotesquely, looking as if they might burst at any moment. Fu Hang's vision began to blur. In a daze, he saw a pair of pure eyes shining on him like a spotlight. Those eyes were exceptionally calm, gentle. Fu Hang even seemed to see a hint of gratification and pride in them. Fu Hang suddenly smiled, though it was an ugly smile. Lana stood quietly in front of Fu Hang, watching the sweat-drenched figure. That smile, like a setting sun, made her heart involuntarily tighten. She tilted her head slightly, looking at the figure on the ground who had stopped writhing and struggling. She seemed to be smiling too. Lana's hand, holding the remote, tightened another notch. The exhausted Fu Hang was actually unable to perceive that the downward force of the container on his shoulder was no longer increasing. The iron chains hanging from the scaffolding were taut. Even if it means dying together, Lana whispered, the unfamiliar confusion in her lake blue eyes deepening. Fu Hang had completely lost the strength to speak. Sweat seeped from every pore of his body. Perhaps it was an illusion, but Lana seemed to see traces of blood mixed with the sweat. Time ticked by second, each second feeling like a century. Clang! The sound of metal colliding rang out again. Gears slowly turned, and the taut iron chains moved backward. Lana's fingers, hanging by her side, moved away from the remote control. The container slowly rose. The sudden release of pressure made Fu Hang's whole body go limp, and he collapsed to the ground. Lana took another step forward, her toes stepping on Fu Hang's forehead. A pair of exquisite leather boots, their decorative metal buckles ornate and brilliant. But Fu Hang was in no mood to appreciate them, his eyes closed, gasping for breath. Was it worth it? You were supposed to stand at the pinnacle of all beings playing with life. Lana looked down, her tone devoid of any emotion. Is this the love you spoke of? I don't know if I love them, but watching them get hurt, I can't do it. Fu Hang gasped heavily, his oxygen-deprived brain slowly recovering. The container hovered at a height of 2 meters. Zhuge Yun, having survived the ordeal, sobbed loudly. Ying Yanin, looking at Fu Hang lying on the ground like a dead dog, also had tears constantly welling up in her eyes. What if I was the one being coerced? Lana blurted out, but halfway through, she seemed to feel this what if was ridiculous, pursed her lips, and turned her head to the side. I can conclude that you are a failed product. Lana took a step, moving directly in front of Fu Hang, and slowly squatted down. Even if you could lift the container, then what? Lana leaned over, lifting Fu Hang's chin with her hand. You would still die. And they would all die too. Lana's tone reverted to that icy coldness. Although the courses I took didn't teach me how to save people, I know very well that saving people is different from killing. If killing fails, it's just your own death. But if saving fails, the person you're trying to save will also die. You had a chance to save too. But now, you all have to die. Fu Hang slowly opened his eyes, his gaze extremely calm. You disappoint me greatly. Lana's eyes were vacant. She slowly raised the gun and pressed it against Fu Hang's forehead. Tell me, how can a dead dog like you save your lovers? Your side. I don't know what's going on, but my side. There might be some things you don't know. Oh, such as... Lana suddenly smiled. Such as... Thank you for your patronage. Fu Hang's calm eyes suddenly narrowed. His right hand, which had been lying limply on the ground, shot out at a bizarre angle, accurately gripping the gun Lana was pressing against his head. Lana instinctively pulled the trigger, but found that the trigger wouldn't move at all. Fu Hang's finger was jamming the hammer. Almost without thinking, Lana released the remote control. Her right hand swiped at her ankle, and a cold, gleaming dagger stabbed towards Fu Hang. Fu Hang, lying on the ground, used the momentum to twist his body, avoiding the dagger while his hand holding the gun yanked and pressed down sharply. The gun flew from Lana's grasp. Fu Hang straightened up, but a cold glint flashed as the dagger slashed towards his neck from another angle. Clang! The dagger struck the gun, emitting a crisp impact sound. The gun flew away, and Fu Hang lunged forward. The last time they fought in the bedroom, Fu Hang was completely on the defensive. At that time, he hadn't even thought of counterattacking. But now, Fu Hang attacked in anger, having just returned from the brink of death, completely oblivious to the concept of holding back. After only a few exchanges, Lana's body flew backward, her two arms hanging limply, separating muscles and dislocating bones. Both arms were dislocated. Lana, on the ground, looked shocked, but then she looked down at her own stomach. Fu Hang's last blow had been aimed at her stomach, but at the last moment, Fu Hang's elbow strike had changed into a palm push. You were pretending just now? You couldn't have recovered so quickly. Lana struggled to get up, looking at Fu Hang with a complex expression. Thinking back now, it seems you really never heard me say, "Thank you for your patronage." You need to reflect on this point. Fu Hang twitched his lips, crushed the remote control in his hand, picked up the dagger Lana had dropped, and quickly walked towards the nearest Ing Yanin. In some aspects, you are far too different from Yu Chu. With a swift slash, he cut the tape securing Ing Yanin. Save them. Fu Hang stared at Ing Yanin for a few moments, handed her the dagger, then turned and ran towards Li Weiyang on the other side. After just a few steps, he tilted his head suspiciously and glanced at Ing Yanin again. With the tape removed, Ing Yanin could move freely. Because she was taken directly from the film set's dressing room, Ing Yanin was only wearing a sports undershirt, her smooth arms and back exposed. No signs of abuse or torture. Then what about those screams he heard? Fu Hang's gaze shifted to Zhu Yun, who was still crying in the distance. Her clothes weren't torn, and there were no signs of injury on her body. But there was no time to think. Saving them was the priority. Lana didn't stop him, nor did she have the ability to. She just sat quietly on the ground, her two dislocated arms hanging limply, staring intently at Fu Hang, frowning, lost in thought. Fu Hang tore off Li Weiyang's tape. Li Weiyang, as if crazed, hugged Fu Hang tightly, using almost as much strength as Fu Hang had when he was holding up the container. It's okay, it's okay. Fu Hang gently patted Li Weiyang's back. Ing Yanin rescued Zhu Yun and Shen Qingluan. Zhu Yun gripped Ing Yanin's arm tightly, clearly still shaken, looking at Fu Hang with a complex expression. Shen Qingluan, meanwhile, flexed her numb arms and quickly ran towards Qin Yuchu, who was still lying on the ground, her ropes still tied. Crack! A crisp sound of bones came as Lana, propping her right hand on the ground, actually managed to reset her dislocated right hand herself. Fu Hang looked up at her. "You are not catfish," Lana said coldly, ignoring her still dangling left hand, and with a flip, pounced to one side. Fu Hang's eyes narrowed. That was the direction where the gun had flown earlier. But it was too late. Lana already had the gun in her hand. "Are they really worth you risking your life for?" Lana asked, her expression complex. "Worth it." Fu Hang shielded Li Weiyang behind him, his eyes vigilant. "Then you go die." Lana roared maniacally, pulling the trigger. The gunshot rang out, the dark muzzle flashed, and the bullet tore from the chamber, piercing through layers of air, creating ripples as it sped towards Fu Hang. Fu Hang's brow furrowed slightly, but he didn't move an inch. A Grandmaster's keen perception combined with a gunmaster's professional ability allowed him to judge the instant Lana fired. Lana had missed. He didn't need to dodge this shot at all. The bullet would graze past his left side, and there was no one behind him. Li Weiyang was on his right. His vision blurred, and Fu Hang's pupils abruptly dilated. He raised his hand to stop it, but it was already too late. A softness pressed against his chest, a delicate body throwing itself into his arms. Li Weiyang, looking down, Fu Hang stared in shock at the tragic, beautiful smile on her face. Like a flower wilting in the rain, delicate and lovely, yet its petals were gradually fading under the assault of the cold rain. "You're shielding me from a bullet? What bullet are you shielding me from? She couldn't hit me anyway." Fu Hang tightly embraced the limp body in his arms, his mind going blank again. And Lana, holding the gun, was clearly shocked by this scene. Fu Hang would actually rather die than give up these women. In fact, even if Fu Hang had jumped away when he saved Qin Yuchu, that container wouldn't have fallen. It would have stopped 40 centimeters from the ground. At that time, she would have used this to mock Fu Hang, mock his women, mock his ridiculous and childish love. But Fu Hang hadn't fled. He had used his mortal flesh to lift that 2-ton container until he was exhausted. Although she hadn't figured out why Fu Hang had miraculously recovered his strength, she carefully recalled the details. Fu Hang's exhaustion at that time couldn't possibly have been faked. That kind of muscle tremor and capillary rupture couldn't be faked either. Lana, mortified and furious, fired this shot. But something that shocked her again happened. That gentle and quiet Li Weiyang actually chose to stand in front of Fu Hang. That woman, who had no resistance before her, and whom she could lift with one hand, actually chose to use her soft body to shield Fu Hang the moment she fired. The screams seemed delayed, echoing in the empty factory after the blood bloomed on Li Weiyang's lower back. Zhuge Yin covered her mouth with both hands, tears streaming down her face again. Shen Qingluan squatted on the ground, subconsciously hugging Qin Yuchu, whose feet were still bound. Ying Yanin lunged forward to check Li Weiyang's injuries. And Qin Yuchu, her eyes trembling, for the first time, fear appeared in her pure gaze. Weiyang! Weiyang! Fu Hang was completely panicked, because his hand holding Li Weiyang was already stained red with blood. He gently lowered Li Weiyang to the ground, carefully letting her lie down. Li Weiyang was still smiling, her lips trembling slightly, but she couldn't utter a sound. Lana's eyes were vacant, staring intently at the spreading red stain on Li Weiyang's lower back. Thud! The gun in her right hand fell to the ground. Lana suddenly felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her. She seemed to have been instantly drained of all strength and sank softly to her knees. Her gaze remained fixed on the gentle woman with the faint smile. "Aren't you afraid of death?" "I'm more afraid of losing him." An inexplicable dialogue surfaced in her mind. It was the answer from another of his women when faced with her sharp dagger. "Love? Put pressure on the wound. I'll call an ambulance." Ying Yanin tore off Fu Hang's jacket, helped Fu Hang press his hand on the wound, glanced at the equally distraught Lana, and then rushed out of the factory. The clamor of various sirens sounded as large numbers of people poured into the factory. When Lana was taken away, she offered no resistance. Her gaze remained fixed on that blood-stained long dress. For the first time, she felt that blood was so glaring. The hospital corridor was filled with people. Li Weiyang was pushed into the operating room. The preoperative diagnosis was very pessimistic. The bullet had hit her spine. Even if the treatment was successful, the chances of her ever standing up again were minimal. Fu Hang sat dazedly on the floor outside the operating room, his eyes empty and lifeless. Only one thought echoed in his mind. Why did she block it? A pair of leather shoes stopped in front of Fu Hang. Finally, a trace of emotion appeared in Fu Hang's eyes, because he noticed that when these shoes approached, the steps were uneven. Limpy. Fu Hang shot up, and sure enough, he saw Lao Duan's aged face. "You said you could protect her. You would protect them." Fu Hang grabbed Lao Duan's collar, his other hand already clenched into a fist, raised high. "Fu Hang!" Qin Yuchu's urgent voice sounded beside him, but Fu Hang merely paused for a moment. The next second, his hand gripping Lao Duan's collar tightened again, pressing Lao Duan against the wall. "He is your father!" Qin Yuchu screamed again. Fu Hang's fist trembled and veered off course just before hitting Lao Duan's face, smashing into the wall beside Lao Duan's ear. "He is my father?" Fu Hang turned his head in astonishment, looking at Qin Yuchu in disbelief. Qin Yuchu stood quietly, her expression exceptionally complex. It couldn't be hidden any longer. Fu Hang slowly turned back, staring intently at Lao Duan's aged face. Echoes from the depths of his memory resounded in his mind. "You're just a fatherless child. A bastard. I was originally just running a shipment. After delivering the goods, I was supposed to go back. But somehow I stayed. You're just a son of a bitch. A scumbag. People in our line of work, where's the choice? Ugly freak. Nobody loves you." Later, I married the boss's younger sister, had a daughter, and became the third highest ranking guy. "Mom? Where on earth is my dad?" "The two who died were my daughter and son-in-law. If it weren't for you, Nan would also..." Bang! The images flashing before Fu Hang's eyes, the chaotic voices swarming in his mind, finally settled on the image of Lao Duan raising his gun and shooting his own thigh. "Regret it. Some things, someone has to do them." "Father." Fu Hang's eyes were bloodshot, glaring fiercely at the man before him. "Fu Hang." Lao Duan's eyes were full of self-reproach, his voice hoarse and low. "Scram." Fu Hang shoved Lao Duan away, his expression contorted. Tears welled up in Lao Duan's eyes. He opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything, sighed softly, and slowly turned around. The corridor lights flickered, dimming and brightening. The aged, limping man walked with a stooped posture, limping, hobbling, lurching, stumbling. Fu Hang stared at that retreating figure, painfully tilted his head back, and tears uncontrollably streamed from the corners of his eyes. A pair of soft hands slipped under his armpits, seemingly trying to embrace Fu Hang. But Fu Hang shuddered violently, like a startled young animal. Fu Hang's extreme reaction made the hands stiffen for a moment, but they still slowly closed, holding Fu Hang tightly. "I'm sorry." Qin Yochu's head rested against Fu Hang's back, her voice choked with sobs. She had to stop Fu Hang just now. If that punch had landed, the image of Lao Duan blocking the dagger in front of her, she would never forget it. And she also knew why Fu Hang would lose control like this upon seeing Lao Duan. Lao Duan had said he could protect her. Fu Hang felt the trembling body behind him, but his emotions were hard to calm. The indicator light of the operating room in front of them went out. Fu Hang tensed up, looking anxiously at the operating room door. "She's out of danger. The bullet has been removed. It's just the subsequent recovery." The doctor didn't finish his sentence, looking complexly at the crowd waiting outside. Fu Hang's expression was numb, unsure whether to be happy or worried. The corridor became busy again. Medical staff moved in and out, and then a hospital bed, laden with equipment, was wheeled out and sent to the intensive care unit. Fu Hang didn't step forward, just watched the weak figure covered in tubes from a distance. After the hospital bed was wheeled away, Fu Hang leaned wearily against the wall, his eyes lifelessly staring at the ground. "Go get some rest. Sister Wei Yang will get better." Qin Yuchu didn't know how to comfort Fu Hang, holding his hand and speaking softly. "I screwed up." Fu Hang's empty eyes held no trace of light, his hoarse voice like the sound of metal scraping. Qin Yuchu bit her lip and didn't respond. While waiting for Li Wei Yang's surgery, Ying Yanan, together with Chun Xiao, reviewed the incident with Fu Hang. The four of them, apart from Qin Yuchu, had all been tricked by Lana. When Lana approached them, she had used pregnancy as a pretext, saying she wanted to talk to them privately. No one could refuse this reason. However, after Lana controlled them, she didn't make things difficult for them. The sounds of torture and abuse that Fu Hang heard were all synthesized by Lana, using their voices through AI. Even many of Ying Yanan's sounds were directly selected from the movie sound effects of Young and Dangerous. Concern leads to confusion. Fu Hang had completely lost his ability to discern at that time. Lana hadn't intended to hurt anyone. "I'll go accompany her," Fu Hang said in a low voice, mechanically walking towards the hospital room. Qin Yuchu nodded silently, released Fu Hang's hand, but stood where she was, not following. For some reason, Qin Yuchu felt an inexplicable panic and fear in her heart. They were clearly safe now. Looking at the retreating figure, she always felt that a greater despair was about to come. Standing at the door of the hospital room, Fu Hang stood quietly for a long, long time. "Let me accompany her alone. Don't disturb us." Fu Hang looked at the medical staff in the room and said slowly, "Mr. Fu, we understand your feelings, but the patient now." "I said don't disturb us. Although the patient is out of danger, but long out yet." A ferocious bald head emerged from the shadows, his face filled with self-reproach and barely suppressed brutality. When Brother Long arrived at the hospital, he almost committed seppuku on the spot to atone. He had just gone to attend a stock market regulation analysis class and then had dinner with his new girlfriend. How did things turn out like this? "Please ask them to leave." Fu Hang still stood at the door, his expression blank. The appearance of Baldy Long was too intimidating. Under that ferocious gaze, several medical staff members silently exited the room and anxiously ran towards the nurse's station. It seemed there were many police officers earlier. Hopefully, they hadn't gone far. "Guard the door. Don't let anyone in," Fu Hang said in a low voice, entered, and closed the door. "Unless I die." Baldy Long unleashed his full, intimidating aura, spreading his arms like a door god, the muscles on his arms bulging with prominent veins. The medical staff quickly returned, followed by a group of uniformed police officers and security guards. No matter how unstable the family's emotions were, they couldn't act so recklessly. The patient had just come out of surgery. Chun Xiao pushed past the crowd, looking at the three towering figures in front of the intensive care unit, his expression complex. "Don't cause trouble if there's more chaos." Clack! The man to Baldy Long's left flicked his wrist, and a metal rod appeared in his hand. If one looked closely, one would see several colored buttons on this gleaming metal rod. And the man to Baldy Long's right tapped his foot on the ground, took a step forward with a cruel expression, his fierce gaze sweeping over everyone's calves. Lu Bo and Yin Bing had been transferred over by Baldy Long. These two were now also here with the determination to die in atonement. They were supposed to protect their sister-in-law, yet she was abducted. If someone hadn't stopped them, these two would have already rushed to the police station to fight that foreign woman. If they didn't get this score settled, they wouldn't be able to hold their heads high for the rest of their lives. "Chun Xiao, let him be quiet." He knows what he's doing. From behind the crowd, the windbreaker man's low voice came. The police retreated, taking the astonished medical staff with them. 3 demonic figures stood quietly at the door. Fu Hang, who knew what he was doing, entered the room, sat dazedly beside Li Weiyang, and quietly looked at the pale face with the oxygen mask, remaining silent for a long, long time. He reached out and gently held Li Weiyang's cold little hand, pressing the hand with the 4 needle against his own face. I still like how you look in a doo-doo. After a long while, Fu Hang's eyes flickered, an ugly smile appearing on his face as he muttered softly, "Let's serve one last purpose." Fu Hang, who knew what he was doing, said this, then slowly removed his shirt, belt, pants. After some rustling, a helpless and complex "thank you for your patronage" came from the hospital room. "Thank you for your patronage" can be used on conquest targets, with the same effect. Conditions for use: target favorability 90% or above, and Phase 2 mission activated. Method of use: XXO. Current remaining uses: 0. When he came out of the intensive care unit, Fu Hang's expression had calmed considerably. Pushing aside the 3 demonic gods blocking the doorway, he saw the figure still standing at the end of the corridor, slender yet not frail. Qin Yuchu seemed to sense something. She, who had been staring out the window in a daze, slowly withdrew her gaze and looked over. Her side profile was steeped in the twilight, like the blank space in an ink wash painting. When Fu Hang's leather shoes shattered the scattered light on the floor, her eyelashes trembled, like a butterfly startled by the wind. Those almond eyes, always filled with smiles, were now covered with a layer of mist, reflecting the crescent moon hanging high outside the window. There were 23 steps between them. Fu Hang counted the seams of the floor tiles as he inched forward. He saw her fingers, clutching her skirt, turn white. He saw the collarbone chain he had given her, around her neck, faintly visible in the shadows, and he saw the composure she was desperately maintaining crack like ice. When he reached the 17th tile, Qin Yuchu finally moved, but her knees, slightly bent, froze in place, as if she were a marionette pulled by invisible strings. Their eyes met again in silence, and the unease in Qin Yuchu's heart became even more pronounced. Fu Hang stopped within her reach. The smell of hospital disinfectant mixed with the faint, bitter orange fragrance from her body. He looked down at her reddened eyes, his Adam's apple bobbed twice, and finally, he spoke softly, "Walk with me." Qin Yuchu didn't make a sound, merely nodded obediently and linked her hands through Fu Hang's arm. Baldy Long and the others hesitated for a moment. Nian Bing seemed about to follow, but Lu Bo tugged his sleeve. "I'll go get a doctor. You guys stay here," Baldy Long said quietly, then turned and ran towards the nurse's station. Just now, he thought he faintly heard some strange sound, but he didn't dare to let his thoughts go in that direction. It was better to quickly call a few nurses over. Books said that when people experienced extreme emotional ups and downs, they were prone to doing some incomprehensible things. The two walked silently through the ward corridor, but at the corner, they saw a group of people sitting in the rest area. Shen Qingluan, Ing Yanan, and Zhuge Jun were all there. They hadn't left. Fu Hang's gaze swept over their faces one by one, but after meeting their eyes, he silently looked away. Fu Hang didn't dare to look them in the eyes. The group watched Fu Hang's retreating back, also looking at each other without words. At this moment, perhaps only Qin Yuchu could accompany him. Walking out of the hospital's main entrance, Fu Hang looked up at the silent starry sky. Dawn was breaking, and the twinkling stars were disappearing. And just as they walked out of the hospital's main entrance, a burst of commotion and screams came from outside Li Weiyang's intensive care unit. The medical staff were back on duty. The reason for the chaos was that, from a distance, they saw the door of the intensive care unit being opened from the inside. Li Weiyang, wearing a hospital gown, freshly wheeled out of the operating room, who might have been permanently paralyzed from the neck down, even if cured, was now poking her head out of the ward, her face flushed, her gaze shy and gentle, as if searching for someone. The night was very cold, and the hands holding Fu Hang's arm were also very cold. The two walked in silence for a good while before Fu Hang belatedly took off his outer coat and draped it over Qin Yuchu's shoulders. Qin Yuchu hunched her neck, her flickering eyes fixed on Fu Hang, yet she couldn't feel any warmth from the coat. Walking this way, she suddenly had an illusion. Fu Hang was walking further and further away. The hand holding Fu Hang's arm turned into an arm wrapped around Fu Hang's waist, and it held tighter and tighter. This made their walking posture very awkward. But Fu Hang seemed completely unaware, one arm around Yochu's shoulder, still walking quietly. Century Square Park, the starry sky was dim, silent. Late spring, early summer, the flowers had withered, but the chirping of insects had not yet begun. Let's sit for a while. Fu Hang looked at the grass covered in night dew and suddenly spoke in a low voice. Qin Yuchu didn't respond, just bit her lip hard. This place, they had had a conversation here once. Fu Hang sat down on the grass, very relaxed, took out a cigarette from his pocket. Click! A flame lit up before his eyes. Behind the flame was a slender, slightly trembling, fair hand. The flame was thin, the hand was very white. Fu Hang stared at the flame, but seemed to have forgotten to light the cigarette, just watching the flickering flame. I messed it up. Fu Hang spoke again. This was the second time today he had said the same words to Qin Yuchu. Qin Yuchu still bit her lip, quietly adjusted her sitting posture, and gently placed Fu Hang's head on her lap. Fu Hang gave up the idea of smoking. This body, nicotine couldn't reach the lungs. Smoking only added to the troubles. Fu Hang turned his head, quietly looking up at that unparalleled beauty. From this angle, behind her was the endless starry sky, and the stars before his eyes were within reach. A licking dog. What virtue or ability do I have? Fu Hang didn't finish his sentence. His mouth was blocked by soft lips. After a brief stiffness, Fu Hang responded fiercely and greedily. This kiss lasted for a very, very long time. It wasn't until Fu Hang felt the hot tears continuously falling on his cheek that he suddenly woke up, as if a lifetime had passed. Don't go, okay? Qin Yuchu pleaded with a sob. I messed it up. Fu Hang's eyes were slightly red. He turned his head to avoid Qin Yuchu's tear-filled eyes. You promised me. A man's words can't be trusted. Fu Hang struggled to get up from Qin Yuchu's lap. Qin Yuchu covered her face with her hands, her crying gradually becoming uncontrollable. Fu Hang closed his eyes in pain, but before his eyes flashed Li Weiyang, limp in his arms, her smile wilting like a withered lotus. Then, Ingyan and scar on her face. Shen Qingluan's out-of-tune singing. Zhuge Jun's shy kneeling with gritted teeth. Scene after scene flashed before his eyes. Fu Hang's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. Clients are also people. Making money, it's not shameful. So Fu Hang could put aside all his reserve, cast off his dignity and concerns, and work like an ox or a horse. Similarly, Fu Hang also believed that what he gave his clients was enough to offset the emotions they invested. Making money. But when Li Weiyang, without hesitation, shielded him when the gunshot rang out, when he saw the scarlet liquid flowing from her fingertips, Fu Hang's heart was in complete turmoil. It was so unexpected, even the Grandmaster couldn't react in time. By the time he reacted, that smile had already bloomed like a cuckoo flower. I can die for you. Too heavy. Lana's crazy? She's not crazy. She's pregnant. And he messed it up. He thought he could manipulate people's hearts, but in the end, he found he couldn't even control himself. There are no ifs. Fu Hang paused, then smiled sheepishly. Fu Hang didn't dare to look at Qin Yuchu's star-like eyes again. He slowly stood up and walked towards the darkness. Qin Yuchu, full of tears, reached out to grab, but her clenched fingers passed through the night wind. Fu Hang! Qin Yuchu cried out loudly. Fu Hang didn't look back, just hung his head, his steps faltering. Qin Yuchu, to the highest heavens and the deepest yellow springs. I'll wait for you. Qin Yuchu's hysterical cries came from behind. This mournful sound traveled far, far in the silent night sky. Fu Hang's steps paused again. He muttered softly, but still couldn't say it. His desolate figure disappeared into the night. System, I quit. Is the host giving up the mission? A cold, mechanical, synthesized voice sounded in his mind. Yes. If the host actively gives up the mission, the system will retract all rewards already issued. Does the host understand what they are doing? This time, the system's voice seemed to carry a hint of emotion. You've already told me. Fu Hang's voice was exceptionally calm. If the host actively gives up the mission, the system will unbind and clear all related memories and influences. Is the host sure? Sure. The clouds were steeped in indigo. Fu Hang's shadow was stretched into a sharp blade by the streetlights under the night sky. With each step crushing the fine moonlight, the asphalt road emitted crisp, ice-cracking sounds. The cold light from a distant milk tea shop sign pierced the thin mist. In the shadows of the glass window, a curled-up silhouette seemed to linger. A continuous roar filled Fu Hang's ears, whether it was the lingering song or the melody soon to depart. Fu Hang knew it was time for his dream to end, a dream that should never have belonged to him. The city's bells chimed, and as sunlight spread across the land, the world would not stop turning for anyone. The bedroom door was violently pushed open. Fu Hang woke up with a start, pulling the blanket tightly over his body. "Mom? I'm almost 30. Can't you knock?" Fu Hang said, looking at the figure who had rushed into the bedroom like a gust of wind, his voice full of resentment. And the part covered under the blanket was equally resentfully trying to calm down. "You still know you're almost 30? If you could bring back a girl, I guarantee I'll apply 3 days in advance to enter your room in the future." Fu Wanqing glared at Fu Hang angrily, then strode to the window and yanked open the curtains. Blinding sunlight streamed in. Fu Hang raised his hand to shield his eyes. "If you do this a few more times, it won't matter if I bring a girl back or not. A scare in specific scenarios can form a lifelong, indelible shadow." Fu Hang turned over in bed, waiting for his youthful vigor to slowly mature into composure. "Hurry up and get ready. Don't forget today's interview. Your Uncle Wang went to a lot of trouble to get you this contact, so please take it seriously." Fu Wanqing opened the closet and threw a suit in a plastic bag onto the bed. "I already said I can't do that job." Fu Hang sighed helplessly. "What can't you do? Being a clerk in an office is better than delivering takeout, right? All you do is play games all day." Fu Wanqing glanced angrily at the takeout uniform in the corner. "Don't say that. The job Uncle Wang introduced might not even pay as much as I make playing games." Fu Hang reached out from under the blanket and grabbed the shirt Fu Wanqing had thrown over. The vibrant energy of the morning had now waned like the setting sun. "Can playing games find you a wife?" Fu Wanqing scolded, disappointed in him, then turned and left. "The girl I played duos with yesterday had a really nice voice." Fu Hang twitched his lips and got out of bed. Looking at the suit before him, a complicated expression flashed across Fu Hang's face. He naturally understood Uncle Wang's good intentions. But what kind of company was Yuan trading? And what kind of person was he? An interview, just adding to the trouble. Hadn't he tried when he just graduated from university? In an era where AI prevailed, a Chinese language major. Fu Hang sighed and slowly began to dress. A father's love is like a mountain. Fu Hang forcefully tugged his hair a few times in front of the mirror. Actually, there was another reason for his resistance. He wasn't quite used to the concern shown by this stepfather who had suddenly returned to the country. Glancing at this new apartment he had just moved into, Fu Hang fell silent again. To inexplicably gain a father who even bought him a marital home. A wave of dizziness inexplicably appeared. Fu Hang shook his head vigorously. It seemed he really couldn't stay up late anymore, or he might actually die suddenly. Looking at the time, Fu Hang took the suit in his hand, his gaze lingering on the takeout uniform in the corner. Not attending to proper business? A game booster still has a yellow vest at home. Is this not attending to proper business? I'm working hard to live, okay? It's just that life is like this. Remember to come down for breakfast. Fu Wanqing, outside, had cleared away the remnants of Fu Hang's takeout from last night and reminded him again before leaving. "I'll eat out." Fu Hang grabbed the takeout uniform and replied loudly. If it weren't for Fu Wanqing's forceful insistence that he needed to show filial piety by her bedside, he probably wouldn't have moved in. He was hiding from that unfamiliar and heavy fatherly love. Pushing open the door, he looked up and saw the doorplate of 909 opposite. The dizziness in Fu Hang's head struck again. "Damn, I haven't got some terminal illness, have I?" Fu Hang leaned against the door, stunned for a few seconds. Walking into the elevator, Fu Hang patted his head hard a few times. Did I get out of bed on the wrong side today? Or did my mom really scare me into having problems? Inconspicuously tugging at his crotch, Fu Hang walked into the elevator. Outside the apartment building, the glaring sunlight made Fu Hang dazed again. A pack of cigarettes. Fu Hang walked into the convenience store in the complex. 26. The old man with missing front teeth slapped the cigarettes Fu Hang wanted onto the counter. Wasn't it 25? Fu Hang was taken aback. It went up. Want to change to another one? The old man's hand rested on the cigarettes, looking at Fu Hang warily. Fu Hang twitched his lips and scanned the code to pay. "I've been so loyal to you, yet you secretly plan to leave me." Putting on his helmet, kicking down the kickstand, Fu Hang rode his e-bike slowly out of the complex. A commercial vehicle at the entrance caught Fu Hang's attention, but Fu Hang only glanced at it a few more times. Really don't recognize him? Inside the commercial vehicle, a middle-aged man in a trench coat, holding a cigarette, watched Fu Hang ride away with amusement. This is good. Opposite the man in the trench coat, a man with an aged face but sharp eyes spoke slowly, his gaze also quietly watching the retreating figure. "Your movie is about to be released. Those past matters are pretty much severed. There shouldn't be any concerns about acknowledging him now, right?" It's better not to disturb them. It's enough to know they're doing well now. The old man smiled magnanimously, knocked on the partition of the commercial vehicle, signaling the driver in front to drive. You could at least improve their lives a bit, right? Happiness cannot be measured by material possessions. The old man's eyes were profound, still fixed on the direction the e-bike had disappeared. You cripple, you eat and drink well, you're about to win Best Actor in a few days, and you let your son deliver takeout? His name is in my will. When I die, he'll get half of my assets. The cripple suddenly grinned, revealing a strange smile. Fu Heng, facing the morning sun, was unaware of the conversation in the commercial vehicle. He frowned, still pondering whether to go to the interview today. If he went, it would most likely be a formality, not to mention being ridiculed by HR, and he'd also owe a favor. But if he didn't go, the reticent old Wong might be hurt. AI, why did he suddenly have an extra father? Damn! Fu Heng, lost in thought, suddenly jolted. It was too late when he tried to grab the brakes. Clang! A loud noise sounded. Fu Heng's e-bike crashed solidly into a car that had suddenly darted out in front. Fortunately, Fu Heng was riding a new national standard e-bike with a speed limit of 20 miles per hour, so he didn't fly off. It's just that. Fu Heng, holding his helmet, looked at the extravagantly styled sports car in front of him, no longer in the mood to think about whether it was him or the other party who had suddenly darted out. GT 900? It's over. Fu Heng had seen this car online. It was one of those luxury cars whose acquisition methods were like those for AIDS. Acquisition only through mother-to-child blood sex. Are you okay? The car window lowered, revealing a face that made Fu Heng feel as if he were in a dream. It wasn't that the car owner didn't want to get out, but the point of impact was the driver's side door. The e-bike was now lying across the door, and the owner had tried a few times but couldn't open it. A wave of suffocation came over him. Fu Heng felt dizzy. For a moment, he couldn't tell if he was okay or not. Only one impoverished word came to mind. So beautiful. He probably was in trouble. Otherwise, he, a Chinese language and literature graduate, couldn't think of any other words to describe the girl before him. The girl seemed to be frightened by Fu Heng's dazed look. After hesitating for a moment, she climbed over the driver's seat and got out from the passenger side. Fu Heng was still lying on the ground. He heard crisp and rapid footsteps, and his vision seemed to have a filter applied, with the playback speed slowed to 0. 75x. 0. 5x. 0. 25x. The morning sun baked the asphalt road into flowing amber. The hair tie on the ponytail was the first to shatter the silence. That lime green figure rushed over, treading on A_dancing light spots. The high ponytail drew a golden spiral arc in the air. Her slender waist rippled with the rhythm of her run, the skirt of her suit like a fluttering butterfly. The morning sun was warm. The lingering fragrance of late spring flowers was faint. Fu Heng only felt that the lime green little suit before him. Viewed horizontally, a ridge, from the side, a peak. Different at every distance, high or low. Was there an earthquake? Why were the mountains and rivers shaking? The dizziness grew stronger. Fu Heng even felt an itch in his nasal cavity, as if something was about to flow out. He was probably really injured. The soft silhouette before him rippled with fragrance. Fu Heng's nostrils flared as he breathed deeply. But in the next moment, Fu Heng felt the surrounding light dim, and a large, shiny, bald head appeared before his eyes like a rising curtain. Fierce, ferocious, terrifying. Was the injury so severe? Had the messengers of death already arrived? Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you all right or not? The messenger of death roared, his fan-like hand whistling towards Fu Heng's face. Long, baby. Qin Yuchu cooed teasingly. Ahem, boss, this kid might be faking an accident to extort money, Baldy Long said sheepishly, withdrawing his hand, his eyes looking unkindly at Fu Heng lying on the ground. I was distracted just now. I didn't see him, Qin Yuchu said weakly, coming to the side and looking Fu Heng up and down. Only when she saw the dazed but clean side profile under the helmet did she frown slightly. Did she know this delivery guy? What does it have to do with the boss? He bumped into your waist. A domineering and gruff voice sounded. Fu Heng felt the sunlight diminish a little more. So behind this terrifying bald head, there was also a nearly 2-meter-tall man, currently looking down, his sharp eyes staring at his own calf, ox head, and horse face. Fu Heng shivered violently, his consciousness clearing somewhat. Are you okay? You don't look too good. Qin Yuchu ignored Nian Bing's words, pressed down her skirt, and carefully squatted down in front of Fu Heng. Doesn't look too smart. Nian Bing pouted, moved 2 steps to the side, and studied Fu Heng's calf from a different angle, as if looking for the best point to exert force. I should be fine. Frightened by the two ox heads and horse faces, Fu Heng patted his legs and feet up and down and slowly stood up. How about we go to the hospital to check? The girl's voice was very gentle, her pure eyes shining like crystals. Fu Heng frowned slightly, feeling that dizziness come again. He might really need to find a girlfriend. Spending all day browsing pretty girls online, full of vitality, every morning, it seemed like it would really cause problems after a long time. However, this girl is really beautiful. Completely different from those girls on platforms who wiggle their waists, show off their chests, use maximum beauty filters, and 10 levels of image enhancement. Starry eyes, faint brows, vermilion lips, pearly teeth, almond face, peachy cheeks, cloud-like hair, jade-like nose. Fu Heng felt his literary accomplishment returning. Her voice is nice. And so gentle. No, I'm fine. Fu Heng lowered his head guiltily, struggling to pull up his e-bike. So what if she's beautiful? If it weren't for today's car accident, he probably wouldn't even have had a chance to see a girl like this. Car accident. Oh my god. Beepa and a lu long ding-dong. Fu Heng's gaze fell on the car door with a noticeable dent. Didn't they say the whole car was carbon fiber? How could it be dented by his national standard new energy vehicle? Miss, the car you bought might be a knockoff. How much would the sheet metal for this door cost? Although this new energy vehicle is licensed, the third-party liability insurance only bought $200. Fu Heng's face suddenly turned ugly. If old Wang's marital home was lost this way, his mother would chop him up, right? Are you sure you're okay? Qin Yuchu was still worried and wanted to step forward to check, but was firmly blocked by Baldy Long. I'm really fine, but Fu Heng looked at the car door, quite embarrassed. It's good that you're okay. Qin Yuchu once again seriously sized up the other person and sighed slightly with relief. But the next moment, she frowned slightly and inconspicuously shook her head. This expression was just like Fu Heng's when he was dizzy earlier. Boss, are you okay? Baldy Long caught this slight abnormality in Qin Yuchu. Qin Yuchu didn't answer, just shook her head slightly, but her gaze towards Fu Heng became increasingly strange. Fu Heng licked his lips, looked at the two ruffians calling this fairy boss, and felt very melancholic. Driving a 30 million sports car, with evil servants accompanying this status and position. But was it acquired through mother-to-child transmission? Or sex? This car of yours, I probably can't afford to compensate. Fu Heng took a deep breath and looked up magnanimously. Judging from the accident scene, he had hit the other party. He had to admit what he had to admit. This was Fu Heng's simple value system. Sorry, I was distracted while driving just now and didn't see you. The car is fine. I'll fix it myself. Are you sure you're okay? The kind girl used her eyes to stop Baldy Long from speaking and asked again. Fu Heng twisted his waist, lifted his leg, and shrugged at the girl. If you're okay, then I'll leave first. Qin Yuchu probed. During the morning rush hour, this incident had already caused traffic congestion. Because it was a luxury car accident, it had even attracted many onlookers. It's a blessing if you don't ask me to compensate for the car. Fu Heng smiled sheepishly. Boss, this kid might be deliberately trying to hit on you. Nian Bing couldn't help but speak. He had been at the back and had long seen the way this kid looked at the boss. Sleazy, phony, playing dumb, what a creep. Do you want to take the postgraduate entrance exam too? Qin Yuchu's voice suddenly turned cold. Nian Bing's neck shrank, and he instantly fell silent. So domineering. Fu Heng's eyes glazed over for a second there. This should be mother-to-child transmission? Perhaps because of the car accident, the girl didn't drive herself anymore, but got into a commercial vehicle behind. Only then did Fu Heng realize that behind Oxhead and Horseface, there was another man with ordinary looks but bloodthirsty and fierce eyes. But was that a reading pen in his hand? When the man climbed into the GT900, Fu Heng vaguely seemed to see him wave the object in his hand at him. It was a reading pen? What did that mean? Do they use reading pens for postgraduate entrance exams now? Fu Heng had never taken the postgraduate entrance exam and was very confused about this. Watching the two luxury cars start up again, Fu Heng let out a long breath. That was another world. Today, thanks to this accident, he was fortunate enough to glimpse a corner of that world. Qin Yuchu, sitting in the passenger seat of the commercial vehicle, however, kept staring at the rearview mirror. That man. She shouldn't have met him before, but what was with that inexplicable sense of familiarity? And why did she feel a pang in her heart just by looking at him? Whose song is this? Qin Yuchu turned her head and looked at Baldy Long, who was driving. A tender and sad song was playing on the car stereo, and a cappella singing, the female singer's voice ethereal and melodious. What was is now has passed and will never return, red fallen leaves buried deep in the dust. The beginning and the end never change. You at the edge of the sky drift with the white clouds. A Lifetime's Love, the new song by the little pop queen Zhuge Jun. Baldy Long, upon hearing this, quickly turned up the volume. Zhuge Jun also knows Cantonese. She grew up in Shenzhen. Qin Yuchu, however, did not continue to ask, her empty eyes staring ahead. She actually didn't understand Cantonese, but was infected by this melody that was tender yet tinged with bitterness. The sea of suffering stirs up love and hate in this world. It's hard to escape fate. We are close, yet cannot approach, or perhaps I should, believe it is destiny. Qin Yuchu seemed to be moved inwardly. She turned her head to look at the rearview mirror again, but due to the obstruction of vehicles, she could no longer see that figure. The crossroads outside the car window were overflowing with a gilded tide of people. White shirts and canvas bags flowed into a leaping river. The morning sun slanted through the gaps between buildings, shattering into 10,000 specks of gold foil on the shoulders of pedestrians. Countless faces, shrouded in morning mist, floated in all directions, their hair tips tinged with the halo of the early sun. Even their shadows melted into fine golden sand in the vast sea of people, surging with the morning rush hour tide into every corner of the city's folds. Lovers part and never return, silently sitting alone, looking out at the mortal world. Though flowers may wither, they will bloom again, a lifetime's love faintly beyond the white clouds. Stop the car. When Qin Yuchu ran back the way she came, Fu Hang was squatting in front of his e-bike with a troubled face. The angle of impact was very unfortunate. The front wheel's axle was deformed, and the bike couldn't move now. Qin Yuchu pursed her lips, ran closer, but suddenly didn't know what to say. Fu Hang turned around in surprise, thinking he had misheard. Just now, the girl's voice and smile had indeed been in his mind. Was it really her? Why was she back again? Is your bike broken? Qin Yuchu clasped her hands behind her back, averted her gaze, and examined the e-bike. The wheel won't turn. Fu Hang stood up from the ground, his eyes looking somewhat uneasy. I can have them help take it for repair. Please don't. Fu Hang blurted out. Don't you dare come at me with that. You help me fix my car. I help you fix your car routine, okay? Why did you come back? Fu Hang quickly changed the subject. Can we exchange phone numbers? Qin Yuchu shifted her gaze from the e-bike, her pure eyes looking seriously at Fu Hang. In case you feel unwell, need to go to the hospital or something, you can call me. Fu Hang fell silent. Had she changed her mind? Did she want to pay for the car? Looking past the girl, Fu Hang saw Oxhead and Horseface slowly following behind. In the vibrant morning air, two oppressive, baleful auras suddenly appeared. Okay. Fu Hang sighed and gave out his phone number. Not evading responsibility was Fu Hang's simple value. Got it. I'll dial your number. You can save it. My name is Qin Yuchu, the girl said cheerfully. Just as her voice fell, two subtle tremors simultaneously brushed past their necks, as if lightly tugged by an invisible thread. Fu Hang's brows furrowed slightly, and a ringing sensation rippled deep within his ear canal. His subconscious movement of pressing his ear bone was extremely light, unaware that diagonally ahead, another fingertip hovered by an earlobe, their two shadows intersecting in the air like an unfinished parenthesis. This number. It won't be unreachable, will it? Qin Yuchu lowered her left hand from her ear, and for some reason, suddenly said something strange. How could it be? Look, it's ringing. My name is Fu Hang. If you need to go to the hospital later, just call me. Qin Yuchu smiled sweetly, shaking her high ponytail as she turned to leave. Fu Hang looked at the skirt fluttering like a butterfly, his expression becoming increasingly complex. All right, now he had seen another glimpse of that world. Some unrealistic, far-fetched thoughts. Qin Yuchu. Fu Hang looked down at the blinking cursor on the screen, the deep breath he took stagnating in his chest, like cotton wool soaked in rain and mist. His fingertip finally slid sideways, pressing the delete key. That name, like a neon light shattered in a puddle, instantly melted into a bluish-gray background. Fu Hang, with a serene smile on his face, stuffed the hot phone back into his pocket. The 37-degree body temperature couldn't warm the metal frame, just like the palpitation sinking in his chest at this moment. Some splendors are destined to be rainbows after a sudden rain. The moment you shatter a few reflections, you should turn and walk into the ordinary twilight. This is life. That world, to observe from afar, is already an extravagant hope. Brother Long. Cancel my morning meeting, Qin Yuchu, back in the car, said coldly. The morning appointment is with President Shen of Hongyu International. It's fine. Inform Shen Qingluan that she can discuss the Ganlu milk tea project with Li Weiyang. We have no objections on our side. Okay, then your schedule for today. Cancel everything. I'm going back to do practice problems. Practice problems? Qin Yuchu didn't respond, glanced at the rearview mirror again, and an image of a notebook she had unintentionally seen in the study before leaving this morning suddenly appeared in her mind. It was indeed her handwriting, but she couldn't recall at all when she had copied those math problems. Something's not right. This is very not right. A notebook she had no memory of. That wasn't strange. She had many notebooks. But a notebook that only had exercises copied down, with no answers, that seemed very abrupt. She was a top student, and Qin Yuchu lowered her head, looking at the name just saved in her phone's contacts. Fu Hang. Her mind was in turmoil. She needed to work through a few sets of problems to affirm her resolve. The vehicle returned to Yinshu Binjiang. When Baldy Long escorted Qin Yuchu out of the elevator, his brow twitched, and he instinctively wanted to block the gift box that had suddenly appeared by the door. But it was too late. Qin Yuchu followed him out of the elevator. Qin Yuchu also saw the gift box placed at the entrance of Yinshu No. 1. When she left in the morning, this place was empty. A very exquisite gift box, with a heart shape even made of colored lights on the outside of the packaging. Qin Yuchu frowned and squatted down, seeing the card attached to the outside of the gift box. Lady. Qin Yuchu looked up, her face displeased at Baldy Long. Sorry, it was our negligence. Baldy Long took a stride forward, held the gift box in his arms, and when he straightened up, he glared fiercely at Nian Bing. Nian Bing very understandingly grinned, revealing his stark white teeth. Don't overdo it. He is my senior after all. Oh well, forget it. Just call Fong Tiandai later and have her give him a talking to. Qin Yuchu waved her hand and pushed the door open to enter. Don't disturb me today. The door closed, and Baldy Long at the entrance had a ferocious expression. It seems life in South Africa wasn't harsh enough, causing trouble as soon as he's back. Qin Yuchu, having closed the door, kicked off her black-heeled shoes and casually tossed her small jacket onto the sofa. She didn't rush to do problems, but went back to her room and changed into comfortable loungewear. Her little white socks patted on the thick floor as Qin Yuchu walked, untying her ponytail. Then, her face inexplicably flushed. Her getting-up posture today was really off. She actually proactively asked for a man's phone number. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yuchu sat down at her desk and picked up the notebook. After looking at it for a long time, Qin Yuchu still didn't start writing. Not feeling it, Qin Yuchu muttered, turned around, and took off her contact lenses. Putting on her thick-rimmed black glasses again, she messed up her bangs to cover her eyes, a smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Huh, now I feel it. Humming the melody she had just heard in the morning, Qin Yuchu opened her notebook and started the top student stress relief mode. 15 minutes later, Qin Yuchu looked at the first problem she had solved, her expression pausing slightly. Huh, this set of numbers. Tilting her head, Qin Yuchu blinked her long eyelashes, her eyes shining brightly. She quickly got up and started searching on the bookshelf. Soon, she found a Chinese dictionary. Top students have their own little hobbies and interests. When she was bored with practice problems in the past, she would always design some small learning games for herself to make tedious study less monotonous. For example, looking at the numbers she had just solved for, Qin Yuchu quickly found a corresponding character in the dictionary. No. Qin Yuchu was taken aback, her smile widening. Looking at the second problem, Qin Yuchu's pen tip moved quickly. Yes. No. Qin Yuchu was completely speechless. Was this really designed by her? Why had she become so bored? With suspicion, Qin Yuchu continued to solve problems and decipher. Don't forget, after finishing the fourth problem, Qin Yuchu's expression turned odd, her lip caught between her teeth. But half an hour later, Qin Yuchu's hair became even messier. For the fifth problem, she tried 4 different solution methods, but still couldn't solve it. She was actually a liberal arts student. Math wasn't her strong suit. She got up and went to the kitchen, made herself a mango pomelo sago with the ingredients in the fridge, and sucked on the straw, puffing up her cheeks. Connecting her phone to the Bluetooth speaker, she randomly selected a song, and Qin Yuchu returned to her desk. This is the meaning of doing practice problems. Non-top students wouldn't understand this kind of happiness. But another half hour later, Qin Yuchu's expression became very complicated. Don't forget, Fu. Looking at the last problem in the notebook, Qin Yuchu's heart suddenly beat faster. An hour later, Qin Yuchu stared blankly at the password she had deciphered. A strange song was playing on the Bluetooth speaker, seemingly by a band. The melody was simple and moving, the intro light and bright, with several instruments repeatedly layered, creating an atmosphere that was both relaxed and slightly melancholic. I must have said I love you hundreds of years ago. It's just that you forgot, and I don't remember either. Walked by, passed by, never met. Turn back, turn around, still wrong. You and I have never felt colliding at a street corner. Your mom didn't tell you to say sorry when you bump into someone. Today was supposed to be good, but lovers missed each other. Qin Yuchu trembled uncontrollably, turned her head to look at the song information displayed on her phone. Lovers missed. Don't forget, Fu Hang. Fu Hang was very melancholic. He had a car accident early in the morning, giving him a perfect excuse not to go to the Yuan Boy trading interview. During lunch, he was, as expected, nagged by Fu Wanqing. Of course, Fu Hang didn't mention that he had hit a sports car worth 30 million. For some reason, he vaguely felt that the girl probably wouldn't make him pay. But Fu Hang soon regretted it. He dodged the first, but the 15th came. In that case, don't rush to change out of this suit. You're meeting someone this afternoon, Fu Wanqing said calmly, holding a rag. Still an interview? A blind date? A blind date? Fu Hang trembled all over. If he had known this, he would rather have gone to the interview. At least HR wouldn't resort to personal attacks. Fu Hang wanted to refuse, but looking at the kitchen knife in Fu Wanqing's hand, he felt a murderous aura. Just like that, Fu Hang met the girl introduced by Sixth Aunt at Ganlu Milk Tea in Century Square. How to describe this girl? In terms of looks, she could score an 80. Her makeup was exquisite, her demeanor elegant. The first time Fu Hang saw her, he predicted today's outcome. Do you have a house? The girl asked directly after carefully examining Fu Hang's attire from top to bottom. I guess so. Where is it? Chunfeng Garden. Fu Hang answered honestly. The girl's brow furrowed imperceptibly, seemingly dissatisfied with this residential complex. What about a car? I have a National Standard new energy vehicle. National Standard? Suchi. Yedea. Fu Hang turned his head and looked at the little yellow scooter outside the window. He'd spent 170 to replace the axle before coming, so today he could ride a bit faster than yesterday. The girl was slightly stunned, following his gaze. Delivering takeout? Sixth Aunt said you were a returnee from overseas. My mom stayed abroad for a few years. I've never been out. Fu Hang smiled sheepishly, wanting to remind the girl if she should order a milk tea first, but thinking that the milk tea here was really not cheap, he silently dismissed the thought. Saving money, it's not shameful. The girl rolled her eyes, and that elegance and composure completely disappeared. Fu Hang looked at the time and simultaneously noticed the waiter who was about to come over. 3, 2, 1. I feel like you're wasting my time, the girl said coldly. The waiter's footsteps paused, and he tactfully turned around. Oh yeah, total assets plus 68. Sorry, Sixth Aunt didn't make it clear before. Fu Hang showed a gentle smile, feeling a hint of goodwill towards this girl who had saved him 68 yuan. You're sensible enough to know we're not from the same world. The girl suddenly raised her chin proudly, revealing a neck with a slight color difference. Fu Hang didn't speak, his eyes once again glancing at the waiter, who seemed to still be hesitating whether to come over again. For such a seemingly together guy, why was he so wishy-washy? But the girl seemed to have something eating at her, and if she didn't vent, she'd explode, so she started running her mouth off, launching into the personal attacks. Fu Hang smiled throughout. I will not turn a blind eye to the performance you should be cooperating with. The waiter paced back and forth, menu in hand, also caught in a dilemma. Fu Hang looked at the opening and closing red lips, really wanting to remind her, Miss, it seems your left cheek has cake powder. Then, Fu Hang inexplicably thought of the figure running towards him against the morning sun at breakfast. Sorry, I need to take a call. Fu Hang's phone suddenly rang. It was an unknown number. Fu Hang, a bird-like, crisp warble, like a lily of the valley, came from the receiver. Fu Hang was slightly stunned, holding the phone and looking at the number. Was it her? Qin Yuchu. She wouldn't really make him pay, would she? Yes, it's me. Fu Hang answered, bracing himself. Are you okay now? Yes. I thought about it after I got back. One should apologize for bumping into someone. Let me treat you to a meal as an apology. Where are you now? The girl gave Fu Hang no time to react. I'm at Ganlu Milk Tea in Century Square. I'm here too, right at the entrance. Fu Hang turned his head and saw that beautiful sight. A floral, slim-fit short dress, long hair casually draped over her shoulders, and exquisite little high heels under her feet, as if stepping on petals. Clouds recall her robes, flowers her face. Spring breezes brush the balustrade. Dew glistens thick and sweet. This poem uncontrollably surfaced in the mind of Fu Hang, the liberal arts student. Huh, you're really here. Qin Yuchu also saw Fu Hang, dumbstruck inside, through the window. In a flash, the dreamlike figure disappeared. Fu Hang listened to the busy tone on the phone, unable to recover for a moment. Was it an illusion? Or a hallucination? I'm probably really sick. Fu Hang put away his phone, smiled sheepishly at the girl in front of him, and gestured for her to continue. Fu Hang, is this your friend? The crisp sound of a nightingale rang in his ear again. A blind date. Fu Hang replied honestly, turning around in surprise to see that sweet and clear smile. Blind date? Qin Yuchu showed an incredulous expression, awkwardly clasping her hands in front of her. It's almost over. Probably didn't work out, Fu Hang said weakly, looking at the girl opposite whose state was clearly starting to go wrong. The blind date girl was going crazy. From the moment Qin Yuchu appeared, her 24K titanium alloy eyes had activated their passive talent, scanning this girl whose beauty made her afraid to look up. Dress, TDK new collection. Shoes, BLD limited edition. Bracelet, ABR global limited edition. Bag, she actually didn't recognize it. Big brother, please don't play this childish game of Prince turning into a beggar or domineering CEO delivering takeout, okay? I'm sincerely here for a blind date. Sixth aunt, you misled me. Didn't work out? Then it's my turn. Qin Yuchu's smile bloomed again. Fu Hang twitched his lips. This rhythm was hard to follow. Let's go eat. Qin Yuchu completely ignored the other girl and reached out to pull Fu Hang. Can I leave now? Fu Hang felt he still needed to give an explanation to this kind girl who had saved him 68 yuan. The girl opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but suddenly felt a dangerous aura permeating the air. She guiltily looked at the girl who was smiling like a high school student, but whose entire outfit could be exchanged for a house, and silently chose to keep her mouth shut, her hands under the table unconsciously fidgeting. She seemed to see dangerous runes shining in the depths of that girl's eyes. Immovable wisdom king seal. Let's go. Qin Yuchu casually pulled Fu Hang's sleeve and skipped out of the milk tea shop. The girl bit her lip hard, her delicate nose turning red from holding back. She suddenly really wanted to cry. The waiter finally found the right moment and approached with the menu. I'm not drinking, the girl said mournfully. This is the bill. The bill. That gentleman, just now, didn't pay. Outside, Ganlu milk tea. Qin Yuchu stood quietly, her face beaming. Fu Hang looked apprehensive, squatting quietly. Where's your car parked? After a long time, Fu Hang couldn't stand the scrutinizing gazes of passersby, mainly because he seemed to remember that he hadn't paid just now. Total assets plus 68. My car was sent for repairs, wasn't it? Qin Yuchu replied, as if it were a matter of course. Fu Hang wished he could slap himself. This one couldn't be dismissed with 68 yuan. Where's your car? Qin Yuchu asked curiously. Oh, sorry, I forgot your car was broken too. Qin Yuchu quickly stuck out her tongue. Actually, it's fixed. Fu Hang turned around and looked at the little yellow scooter by the roadside. So fast. My car. The parts are easier to find. Then let's take your car. Qin Yuchu's eyes lit up, and she pulled Fu Hang towards the e-bike. Are you sure? Fu Hang looked astonished. Can't we? There's only one helmet. Fu Hang felt he could still salvage the situation. Boss. A gruff voice sounded. The bald head Fu Hang, remembered vividly, appeared, holding a helmet with a bamboo dragonfly sticker. Fu Hang was thoroughly frightened. Where did you come from? Looking in surprise, he saw the 2-meter-tall man negotiating quietly with a young man without a helmet by the roadside. The young man, straddling an e-bike, looked terrified, his eyes constantly glancing at the helmet in the bald man's hand, yet wary of the menacing man before him, struggling with what to do. We have a helmet. Qin Yuchu took the helmet from the bald man's hand. Where to? Fu Hang gave up resisting. Since it's an apology, we should naturally eat well. You choose. Then you might as well just say you're treating me to Ping'an restaurant. Fu Hang twitched his lips. Okay. Fu Hang fell silent. Let's go. Qin Yuchu stuffed the helmet with a bamboo dragonfly into Fu Hang's hand, picked up the little yellow hat, and skillfully put it on her head. No, change the color. I can't afford that speed. Just like that, Fu Hang unexpectedly saw another corner of that world. Are you sure you're treating for this meal? Inside Ping'an restaurant, Fu Hang looked at the menu where a bowl of slow-cooked white congee cost 128 and weakly asked again. Of course, it's an apology. Don't be polite. Order whatever you want. Qin Yuchu rested her chin on her hands, her big eyes blinking. Is it you? Fu Hang. Then I won't be polite. Fu Hang guiltily avoided those breathtaking eyes. After this meal, I don't know if I'll ever have the chance to come here again in this lifetime. Flipping through the menu, Fu Hang couldn't help but mutter softly. But the next moment, Fu Hang frowned and pressed his hand to his ear. The ringing in his ears was back. Qin Yuchu's eyes lit up. She gritted her teeth to endure the dizziness brought by the roaring in her ears and stared intently at Fu Hang. What's going on? Fu Hang shook his head and looked up suspiciously. Staying up late really harms the body. Gotta hustle more deliveries during the day. I can't pull all-nighters power leveling anymore. Looking up from the menu, Fu Hang's eyes paused, showing a moment of surprise. At the entrance of Ping'an Restaurant, two slender and graceful figures arrived hand in hand, their two silhouettes blooming like twin lotuses in the light and shadow of the revolving door. The woman on the left wore a charcoal gray silk suit, the arc of her pearl earrings just grazing her collarbone. The fingertips holding an alligator print handbag gleamed with a pearly white nail polish. The apricot-colored skirt suit on the right enveloped a slender waist, a dark green silk scarf around her neck fluttering gently in the wind. Her gold watch and sandalwood bracelet clinked softly together on her wrist. They wore matching high heels, the rhythm of their leather shoes tapping on the marble floor as synchronized as heartbeats. The faint scent of cedarwood mixed with vetiver from their temples brewed into a flowing nocturne as the glass door opened and closed. Qin Yuchu keenly caught Fu Hang's abnormality again and followed his gaze. Shen Qingluan? Li Weiyang? You know them? Qin Yuchu probed. My university classmate. University classmate? Li Weiyang or Shen Qingluan? Qin Yuchu was genuinely shocked. Such a coincidence. Shen Qingluan. Fu Hang paused slightly and answered calmly. It's not just classmates, is it? Qin Yuchu tilted her neck, revealing her fair and delicate collarbone, her gaze scrutinizing. Fu Hang met her gaze silently for 2 seconds. I had a crush on her, but she probably doesn't know. Fu Hang smiled magnanimously. A young man is not frivolous in vain. He also had his youthful, budding years. It was just that he, who grew up in a single-parent family, had an early awakening and saw through the essence of life in those green years. They were people from 2 different worlds. By the way, do you know her too? We have some business dealings. Do you want me to call them over? You can catch up. Qin Yuchu smiled sweetly, her eyes twinkling like stars. Don't joke. If we add 2 more people, the meal standard will have to go up. It's really not cheap here. You're so humorous. This isn't humor. This is reality. Fu Hang suddenly put down the menu and looked at the girl calmly. Yes, he and Shen Qingluan were from 2 different worlds. And wasn't it the same with the girl before him? He had uninstalled novel apps many years ago. The domineering female CEO falls in love with me. The takeout guy. The rich young miss is obsessed with the poor boy. The gangster boss and my 360. Sin. Boundless fortune. Heavenly lord. But Fu Hang knew that he shouldn't have unrealistic fantasies. I am but a mortal in this world. You are a guest from the 9th heaven of the immortal realm. Perhaps the other party had never been hit by an e-bike before. Reality? Qin Yuchu heard the seriousness and frankness in Fu Hang's tone. Yes, reality. Let me put it this way. If you want me to compensate for your car today. Fu Hang looked into her eyes. I only have this body left. Fu Hang shrugged self-deprecatingly. Ing. The sharp ringing in his ears sounded again, seemingly more severe than before. Fu Hang frowned and covered his head with both hands. Qin Yuchu's body was also trembling, but she forcibly endured the stabbing pain in her forehead. It's you. It must be you. Sorry, I might not have rested well these past few days. Damn, is that Zhuge Jun? Fu Hang lowered his hands, but his eyes widened again. The revolving door pulsed with an amber glow, blending 2 figures into a flowing oil painting. The petite woman was wrapped in a milky apricot shawl, her chestnut curls cascading from under a beret to her shoulders. A pearl necklace, partially hidden by a fluffy scarf, swayed gently with her steps, her low-cut short boots tapping softly on the carpet. The taller woman beside her wore a long, charcoal black trench coat, the collar slanting across her angular jaw. A metal waist chain traced a cold arc above her knee-high boots, and her dangling leather gloves brushed against the brass handle of the revolving door, her scarlet fingertips clashing with the glint of the lobby's crystal chandelier to create a shower of tiny sparks. When they stood side by side, it was as if a vine and a slender bamboo shared an umbrella, gentleness and sharpness intertwining in the warm mist to create a unique rhythm. The pop queen Zhuge Jun? Fu Hang recognized her instantly by her very distinct, approachable, chance encounter, poor but happy, credit-giving and praising style. Is this that world? You can even see big stars while having a meal? Yes, the one with her is Ing Yanan, the newly crowned Best Actress. Qin Yuchu turned her head and glanced calmly at the two people entering. Really? Fu Hang craned his neck exaggeratedly. You don't know Zhuge Juntu, do you? Of course I do. I'm her fan. Do you need me to get her autograph for you? You know them. I have some shares in Weiyang Entertainment, so I'm one of their bosses, I guess. Qin Yuchu smiled sweetly, her smile becoming even more intriguing. Fu Hang was first astonished, but then the smile on his face gradually calmed. Thank you, Fu Hang suddenly said sincerely. Thank me for what? Thank you for letting me see reality clearly, and thank you for giving me the honor of seeing this world I once longed for up close. Fu Hang took a deep breath and looked around at the guests in their splendid attire. The Pop Queen and the newly crowned Best Actress sat in a corner, the Pop Queen looking innocent and pure, the Best Actress exuding a domineering aura. So, they were even more beautiful than on screen. Ing Yanan's scar on her face was really charming. Those legs seemed longer than his life. The Pop Queen's smile was indeed sweet. Unfortunately, the Pop Queen wasn't wearing sandals today. Fu Hang turned his head and looked again at Shen Qingluan sitting by the window. She was talking quietly with a woman even more polished than herself. Her wrist bent gracefully as she stirred her coffee with a silver spoon, the tassels dangling from her silk blouse, trembling slightly with her breath. Qingluan was even more beautiful than before, and even more feminine. So, thank you. Fu Hang withdrew his gaze, his eyes becoming exceptionally clear. Qin Yuchu didn't speak, but frowned slightly. I don't belong here. Fu Hang put down the menu and slowly stood up. I appreciate the kind gesture. With a gentle smile on his face, Fu Hang slowly straightened his back and walked towards the door. Stop! Qin Yuchu shouted, rising angrily. Fu Hang's steps paused. He slowly turned around, still with that magnanimous smile on his face. Some sceneries, it's enough to have seen them. Fine, leave, but pay me for the fender bender. Qin Yuchu, being totally extra, put one hand on her hip, her small, pale hand extended demandingly toward Fu Hang. What? The magnanimity on Fu Hang's face twisted. Due to Qin Yuchu's shout, curious gazes were cast from all around. But in the next moment, Li Weiyang, Shen Qingluan, Ing Yanan, and Zhuge Jun all changed their expressions simultaneously, looking in shock at the man standing in the restaurant aisle. Because in their minds, a cold, mechanical, synthesized voice sounded at the same time. System activation successful. System alert. Current target. Fu Hang meets eligible bachelor criteria. Current favorability, 70%. Qin Yuchu, with one hand on her hip, looking aggressive, her eyes widened bit by bit, starlight flowing within them, dazzlingly bright. So that's how it is. A voice also sounded in her mind. Phase 2 mission activated. Mission completion reward. Unseal memories. End of book.